بتجد آلية. نحن الليلة حنتكلم عن الجزئية دي، ما هي الحكومة البديلة، وبيعطوا طريقة، يعطوا خيارات أنه يكون في بديل. أكيد بيكون في بروسس. معانا هنا الدكتور حكيم دارو، رئيس تحالف الشعب الاستوائي كاتوريا بيبل ألاينس. زي ما أنتم عارفين هو حزب أو حركة سياسية تهتم بالقضايا الجنوب السودانية والاستوائية بصفة خاصة، إيمانا منا أنه لو قضايا الاستوائية تحلت تلغائيا بقايا مشاكل جنوب السودان هتتحل. لكن الطريق شاق، بيحتاج لترتيبات سياسية وقنوات سياسية الناس لازم تتبعها. معانا هنا رئيس تنظيم دكتور حكيم. الليلة حيقول لنا في أنه ماذا ينبغي أن نفعل كأبناء جنوب السودان أو كجهات سياسية أو تنظيمات سياسية ناشدة للتغيير في البلد اللي اسمه دولة جنوب السودان. دكتور حكيم يا ويلكم. ممكن بعد تدينا خطوط عريضة أو تتكلم لنا عن الطرح أو المرافعة عن التحديات السياسية السودان قاعد يواجهها، وهي كثيرة. يعني مشاكل داخل التيارات الحركة الشعبية، خروج بعد الغازات السياسية من النظام في جوبا، والتطورات الأخيرة دي بالتأكيد عزل أو القرارات الرئاسية أو الدجريس الطلعة بتاع عزل ناس السيد بول ميل، بعض الشخصيات الجنوب السودانية في واحد ما قعدوا في ذاته في المنصب السياسي للدولة. دي كلها قراءات بتدينا طريقة إنه نحن نتكلم فيها، تشكل لنا مشهد سياسي لدولة جنوب السودان. يا ويلكم دكتور حكيم. الحضور الكريم اللي يجي يسمع التسجيل مع بعض مؤكد أنتم معنيين بالدرجة الأولى قبل كل شخص آخر، لأنه القضية قضيتكم كشعب. الPA بيهتم بالقضايا بتاعت القاعدة اللي هو القواعد الشعبية. يا ويلكم دكتور.
شكرا جيمس. صوتي كويس. شكرا جيمس. صوتي كويس، صوتي مسموع.
صوت واضح.
Right, okay. حقيقة يعني we have a number of other colleagues who will join us here, but I think في المقدمة عاوزين نقول إنه الهجرة دي هجرة بتاعت تحالف بتاعت الشعب الاستوائي، تحالف بتاعت الشعب، التحالف الشعبي من أجل الحرية والديمقراطية. اوكي. بالعربي الإنجليزي the People's New Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action. So basically, if you look at the title of the room, it says P-NADAFA, which is an abbreviation of People's New Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action. That is the meaning of this abbreviation, this acronym, P-NADAFA. P stands for people, N stands for new, A stands for alliance, D stands for democracy, A stands for N, and F stands for freedom, and A stands for action. In short, People's New Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action. Actually, the People's New Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action is not something new. It's not a new alliance, so to speak. It's part of an initiative that has been going on for quite some time. On the offspring of an initial earlier initiative about NADAFA for three regions, which was a National Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action. And the intention of this was to rally the opposition groups, different sectors of the society, like civil society groups, professionals, associations, individuals who all really are citizens of the country and are in one way or the other interested in the future of this country and what they could do together to reflect a change of direction, a change of يعني التغيير في التوجه، انه يكون في تلاهم شعبي مع الحركات السياسية والحركات الفنية وهنا مثلا زي العمال، جبهات بتاعت العمال أو نقابات بتاعت العمال بالأحرى، وبرضو منظمات المجتمع المدني. ده كله كان المناط بالتجمع بتاعت ندافة ده في أنها تعمل شنو؟ تعكس تلاهم شعبي وإرادة شعبية لتغيير بتاعت النظام، حتى أنه يكون في بديل لما يجري في جوا، بديل للنظام القائم في جوا. فده كان المؤمل منه، لكن الرسالة ما كانت بتصل. يعني الرسالة وإن كانت موجهة لكل الشعب الجنوبي ولكل المعارضات الموجودة على الساحة، يعني المعارضات دي كلها كانت مطالب يعني بأنها تقدر تقدم برنامج بتاع التغيير، برنامج بتاع التحول ديمقراطي في جنوب السودان. والهدف من التحول الديمقراطي في أنه يعني في النهاية بيودي كل زول حقه، يعني بيدي فرصة في أن الشعب تقول كلمتها في التوجه بتاعت البلاد ده. احنا متوجهين ماشيين لوين؟ احنا المفروض ندير حوار وطني، حوار بناء، عشان نقدر في النهاية نصل لقناعات ونصل ل عبر. يعني we learn the lessons, we talk to each other transparently and try to make sense of the chaos that the country lives in. And today we all see that this country is now being run as a family business. It has now become a matter for the family of Salva Kiir to run the affairs of the country, to fire as he wish, to appoint as they wish. And so we have seen that even changes in the government are so frequent, almost by the week, leave alone by the month. There are changes that are taking place, and people occupying positions are not even lasting for a single week. But the tenure of officiating in government is now the shortest you can think of, and there is no government in the world that operates like this. يعني ما في حكومة في العالم كويس تكون عندها مدى بتاعت حياة بتاعتها أو الأوفيشال بتاعتها مثلا تكون شغالة وممسكينهم مسؤوليات، والمسؤوليات دي تنجز في خلال أسبوع واحد أو خلال مدة بتاعت فترة بتاعت أقل من سنة أو حتى واحد سنة. يعني إذا ما في سياسات أساسا، لأنه ما في سياسة أنت بتقدر تقدمها وتنجزها في أسبوع واحد. We have seen this. لكن this, this is symptomatic and characteristic of the system that is in place. The system which is not credible, a system that has fallen apart, a system that has no clarity and boundaries in terms of who does what, and who is accountable to who. Even the president himself should be held accountable, for example, to the parliament, but there's no accountability. He's running the country as if he's running his own family business. And that is what has now transpired in the country. So we want to talk about this and would like to see, what is the thinking? What's the thinking among the so-called opposition groups, as well as concerned citizens in the country, in diaspora, and how they would, envisage, to transform this country from the dire mess, the collapsed state of the economy, the collapsed state of governance, the crisis that the country is going through, and what does, what do the people think? And is there, seriously speaking, is there consensus about change, and how can we materialize that change, and who would lead that kind of change؟ يعني إذا إحنا كنا عاوزين تغيير، ومثلا في معارضات ترغب في أنها تكون في تغيير في جنوب السودان، التغيير بيتم في استراتيجية بتاعت التغيير يتم إزاي يعني. And who are the stakeholders everybody is now claiming that they would save South Sudan. فدي قضايا كلها احنا عاوزين نجي نتكلم فيهم وندير حوار حوله. فالمهم يعني كل الحضور هنا في المنصة كان عندكم فرصة، عندكم مثلا رأي في ما يدور في البلاد وعايزين تطرحوا أفكاركم، تقدموا اقتراحات بتاعتكم. You are most welcome. يعني you know we welcome the different opinions of different shares of opinion. تقدر توصل رسالتها للشعب، لكن بالتحديد احنا عاوزين نتكلم عن تحالف بتاع الشعب من أجل الحرية والديمقراطية. كويس. ففي بعض الأبجديات there are a few things that we want to introduce and talk about and just set out the narrative from the perspective of what does this proposition of People's NADAFA alternative government. We want to talk about an alternative government and how this mechanism of an alternative government can be, realized, as a kind of a transitional arrangement, just in the capacity of being a transition. لأنه هو طبعا انتم شايفين انه الاقتصاد في البلد وقع والنظام السياسي ذاته بقت ما بتأدي غرض ولا بتخدم مصالح بتاعت الشعب ولا مصالح بتاعت الدولة، لأنه القلة القليلة اللي بتحكم هي أسرة. يعني ده ما بيسمى ب deep state، الدولة العميقة. الدولة العميقة ده من وراء ومن أسرة بتاعت سالفا كير، فهم هول هسي قاعدين يعني يتخبطوا في تخبط كبير جاري في البلد. وزي ما انت كلكم شفتوا يعني التغييرات اللي حصلت، the firing, the appointing, and all of that. The appointing authority has always been Salva Kiir. The firing authority has always been Salva Kiir. يعني ما في أي institution تاني التغيير أو عدم التغيير كويس جاري من قرارات يعني أصدرتها you know مصدوع يعني صدرت القرارات دي كلها issued from the position of and from the quarters of the president. He is the only person who is making political decisions in the country, be it at the SPLM level, be it at the government level, be it at any other significant institution, so-called institution. والinstitutions المؤسسات ذاتها ما موجودة ما شغالة. So دي القضايا اللي احنا عاوزين نتطرق عليه شوية بعد شوية يا جيمس. But first let me talk about People's New Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action. I just wanted to say first of all that this is not a new concept. It's not a new initiative. It has been there since the last nearly almost now 4 years, coming into the 4th year. The People's New Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action was initiated initially as NADAFA, which was National Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action. The National Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action was initially established in 2018, soon after the Revitalized Agreement for Resolution of Conflict in South Sudan was formalized, was signed and agreed by the parties that were signatories to it. But those who initiated the NADAFA, which is the now we call the People's New Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action, which was then at the time was called National Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action. Those who initiated it had the idea and motivation of being inclusive, and to serve as an umbrella organization, a broad alliance that will bring different political organizations that were opposed to the Revitalized Agreement for Resolution of Conflict in South Sudan under this umbrella. And the other element that was new to it, it was to be inclusive of civil society groups, be inclusive of other professional institutions or professional organizations يعني زي النقابات المهنية مثلا, and also to be inclusive of individuals يعني مثلا concerned citizens who took keen interest about the political situation, the dynamic political, sort of climate that was, unfolding in South Sudan, and they wanted to have a say, and they wanted to express their view about what was happening, and even express their views about what action was needed to contribute to change, would become part of this umbrella, broad alliance that would be reflective of the society as general, reflective of South Sudan as general. So the different shades of opinion, the different groups and so on. So that was how it was conceived, and to be a reflection of the opposition to the system that was in place, and that this opposition is broad, and this opposition is popular, is driven by the masses, and ultimately could act as an alternative to the regime in Juba. So that was the idea, that the opposition يعني يكون يحصل عملية بتاعت تلاهم بين الشعب وقطاعات بتاعت الشعب مع المعارضات الموجودة، وكلها مثلا تقدر تقدم يعني بديل، نموذج بتاعت بديل للنظام القائم في جنوب السودان اللي هو النظام بتاعت سالفا كير. So if you had an alternative alliance of all of the different shades of opposition in the opposition, then it would probably become more credible. It would also start to put a claim to being the alternative to the regime in Juba, because the wall, first of all, the South Sudanese will see themselves in that alliance. And secondly, the world will also see that there's actually something far more credible as an alternative to the regime in Juba. And that is the combined forces of the different shades of opinion. بعدين يعني الواحد ممكن يقدر يستخلص عبر من ال comprehensive peace agreement. يعني مثلا لما يعني ترجع للوراء شوية, if you go back in memory lane, so to speak, during the CPA negotiations, the whole world was actually standing on the side of the people of South Sudan. يعني if you take account الوقت ذاك, you have the SPLM, you have the IGAD, you have the AU, the African continent, you have the Americans in the shape of Troika, like say the US, and you have Norway, and you have the UK and Italy and other countries that were supportive of the Comprehensive Peace Agreement. They were all on one side, just addressing and raising the issue of South Sudan, and try to find a solution to the war that was taking place. And this was, on the other side, this was also, the other party to this was the NCP. The NCP was alone on the table. الدول العربية ما كانت معها يعني ما كان في يعني نفس الاسم شنو بالمقدار نفسه, يعني ما كان في alliance وما كان في visible support from the rest of the Arab world, الجامعة العربية مثلا والدول العربية. So the NCP was actually alone, was isolated, and was involved in this opposition, in these negotiations, from a weaker standpoint. It was like, the weakest link, because you could not balance, the equation by saying that the NCP was probably, at the same level as the USA, the AU countries that were supportive of the CPA, and so on. So we could then conclude that during the Comprehensive Peace Agreement, many countries stood in support of the wishes of the people of South Sudan. يعني زي ما أنا قلت, غالبية بتاعت الدول الأفريقية اللي كانت مثلا في منظومة بتاعت الإيجاد, وفي منظومة بتاعت الأيو, وبالتالي برضه في منظور الدول الغربية مثلا أمريكا يو كي والنرويج كانوا في منظومة بتاعت الترويكا and they were mediating the peace process and they were actually putting a lot of pressure on the NCP. So ultimately in the end NCP lost it, right? It has to concede defeat and recognize the right of the people of South Sudan for self-determination. So اللي حصل في الوقت ده انه في النهاية العالم وال you know التحالف اللي كان مساند لحركة بتاعت الاس بي ال ام في النهاية هي ضغطت على حكومة بتاعت بشير، وحكومة بتاعت بشير في النهاية رضخ لمتطلبات بتاعت شنو؟ متطلبات بتاعت كويس، متطلبات على الشعب الجنوبي وتوقعات بتاعت العالم كله. يعني the international community and the regional community was very supportive. عشان كده احنا لما لقينا الاستقلال شوف الحضور اللي كان which was represented في celebration بتاعت الاستقلال بتاعت جنوب السودان. غالبا بتاعت الدول جات وشاركت وكان في a lot of good faith, a good will for the people of South Sudan and for their country, for their government and so on. بس الحمير ريل بتاعت الاس بي ال ام ده خربوها لنا، طلعوها لك في النهاية هو الوضع الأساسي احنا عايشين فيه. But the key message الرسالة اللي أنا عاوز أقولها هنا شنو؟ هي رسالة بتاعت أنه أوكي العالم وقفت معنا وكان يعني وقفة يعني مشرفة بالنسبة لجنوب السودان. وقفة كانت مشرفة and you had a number of countries, a number of institutions that supported and stood on the side of the people of South Sudan. And as a consequence حصل في النهاية أنه كان في عزلة للان سي بي، وفي النهاية يعني رضخت للمتطلبات وآمال بتاعت الشعب بتاعت جنوب السودان في أنها عاوزة تعمل شنو؟ عاوزة تقرر المصير بتاعتها. تقرير المصير كان في النهاية هو المحصلة، يعني تقرير المصير بتاعت جنوب السودان كانت المحصلة بتاعت اتفاقية شاملة 2005. So that means that if we had something similar after we have obviously بقينا في احتراب وبقينا في حرب أهلية وما أدراك كويس. ف how do we replicate something similar? So the idea of the National Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action was to bring كل الشيتس بتاعت الopinion. We bring all of these different political views of the opposition groups on one side so that it can exercise a lot of pressure against the regime in Juba. And this can be reflected to the world, and South Sudanese will also see themselves in the opposition, especially those concerned citizens that would like to participate as individuals. They don't even have to have fully functional political organizations, because the issue here is just really the questions, the issues that matter for the people of South Sudan. Anybody has got a say in this. As long as they are a citizen, they can also participate in this process, because if they are opposed to the regime, they are opposed to its policies, and they want to see something different, something new, if they can't form a political organization, it doesn't mean that their views should not be reflected, or that they should not participate in one form or the other to challenge the system. فده كانت الفكرة بتاعت ندافع أنها تجي بشنو؟ تجي بالبديل، بديل جامع وشعبي وجمهوري عشان يقدر يعكس the difference between Salva Kiir and his regime and what the people really want. فدي كانت النموذج اللي احنا كنا بادرنا به في 2018 بعد ما وقعوا اتفاقية بتاعت شنو؟ اتفاقية بتاعت السلام المنشطة. وانا بتذكر انه احنا يعني كانت مجموعة بتاعت a number of movements at the time that initiated this, PDM, People's Democratic Movement, and then there was the Upper Nile Workers' Party, which was calling for the right to self-determination to the region of Upper Nile, and then Federal Democratic Party, which was a section that did not sign the agreement. So, and then in addition to this, we were then looking to civil society organizations to join us, other political organizations that were interested were being formed and marginalized and did not have, a channel for expressing their views, that they could find themselves, included in in the alliance, in the National Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action. So this was the agenda, this was the plan, and this was the sort of broad narrative that we wanted to establish, that we have to build and invest in an alternative government, to that of the Salva Kiir in Juba. And the purpose of the opposition was really to come with a new model of how we want to govern the country, and also a popular-based model, a people-based model, a people-centered model, because the agreement that was signed, the Revitalized Agreement, was really an elites agreement. It did not, allow for the participation of the people to have a say in this agreement. So it was elite-driven, and ultimately benefited only the elites. And that's why it has all come to a failure now. And that's what we predicted. Now, ليه احنا سميناه الوقت ذاك ليه سميناه تحالف بتاعت الشعب كويس من اجل الحريه والديمقراطيه. ففي جزئيتين، اوكي، في جزئيتين في القضيه ده كويس. الجزئيه الاول هو الجزئيه بتاعت الديمقراطيه، الجزئيه الثانيه هي الجزئيه بتاعت الحريه. لكن الوقت ذاك احنا كنا بنقول انه دي انعكاس لشنو؟ لحقوق بتاعت الشعب. الشعب ما عندها شنو؟ ما عندها حريه في انها تمارس الديمقراطيه. كويس؟ يعني ما في حريه موجوده في البلد لممارسه بتاعت الديمقراطيه. كويس؟ يعني الممارسه بتاعت مثلا المعارضه من الداخل. It was not possible. And as a consequence, we said we should put this as the objectives of the alliance. Okay? الاوبجكتيفز بتاعت الهدف الاساسي بتاعت المعارضه دي، او مثلا بتاعت تحالف بتاعت الشعب من اجل الحريه والديمقراطيه، الاهداف بتاعتها الاوليه هي هدف بتاعت تحول ديمقراطي. يعني احنا خطينا الديمقراطيه او انجاز بتاعت الديمقراطيه كهدف اول. كويس؟ لانه إذا أنت كنت عاوز تجيب الديمقراطية بأسلوب مثلا بطريقة بتاعت إنه الناس تمارس freedom of association, freedom of assembly، حق التجمع، حق التكوين بتاعت المنظمات السياسية، الحاجات دي كلها ما متاحة داخل الدولة بتاعت جنوب السودان. أوكي؟ في تحديد للحقوق الشعب يمارسه يعني، وأفراد بتاعت rural citizens cannot exercise all of these rights freely in the country. So we say there is need for freedom action. يكون في عمل شنو؟ من أجل شنو؟ من أجل الحرية. And that's why we say democracy, an alliance for democracy and freedom action. يعني إذا الاليانس تبقى لشنو؟ العنوان بتاعتها تكون شنو؟ العنوان بتاعتها بتكون الديمقراطية والحرية. Okay? The democracy on one hand will enable our people to participate in decision making. They will be free to choose who their leaders are. They will be free to choose what political organizations they belong to, which political organizations they want to form, how they can exercise and enjoy their economic, social, cultural, and political rights, right? But this is not going to come for free. It's not coming free. There is a cost to it. يعني في تكلفة هنا ده ما بتجي ساعد. الديمقراطية ده في نظام تحت، عند النظام بتاع سالفا كير ما بيجي ساعد، لأنه أخوة عارفين إنه في شنو؟ في national security service that has killed many of our young people. Agri Jaden, sorry, Agri Idri, Samuel Doe, and many others who have, disappeared by the system. Okay, so then it's not going to be free. So which means that we have an obligation to act in the interest of freedom, in the interest of freedom for ourselves and for our citizens and for our people in the country. عشان كده قلنا شنو يكون في الهدف بتاعت الديمقراطية كمرتكز أساسي كويس، ويكون في مرتكز تاني اللي هو مرتكز بتاعت الحرية. And we have to undertake action. So you can think of this as the two sides of the coin. كويس؟ يعني there are two sides of the coin, the head and the tail. Okay, the head is democracy, and then the tail is the freedom action. So you have to engage in freedom action in order to bring about democratic change. كويس؟ الديمقراطية عشان نقدر مثلا we have to realize it في الدولة بتاعت جنوب السودان بيحتاج لعمل كويس لإنجاز بتاعت الحرية. That is what freedom action means. So all the opposition groups, I don't know why they would disagree with this kind of premise. يعني دي نموذج، ده نموذج بيصلح للتغيير وجامع, and it's inclusive. In that, it's inclusive and provides a win-win model. In terms of the fact that, like say for example, if you want to exercise democratic rights, then democratic rights do not only belong to one section of the community or to one section of the opposition, right? Or to any particular ethnic group or community and so on, right? Democracy is a right that our people would exercise to make decisions, to participate in political process, about development, about all sorts of things. So democracy then is inclusive. فإذا إحنا المفروض شنو؟ المفروض إحنا كلنا شنو؟ We have to rally behind democratic change. So that was the thinking. And then because this democratic change will not come for free, it means that إحنا كشعب كأفراد كcitizens كحركات سياسية, we have to undertake action for freedom. The action for freedom is the opposition to the regime, however that is reflected, however that is represented. Okay, we exercise our sort of action that is targeted at resisting the regime, resisting the oppression of the system. عشان في النهاية احنا شنو نقدر نحقق تطلعات بتاعتنا للديمقراطية. So that was the idea. So you can see that the premise is really very simple. And I don't think that this could be divisive among all the different shades of opinion in terms of the different opposition groups that we have. All these opposition groups that we have should carry first and foremost this slogan, this value, this objective, that democratic change in the country, that we are all fighting for democracy. What else do you want to fight for? At the level of your political movement is something that you can tailor to your constituency. لكن في المقام الأول الشيء الجامع بالنسبة لنا كلنا إحنا عاوزين نكون عندنا حق في أنه نمارس شنو؟ نمارس مثلا الخيارات بتاعتنا through a democratic process. Okay? So then democracy becomes a cornerstone for this. And that's why we presented it as a model of the coin. The coin has got two faces, two sides to it. الطرف الأول زي ما أنا قلت الديمقراطية والطرف الثاني freedom action. The freedom action goes with democracy because without freedom action, without you being involved, taking part, expressing yourself, undertaking obligations to bring about change, if you don't engage in these freedom action activities, then democracy will not just fall from the sky. يعني ما ممكن الديمقراطية ده ما بيجيك من السماء وينزل لك على الأرض تحت نظام بتاع سلفا كير، ما بيجي، وبيحتاج لعمل وبيحتاج لمجهود، والمجهود ده لازم يكون مجهود جماعي، قد يكون مجهود بري بأجل الفردي، قد يكون مجهود مثلا بتاع حركات سياسية. All of this can combine as freedom action because we want freedom, right? So whatever we're doing it as because we're free to do that. We are freely, convinced that we should undertake the obligation and national duty to remove this system. So whatever you're doing, أي حزب سياسي أو مثلا معارضة سياسية، هي ما بتقعد بس تقعد مثلا في كرسي وتقول أنا معارضة. لا، ما بيعقل. المعارضة بيأدي بعض الأغراض ويقوم بعمل سياسي جمهوري ويوعي الناس مثلا، ويشارك برضه في شنو؟ في المقاومة بتاعت النظام الباطش ده في جنوب السودان. فإذا these are the two core things that we thought would attract many opposition groups, many civil society organizations, many concerned citizens to join NADAFA. وعشان بعد ذاك في النهاية نقول إحنا عاوزين نجيب حكومة بتاعت نظافة في جنوب السودان. ما هو أصله حتى في البيت، يعني أنت بتكون الأسرة بتاعتك وبتتنظف البيت، أنت ما عاوز تعيش في محل وسخان، مش كده؟ الناس ما عاوزة تعيش في محل وسخان، أنت عاوز تنظف البيت وتكون بيت نظيف وكده. حتى لما الضيوف يجوا ذاته يجي يلقوا كده البيت معقول، انه يعني البيت نظيف واهلا وسهلا، يعني في بيت نظيف وكده. الاوساخ ده كلها تعملها وترميها في الكوشه، مش كده؟ فاذا جنوب السودان ده الاوساخ اللي فيه ده، النظام الوسخ ده في جنوب السودان ده needs to be thrown out. كويس، احنا عاوزين ننظف البلد ده. يعني البلد لازم يكون نظيف، ما يكون فوق التفشي بتاعت شنو؟ التفشي بتاعت الفساد. There should be no corruption in the country. Now we have seen, we have been treated to information that members of the clique, members of the regime in Juba are signing the country off. They're taking loans left and right. They're asking to be paid in advance of millions of dollars. دي الحاجات اللي كلها هم عاوزينه قاعدين يمارسوها. فده بيقول لك شنو؟ بيقول لك انه هم بيتصرفوا بدون خوف، لانه ما بيخافوا من الشعب ولا يخافوا من الله ذاته. ما قاعدين يخافوا من حاجات دي. سو فده الفكره. ان شاء الله الرساله دي تكون وصلت، الرساله بتاعت انه ندافع كانت عاوزه تزرع في الشعب بتاعتنا، تزرع لهم مفاهيم بتاعت انه الحكومه الفاسده ده احنا لازم نتخلص منه، ونجيب حكومة نظافة. كويس، نجيب حكومة نظافة يجي ينظف البلد ده يبقى نظيف تاني، ويدي لكل زول حرية حقه. يعني هيبقى في وين وين سيتويشن، كل زول بيكون عنده رؤية عاوز يحققه، وكل شعب عنده رؤية عاوز يحققه. كويس، فدي كان الشيء المفروض احنا كلنا نتفق فيه. يعني ما في فيه بلا شك، ما في فيه يعني like exclusivity، مش كده؟ يعني ما في إقصاء لأي حد أو لأي تنظيم سياسي وكده. It's not an exclusive club, right? It's not an exclusive club like what we have now seen in the UPA, for example, so-called United People's Army. ده ذاته حاجة جديدة، يعني جاء بالنسبة للسياسيين القيادات دي، جات لهم فكرة بتاعت United People's Alliance قريب، بس قبل شهر شهرين هو يا دوب بقى بدأ يتكلموا عن شنو؟ We are called UPA. ما أعرف جابوا كلمة البيبلز ذاته من وين؟ ما كان بس في شنو؟ في real SPLM. Recently they are joined by South Sudan Salvation Movement بتاعت نيال، وفي ما أدراك هكذا. كويس، فده فكرة انه هم ذاته يضعوا الشعب في الاول ده ما كان موجود، لكن شافوا، ربما سمعوا انه في مبادرات بتتكلم عن وضع بتاعت put people first and so on, so they want to jump onto that bandwagon. But they don't mean it, they really don't mean it. Because فاقد الشيء لا يعطيه اصلا, because we haven't seen them coming with these ideas before. اخذ مثلا ريال اس بي ال ام. ريال اس بي ال ام قال يقول بتاعت باجانا مو مثلا يقول ريال اس بي ال ام, so they want to go back to اس بي ال ام. حتى the late comer نيال دانج نيال بيتكلم انه he formed the South Sudan Salvation Movement in order to go back to SPLM. كويس. وخليك من الاس بي ال ام ايو ده يا أخي، دي مفارقات. يعني انت بتشوف انه الاس بي ال ام بقت ذاته is not relevant anymore. هي اللي جابت لنا الاوساخ ده كلها في جنوب السودان، ده الاس بي ال ام. كويس، ما يستفاد من التجربه بتاعت دول اخرى والحكم والى اخره، ما يستفاد. وعمل كم من الفتره اللي عاشوا في السده بتاعت الحكم. They have been all there ruling all this time. ناس you know uh, Niall Deng and many others. They have been in power all of these years. لسه عاوزين يرجعوا له. انتوا يا شعب بتاع جنوب السودان، انتوا عاوزين تجيبوا الاس بي ال ام تاني in power, right? To mess you further. You have not even held them accountable. ده المفروض يعني يحصل انه شنو؟ يرموه في الكوشه، يرموه الاس بي ال ام ده في الكوشه عشان يمشي يتعلموا، يتعلموا ابجديات بتاعت انه يسيروا الامور بتاعت البلد ازاي، مؤسسات و الى اخره. كويس. So if you are not actually pushed outside of your privileges and so on, you will not change. عشان كده انت لازم انتوا كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان تلغوا الاس بي ال ام ده منكم، من القاموس بتاعتكم كله. وما تدوهم صوت، ما تدوهم اي صوت، لانه فشلوكم. ليه احنا عاوزين to reward يعني people who have failed? Why do we want to reward people who have failed, who have brought a mess to the country? All this corruption that you see in the country is brought by the SPLM. They are the most corrupt. كويس. They are the most, greedy people. You see, they have let our country down. And you guys want to entertain the idea of giving power back to SPLM. ده ما ممكن. ما هيجيوكم، هيرجعوكم في نفس الخانة، يعني خانة الصفر. كويس. فاحنا بنطرح نموذج بتاع crossroads with the SPLM. We don't want to be associated with SPLM anymore. كله. We don't want to associate, our people should not associate with SPLM. لأنه السياسات بتاعتهم فشلت، قيادة بتاعتهم فشلت، مؤسسات بتاعتهم فشلت. كويس. والفساد مستشري فيهم، وما ممكن يقدر يمثلوا شنو؟ يمثلوا التغيير في جنوب السودان. They cannot represent change. SPLM cannot represent change. The change will come from people who have not actually, uh, replicated or done what SPLM has done. Okay? We need a clean slate. فده كان الفكرة، النموذج بتاعتنا في الندافة. New National Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action. The freedom action is the action that we have to take in order to achieve democratic change. Right? So, and this is an obligation for everyone, for every opposition member, for every opposition movement, for citizens, concerned citizens of the country, because, this is where individuals matter. People who are concerned about change, about democratic rights, about, liberty and so on. So it's an obligation of all of us to kind of do something, and we call that doing something, we call it freedom action. كويس. فده كان النبذة البسيطة اللي أنا ممكن أقدر أقدمها لخلفية بتاعت باك جراوند بتاعت ندافة New National Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action. لكن الناس ما كانت قاعد تستمع. أوكي؟ الناس ما كانت قاعد تستمع. وين كان إحنا حاولنا وكده، لكن مع ذلك we didn't give up. We didn't give up. Until 2021 إحنا قدمنا الأطروحة ده والنموذج ده in a conference at Oxford University, at Manchester University on Saturday the 21st of October 2021 في 2021. فكان طرحنا بعض التغييرات. احنا قلنا instead of ضمنيا نشير للشعب، احسن نحطها ذاته في المقدمة. عشان كده خطيناه People's New Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action. So the only change was the introduction of P at the start. Okay? P and then hyphen, and the abbreviation goes like P hyphen ندافة بي ندافة. يعني إذا شنو قلنا شنو يا أخواننا من ندافة بس هاي كده نقولها شنو بي ندافة، لكن الاختصار البسيط ليه إحنا ذاته اخترنا الاسم ده بعناية شديد إنه إحنا عاوزينها تكون حاجة متداولة في الوسط بتاعت الشعب في جنوب السودان، يعني يفهموها بسرعة وبعربي جوبا. ندافة يعني ندافة يعني عشان تنظف بلد بتاعتك، ننظف بلد بتاعتك عشان يكون نظيف. ف it's easy to talk about it. You can say ندافة government is coming. يعني ناوز الندافة government، ناوز حكومة الندافة كده بالبساطة. ده انت بتفهمها واي واحد ممكن يقدر يفهم الكلام ده، بدل ما نقول سوما. سوما ده شنو ذاته الجنوبيين ما بيقدر يعرف. سوما تقوم تقول لهم South Sudan Opposition Movements Alliance بيفهموها لكم كويس. يعني الانسان البسيط في جنوب السودان هي بيفهم الكلام بتاع سوما ده شنو ولا سوا ده شنو. فبس قال سوا 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 يعني ده بيعني بيكون ده ربما يكون الاقرب شويه كده. سوا سوا الناس قال سوا سوا ولا شنو كويس. ده تروحها الثاني لما تقول سوما is very complex, very difficult for people to interpret. إذا إحنا يعني أجرينا ما فيه الكفاية من العناية يعني التحقق في معاني بتاعت الرسالة اللي احنا عاوزين نوصلها. الرسالة اللي احنا عاوزين نوصلها للجنوبيين البسطاء عشان يفهموا ده انه احنا عاوزين حكومة ندافع، حكومة نضيف اللي نضيف بلدنا كويس، عشان من الفساد المستشري ده ومن كربوا أموال الدولة ومن سرقوا قروش الدولة وكده كويس. بكل هذه البساطة نقدر نوصل الرسالة. بعدين الشيء الثاني برضو people will align with democracy because they want to participate in decision making. They want to choose their leaders. إذا إحنا كان وقفنا كطلاب بتاع الديمقراطية okay that will appeal to our people and in effect it is not only appealing to the people, it's a fundamental value, fundamental principle for our peaceful coexistence, that we should allow freedoms for people to choose their leaders, to hold their leaders accountable, and to be able to even participate in decision making about what type of constitution they want to have for their country. Elect their people freely, form associations, political associations or non-political associations freely, and be able to participate in decision making without undue influence from anyone, including the family of Salva Kiir Mayardit. So those were the kind of issues that we're trying to address and apply ourselves to. فده هو النموذج. The people come first لأنه شنو في النهاية the economic, social, cultural, and political rights belong to the people. بكل هذه الوضوح يعني بكل هذا الوضوح كويس. Economic, social, cultural, and political rights belong to the people. يعني إيه؟ When we talk about people, we are talking about the rights that belong to them. They are human rights and people's rights. Okay? بهذا التحديد. Okay? So human rights belong to the people. اخذ مثلا الصحة كويس واخذ التعليم، دي من الخدمات المهمة اللي بتعود للشعب. والقضية هنا هي قضية بتاعت شنو؟ تقديم بتاعت الخدمات ده because education is a human right. أي جنة لازم يلقى education. الدولة بتسخر كل المقدرات بتاعتها وقدراتها عشان تقدر توفر للإنسان البسيط في جنوب السودان ده فرصة بتاعت العلم، فرصة التعلم والدراسة، عشان في النهاية إحنا هنكون مواطنين productive who can take care of themselves and their families and also that would accrue benefits to the state. مش كده؟ إذا التعليم مهم جدا وده حق بالنسبة للشنو؟ لكل شعب بتاع جنوب السودان. اخذ الهيلث اللي هو الصحه، نفس الحاجه. ليه احنا عندنا مينستري اوف هيلث؟ ما وجود بتاعت المينستري اوف هيلث is there to facilitate the enjoyment of the right to life, the right to good health, okay, the right to welfare. اخذ مثلا cultural، يعني مثلا زي Ministry of Cultural Affairs. you know this هي بتعني بالقضايا بتاعت cultural diversity, cultural welfare وما ادراك. اوكي، economic rights، ودي كلها منصوص لها في يعني في treaties، منصوص لها في شنو؟ منصوص لها في treaties. اوكي، منصوص لها في treaties بتاعت الحصل شنو يا جماعة؟ الحصل شنو؟ يتخيل لي جيمس، انت قاعد تسمعني؟ هلو جيمس.
واضح ادينا اي علامه.
هلو جيمس، انت قاعد تسمعني؟
يا دوب كده سمعتك.
اوكي، يعني جبال انت ما قاعد تسمعني الكلام ده how long؟
يعني لايك زي 5 minutes كده صوتك
اوكي
انقطع.
اوكي 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 اوكي. انا اسف، افتكرت انت بكون مستمع كويس والصوت بيكون جاي وكده. anyway، ما في مشكله. بس الشيء اللي انا كنت قاعد اتكلم فيه، يعني هو قاعد اشرح الفرق بين ندافة وبي ندافة. اتكلمت عن الندافة وبكون أنا وصلت الرسالة كيف اتكونت، والشق الأول اللي هو الشق الديمقراطي، والشق الثاني هو الشق بتاعت الحرية. لأنه إحنا كل شعب بتاع جنوب السودان يعني بيحق لها أن تمارس شنو؟ حق ذات الديمقراطية. فعندنا مثلا تقدر تكون أحزاب، أوكي، تكون مؤسسات، وتشارك في الصنع بتاعت القرارات وإلى آخره. كويس، لكن طبعا لأنه في غياب في الحرية، فإنه إحنا نمارس الحقوق ده. عشان كده إحنا خدنا الشق الثاني اللي هو شق العمل من أجل الحرية. يعني شق العمل من أجل الحرية ده جزء مفصلي، الجزء مفصلي جدا جدا، فانه احنا يعني نقوم بالواجب اللي علينا عشان نقدر نحقق شنو؟ نحقق الديمقراطية ده. والشقين كلها زي عندك اللي هو the coin it has got two sides to it, you know. The democratic, value that we all cherish and we want to enjoy that right. And then الحرية الغير موجودة، في أنه إحنا لازم كلنا نقوم بعمل الحرية من أجل شنو؟ إنجاز وتحقيق بتاعت الديمقراطية في شنو؟ للشعب بتاعتنا. فدي كان المتطلبات والدوائر الأساسية، the drivers, the main drivers behind the National Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action. إذا ما في فيها شنو؟ ما في فيها يعني إقصاء. لأنه كلنا شنو؟ كلنا عاوزين شنو؟ ديمقراطية. كلنا عاوزين نشارك في شنو؟ في الصنع بتاعت القرارات، وفي اختيار بتاعت قيادات بتاعتنا وإلى آخره. فده الشيء الوحيد المفروض كان ممكن يجمع كل القيادات بتاعت المعارضة في أنها تتفق وترفع شعار بتاعت الديمقراطية. لكن أشوف السيارة ساعة بيرفعوا شعار بتاعت شنو؟ اسال نفسك مثلا، زي اخذ اكزامبل بتاعت اليو بي اي، شعار بتاعتهم شنو؟ هل شعار بتاعتهم ديمقراطيه؟ هل شعار بتاعتهم حريه؟ طيب ليه نسوا الكلام ده؟ يعني نسوا انه الشعب بيحتاج لديمقراطيه وبيحتاج لشنو؟ للحريات. كويس، فدي بعض النقاط الاساسيه اللي احنا عاوزين، مفاهيم اللي احنا عاوزين نوصل الرساله بتاعتنا حوله. فانه شنو في النهايه المنظومه بتاعت حقوق الانسان والمنظومه بتاعت حقوق الشعوب، the human rights and the people's rights, they belong to the people, you see. عشان كده احنا قلنا خطينا P في الأول to stand for the people. People come first. So it's the people's new alliance for democracy and freedom action. So when we talk about the P and the people, we talk about the human rights of the people, we talk about the people's rights of the people. كويس؟ كل المنظومه بتاعت شنو؟ منظومه بتاعت حقوق الانسان، منظومة بتاعت حقوق الشعوب. هي بتعود في النهاية بتعود لشنو؟ تعود للشعب. عشان كده احنا لازم نضع الشعب في المقام الأول. ده الفرق الأساسي. واحنا we did this by way of emphasis because it seems like people still don't get it. انه even الفاونديشن بتاعت الستيت الناس دايما بيتكلموا عن the government of the people by the people and for the people. But what does that mean? Okay, what does that mean? It means the human rights of the people. It means the people's rights. Okay, it means democracy. And so we wanted to align ourselves with the people and put our people first. لأنه حتى ذاته ما كان استشارهم حتى في الاتفاقيات اللي حصلت ده ما عدا في زمن بتاع the exercise of the right to self-determination. But other than that, everything was hijacked. Our people no longer participate in decision making. عشان كده احنا عاوزين نكون واضحين انه People's New Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action is not something new. It started soon after the signing of the comprehensive peace, the revitalized peace agreement for resolution of conflict in South Sudan. لو كان القيادات بتاعت المعارضات دي والغالبية بتاعت المعارضة كانت والتفت حول هذا العناي اللي هو الاسم شنو ده الشعار ده، والله ما كان هيكون في فروق. لأنه احنا كلنا عاوزين حرياتنا وكلنا عاوزين شنو؟ ديمقراطية. وبالتالي ده الشيء الجامع. إذا أي حاجة تاني بيقدر يزوب، بنقدر نلتف حول الشعار ده عشان نكمل نكمل البعض. We complement each other. And then we just all focus and work for democracy in the country. But how many organizations هسي في جنوب السودان في المعارضة كويس يعني بيرفعوا شعار بتاع الديمقراطية؟ Very few. And then in practical terms الناس ما عندها ما عندها تجمع وعندها مثلا stronger belief to work for democratic change for in the country. ما في، بس بيرفعوه كشعار قلة منهم يعني. ما كل واحد بيرفع شعار بتاع الديمقراطية. عشان كده احنا كنا قلنا احسن نكون تحالف. اذا كان في اي تحالف بتاعت معارضة المبدأ بتاعتها تكون مبدأ الاول هو الديمقراطية. Okay, يعني we have to stress this that we want democracy for our people. That's what we'll work to achieve for our people. لأنه في النهاية we will be able to exercise our democratic rights collectively because we have worked for it collectively. And the obligation that the action for freedom, is a translation of the effort that we put in place in order to achieve democratic change in the country. فدي خلفية مهمة جدا جدا يا أخي جيمس. فإن شاء الله بتكون وضحت الفكرة، وضحت المعالم بتاعتها من ناحية بتاعت الكلام عن التحالف الشعبي الجديد من أجل الحرية والديمقراطية. فأنا ممكن أكتفي بهذا القدر هنا، وأنت ممكن تقدر يعني تعقب على ده وبرضه تساهم في إثارة بعض التساؤلات إذا كان في أي تساؤلات وكده، عشان نقدر ننخرط بعد ذاك للقضايا الثانية اللي صاحبت عملية بتاعت أنه ليه إحنا جينا هنا عشان نتكلم في القضية دي بالذات. Why did we come here to talk about People's New Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action? We have come to talk about this People's New Alliance for Democracy and Action because opposition groups have been consulting recently, more specifically through the PCCA, but they can counter this in the public domain. As the PCCA, People's Coalition for Civil Action, have been undertaking some consultations to try to bridge the differences among the different opposition groups and try to forge a common platform, an umbrella organization of sorts, or running the opposition together, because it seems like the country is at the crossroads and people are asking questions. what next? What is the story of the opposition? What's the position of the opposition groups? Are they the alternative or not? هل هم من البديل؟ هل عندهم مصداقية في أنه يكونوا البديل؟ Do they have the credibility to be the alternative government? Now that the Salva Kiir's regime is teetering on collapse, is the opposition ready? فالظاهر دي كانت التساؤلات اللي بتثار من داخل PCCA and others, and they wanted to propose a meeting of all of the opposition groups on the 15th اللي هو بكره كان المفروض يكون في حديث, يكون في consultation about how the opposition could get their act together. And then this process seemed to have also veered off. يعني حسي الاجتماع اللي كان مطروح في انه مثلا يقام يوم 15 شهر 12 شهر 11 to bring the opposition together to consult about the way forward في ظل بتاع التطورات اللي حصلت في جوا ده كويس. الاجتماع ده ما هيقوم ذاته كويس. So انت بتقوم تسأل نفسك يعني شوف هسي في الوقت الحالي the opposition is showing concern that some kind of action should take place to bring the opposition groups together. وانت ما بتعرف what is the motivation. The motivation behind that seemingly in the بالعادي يعني just like by the appearance of it that they would like to map a way for a change in South Sudan. That this regime is teetering on collapse and maybe the opposition could now take its place, but the opposition itself is divided. And we were raising this question more than 5 years or 6 years now, right? We have been raising this question and talking about it, and you can just go and see the date when this clubhouse room was open, okay? أكثر من قبل سنتين ولا 3 سنوات حسي, right? It was there, and we talked about things like this. لكن الوقت ذاك المعارضات كانت ما عندها اهتمام بالقضايا دي ذاتها. كانوا لسه سوما وكانوا لسه ما أعرف شنو ذاك سوا وما أدرك لغاية ما انفصلوا وانقسموا على أنفسهم. Okay? They did not have the courage to come forward and say that, why don't we look at this model? النموذج ده, is it actually realistic? Now, what's more realistic? We want to know who is coming with new ideas. That are better than some of the discussions and ideas that we presented before, and because of this lack of dialogue, guys, we are still divided in many quarters as opposition groups. احنا المنطلق بتاعتنا احنا بنشوف انه شنو اذا كان سلفاكير هو the barrier that is standing between us and our right to participate in democratic processes for our people to decide, then we welcome the idea that opposition could work together to remove this regime. Right? That is in principle. لكن دي بيحتاج transparency, that we agree on what it is that we want to all rally behind that can actually unite us. Okay? And that's one. Number two, what are the mechanisms, the tools by which we can operate to be inclusive, بدون إقصائية, to be more people-centered in our approach. So those are the questions that we want to, ask and bring to the table, and how can we sort of converge our efforts to remove the obstacle that we are all facing. فدي كانت الفكرة. وإحنا عاوزين to remind people that this idea is not new. We even proposed this model to help us navigate the challenge of how the opposition could find itself working together so that we can remove the regime and that we can be credible, because the opposition does not need just to be political movements. If it wants to take a more people-centered approach, you cannot just say that we are you know, blah blah blah, we are people centered and whatnot. You have to create the mechanisms, the processes المنظومة اللي بيقدر يكون شنو inclusive of the different shades of opinion of the people with their different formations. زي ما أنا قلت جبال أفراد، منظمات مجتمعية يعني مجتمعات مدنية مثلا، concerned citizens and so on and so forth. فإحنا بادرنا عشان نجي برا هنا today to the public to talk about this, that the opposition is missing a lot of things. And we have, in one way or another, decided to come out public on this matter because there is a kind of a repeat process that is likely to fragment the opposition even further because they don't seem to be very clear. يعني مثلا في المشاورات دي عاوزين يبقوها مشاورات خاصة بالنسبة ل few individuals here and there وكده. ما عاوزين يبقوها مشاورات مثلا شفافة ومشاورات مثلا تكون يعني inclusive, you know. عاوزين يبقوها كده حاجة خاصة. Okay. So for example I came to learn about مشاورات دي من طرف آخر ما من طرف بتاعت البي سي سي اي. شفت كيف؟ وقالوا لي انه الانفيتيشن بتاعتي للمشاورات ده هيجي. ده كان قبل ايام. and then later on قالوا لا الاسم شنو ده؟ الدعوه للمشاورات ده جاي عنده بي سي سي اي. كويس؟ انا ما عاوز I don't want to be more specific and name names here. The PCC was apparently going to invite EPA to participate لكن الرسالة ما جات والدعوة ذاته ما جات لكن الدعوة كان مشت لبعض الأطراف almost last week. شفت كيف؟ فده بيصير تساؤلات. تساؤلات هي انه يعني how do you go about inviting other parties and these parties are also claiming that actually our invitation is there, but nobody has taken the initiative to reach out to EPA and say, even from just the standpoint of information, and yeah, we're inviting you to participate in this and what do you think? You know, are you people ready to participate in this or not? You know, ما في حاجة بهذا الشكل اتقال يعني. فعشان كده احنا قلنا شنو؟ احنا ما شفقانين عشان نبقى جزء بتاع مشاورات التحالفات جديدة وما إلى ذلك. احنا ما شفقانين للكلام ده. You know, we are not in dire need of wanting to be part of consultations that are exclusive. You know, they أساسا يعني will not serve the purpose. So for us, you know, إحنا في غنى عن كل الفشل اللي حصل ده. You know, it has always been, you know, failure from failure. You know, and so what difference is it gonna make? فعشان كده احنا ما شفقانين لكن احنا بنقول بوضوح انه في طريق وفي مسار وفي نموذج واحنا طرحنا النموذج ده. كويس؟ اذا كان في اي مجموعات او جهات عاوزه تتحالف معنا وتدير الحوار على المستوى القومي احنا جاهزين. يعني احنا ما بيفرق معنا. احنا عندنا شجاعة أدبية واحنا عندنا you know قابلية واستعداد في انه نقدر نجري حوارات ونكون جزء بتاعت حوارات والى اخره. اوكي. وبرضه احنا عاوزين في نفس الوقت يعني to stress that us EPA is different from قضية بتاعت المشاورات ده. EPA is an organization لكن People's New Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action دي كانت مبادرة مننا عشان نقدر ندير الحوار على المستوى شنو؟ على المستوى القومي. لأنه ما في زول بادر. ما في opposition group بادر في أنه يتكلم أو يفتح فرصة أو يقدم نموذج بتاعت حوار وبتاعت حل المشكلة بتاعت جنوب، حل المشكلة بتاعت الopposition بطريقة بناءة، بطريقة بتاعت أنه يكون في تجميع. ما في. فاحنا اتخذنا المبادره، بادرنا بالمبادره نقول يا اخي اذا كان اساسا ما في افكار let's put our ideas forward. Put our ideas forward. If these ideas find acceptance, we can work with others. احنا ما بنحتكرها، لكن المبدأ الأول فإنه إحنا نوصل الرسالة، الخطاب بتاع النموذج ده والناريتيف بتاعتها كمساهمة من اي بي اي، كمساهمة من اي بي اي. إذا كان في تجاوب فأهلا وسهلا إحنا ممكن نشارك فيها بإي بي اي مع اس اي بي اي، لكن بيكون عندنا خطة ومثلا عندنا يعني يو نو رؤية بتاعت الاي بي اي. So الفكرة بتاعت People's New Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action is a win-win model. It's a win-win model for everyone, including for EPA. Because at the end of the day, the principle is democracy. كويس؟ And now our people want to exercise their rights, including the right to self-determination. إذا كان في حرية وفي ديمقراطية في جنوب السودان. لانه الفشل الذريع ده ما هيقدر يحقق الدوله المواطن، الدوله اللي احنا كنا مثلا طلعنا له في الماضي. الدوله ده ما موجود هسه، هي في دوله بتاعت سلفاكير، دوله بتاعت اسره بتاعت سلفاكير. لكن اذا كان في حريه وديمقراطيه في البلد، الشعب الاستوائي بيقدر يقول كلمه بتاعته بدون هروب ولا بدون هنا، لانه الشعب الاستوائي عاوز يتقدم. The people of Equatoria want to, you know, they want peace, they want progress, they want a development, they want to develop their country. They don't want to waste time in corruption, in فساد وإلى آخره. Okay? وده كله كلام يقدر يتحقق وبيقدر يجيب سلام لكل جهة. Okay? That, you know, as long as you respect the rights, inalienable rights of the people, let the people decide if they want to form a new state as the best model for how they want to preserve their existence, so be it. Okay? So the principle here المبدأ هو الأساسي هو إنه الديمقراطية بيخدم قضية بتاعت الشعب الاستوائي. Okay? That's the principle. وما في، وإحنا من المسؤولية بتاعتنا فإنه إحنا شنو؟ نبادر بطرح بتاعت الخطاب ده، put this narrative out in the public domain and seek for where consensus is. حقيقة يعني دي نقطة مهمة جدا بالنسبة you know هنا مو يعني how can we نصل للإجماع. How can we reach a consensus? This is the question. How can we reach a consensus? وبالتالي احنا قدمنا الأطروحة ده عشان يكون نقطة بتاعت you know consensus upon which we can then combine our efforts to remove the regime without prejudice to the rights of all of these different social groups, different political movements وإلى آخره. الكلمة بعد ذاك هتكون هي كلمة بتاعت الشعب. So that in the end is going to be the say of the people. And then EPA will go to the people of Equatoria and say that, look, the better model for us to preserve our existence and to develop faster is to be a country of our own, so that we can maintain peace. We can, close the door on corruption, the friendship that al-fasad وما إلى آخره. We can preserve our cultures, our way of life وهكذا. وده حق، ده حق من حقوق بتاعتنا، حقوق بتاعت الشعب بتاعت حق، حقوق بتاعت الشعب الاستوائي، الشعب الاستوائي. Because we've just been talking about the rights of the people, okay? The people's rights and the human rights. مش كده؟ فإذا إحنا عاوزين نمارس and to enjoy the rights of our people, including the right to self-determination. في زول بيعقل انه يفرض نفسه ويقول لا, we should not allow the people of Equatoria to exercise their rights. معناه ده if they want to object to the rights of the people of Equatoria, then they become our enemy. As simple as that. And if there is an enemy who does not want you to exist, then you have to protect yourself from that enemy بكل هذه الوضوح. فما ممكن يقدروا يفرضوا على الاستوائية ما لا يليق بتاعت الشعب الاستوائية. Okay? No one can impose on the people of Equatoria what they don't, want and they don't believe in. Okay? So عشان كده الكلمة بتاعت الشعب الاحتكام للشعب هو المقام الأول. هو في النهاية الهدف الأساسي. And democracy will save that. So فبشكرك الأخ جيمس for the opportunity. I'll give the mic back to yourself. شكرا.
شكرا كثير دكتور حكيم دارة، صراحة أحييك والمرافعة اللي قدمتها. احنا كلنا شايفين دولة جنوب السودان ماشية في طريق بشكل عام، كيف قضايا سياسية شائكة، تغييرات ديجريس، تحويل ناس من منصب لمنصب، إغالتهم، دي كلها بتوري إنه فعلا الدولة فيها مشكلة as you say وأنت وضحتها هنا. لكن الحاجة اللي بقت واضحة لمواطني جنوب السودان إنه الحاجات ده بقى جاي للكلوس سيركل اللي هو الحلقة المقربة من الرئيس. في فترة زي دي أنا أدخل لي my own opinion الوضوح والسفرنتي. عشان احنا حق السفرنتي بتاع البلد السيادة لابد أن يكون في وضوح وفي رياليستيك. وخطابات الاحتجاجات هي بتفيد، لكن أحيانا في وقت زي ده محتاج للعمل تنظيمي. خلينا نقول أنه في الوقت ده نحن محتاجين أكثر من أي وقت تاني مشى، اللي هو محتاجين معلومات ومحتاجين حقائق على مستوى الأرض. والحقائق على مستوى الأرض بقت واضحة في القرارات السياسية اللي هي تمت في الأيامات اللي فاتت دي، اليوم 24 ساعة الفاتت أو 72 ساعة الفاتت. لكن ده ما هو الحتة اللي ورتنا إنه البلد ده ماشي في طريق ما هو. وقبلها كان في حاجات كثيرة، مشاكل بين التيارات بتاع الحركة الشعبية، بين مناطق ما مناطق، شخصيات ما شخصيات، إلوز ما إلوز. دي كلها يورينا إنه البلد ما ماشي في الطريق الجنوبيين كان دايرين. يلا في الحالة دي نحن دايرين حقائق على مستوى جراس ليفل عشان المواطن أو الشعب الجنوب السوداني هو يحدد يكون داير شنو. It's not a matter of I want that and I do not want that. أكيد نحن نجي في القراءة المشهد الجنوبي في شنو حاصل الأيامات دي، الشكل بين التيارات والأسباب ما معروفة صحيح شنو، لكن هي أسباب عندها علاقة بالباور ستراجلون والقروش والثروة وحاجات زي دي وتقسموا في بعض. انتوا شايفين وانا ما دار I don't want to explain ده ما احنا كمان ما ننسى انه الناس دي كلهم عندهم ميليشيات. يعني كل القوات المتصارعة دي عندها ميليشيات تحت مسميات متعددة، توت كوبين، كوريوم 1، كوريوم 2، تايجر، ريد بيلت الحزام الأحمر، أقولك بقيادة جونسون ولا، دي كلها ميليشيات بتساند جهات سياسية including الناس اللي قاعدين في جيوان كلهم. يعني أي زول مرتكز على ميليشيا أو حاضنة اجتماعية. وده بيورينا إنه النظام خلاص بقى يتاكل من جوا، خلاص بقى يتفتت من جوا وبقى واضح. أنا ما دار أتكلم عن
الدولة العميقة يا جيمس. يعني الدولة العميقة ده شابته المشاكل هسي يعني بالتحديد. let me explain some of this actually. شفت يقال انه شنو بولميل جزء لا يتجزأ من الدولة العميقة ده. الدولة العميقة ده يعني هو بطبيعة الحال دي دولة بتاعت سلفاكير والأسرة بتاعته. قالوا انه طبعا الوالدة القط الوالدة كان من الناس اللي شنو اللي كانوا جابوا شغلوا الاتفاقية بتاعت ديفيد ياو ياو. الاتفاقية بتاعت ديفيد ياو ياو مع حكومة بتاعت سالفا كير in 2014 2014. كويس. ف سو هو من الناس المقربين خالص، مقربين من الأسرة بتاعت سالفا كير. maybe a cousin or one of the members of the clan يعني. كويس. ف بولمال ده اساسا يعني ثرو الشركه بتاعت اي ار سي ده اللي هو كان قاعد يديره ده، اساسا بيعمل من باب بتاعت الخدمه بتاعت سالفا كير. عشان كده كان في a lot of contracts which were given for without due process. الكونتراكتس دي كانت اساسا تجاز و حناية مواد بتاعت الدولة بتمشي لبولميل على حساب سالفا كير طبعا. شفت كيف؟ ف they trusted him all of this time. لكن جاء حصل حاجة، كان حصلت خلافات. طبيعة بتاعت الخلافات ده عموما أدت إلى شنو؟ عمل بتاعت إنه they arrested أقوات والده، وده من أصحاب الأسرة يعني. أوكي، من الناس الأسرة بالأحرى. فقال حصل الحكاية ده، بقت دي كانت like a red flag. كويس. دي كانت حناية حمراء يعني you know زي في كرة الحناية ده، في الكرة دائما بترفع الحناية الأحمر، الكارت الأحمر. if somebody does something weird or against the rule, right? There are certain rules that you cannot break. فهي broke that rule. وبالتالي الدولة العميقة قامت اتحركت وجابت لك أدوت سالفا كير، حطوها في المنصة وبدأوا يلمعوا فيها الشهور اللي فاتت دي. فكان في عملية بتاع تلميع لحدود سالفا كير وكده، عشان كان ده كله تحضير عشان يقدروا يقوموا بالإقصاء ده بالنسبة بول ميل. فسو في النهاية anyway شافوا إنه هيكون في خطر إذا كان بول ميل trusted all these years and then he now acts contrary to expectations, and he even dared to cause the arrest of Lual. معناه الراجل ده he cannot be confided in, he cannot be part of the family anymore, or he cannot be part of the inner team. شفت كده؟ ده اللي حصل حسب مقالة بتاعت ميني. So that's why they acted against him. They acted against him to remove him completely from the system. Private بقى يشوف أول حاجة كان وصعد كيف صعد للمناصب العليا بسرعة، بقوا نائب رئيس وبقوا النائب الأول بالنسبة للإس بي ال إم بارتي، عملوا جنرال، يعني كل هنا ده all of these political powers concentrated in the hands of one person. أخذ secretariat بتاعت الإس بي ال إم، he's the first deputy بتاعت chairman بتاعت الإس بي ال إم. at the same time is a lieutenant general، يعني بقول lieutenant general في ال national security service، بقول vice president for the economic cluster. ثلاثة اوكي مؤسسات كلها في يد واحد. right? So and then all of a sudden you dismiss him, now you demote him to private and then dismiss. دي يعني ايه؟ يعني to what extent have these differences gone. ده بيأكد لك والدليل بتاعت انه في عمق من الشنو، عمق من الاختلافات. شفت كيف؟ ده اختلاف يعني حاد، اختلاف يعني fundamental. It's a fundamental difference. شفت كيف؟ because just بين ليلة وضحاها حصل ده كله. شفتها؟ معناه he was not deserving to be شنو؟ to be a lieutenant general مش كده؟ He was not deserving to be a vice president, first vice president or equivalent economic cluster. معناه he was not even deserving to be a lieutenant general in the national security service. ما ده بيفسر عليه كده يعني. انت هتفسره كيف؟ ما التفسير الواضح فانه الراجل ده كان في الاول يستحق كل ده، وحسي all of a sudden بقى ما بيستحق، بقى ما بيستحق الحاجات دي كلها. شفتها؟ ده بيوريك شنو يعني، بيحكي لك ايه، بيحكي الكلام، الرساله بتاعت الكلام ده يقول شنو. الرساله بتاعت انه ما في دوله هناك، وده كلها تخبط، وكلها نتائج لشنو؟ اتخاذ قرارات الفرديه اللي بتحمي مصالح بتاعت اسره بتاعت سلفا كير. وحقيقه انه حدود سلفا كير خطوها في المنصه وبدأوا يلمعوا في وشها وما ادراك، عشان في النهايه يقدر يشيلوا بولميل ده بره. دي برضه بيحكي لك صوره ثانيه، بيحكي لك شنو انه اساسا الدوله بيتحكموا فيها اسره بتاعت سلفا كير والمجموعه بتاعته بتاعت ورب. ده حس الحاصل. وشوف الناس حسي قاعد تدير المؤسسات زي مؤسسة بتاعت البترول، مؤسسة بتاعت الاقتصاد والبنك والريفينيو اوثوريتي والحاجات دي كلها، ما كلها من نفس الأسرة. يعني بيتحكموا في الدولة ككل. واحنا دائما بنقول انه ما في دولة في جنوب السودان، الدولة انتهى. The state itself has collapsed. وعشان كده حاسس لما تتكلم عن الميليشيات ده دولة بتاعت ميليشيات، ده دولة بتاعت ميليشيات، واللي هي بتتصرف مش من مصلحة بتاعت أو لخدمة بتاعت مصلحة بتاعت الدولة. دي المصلحة بتاعت الميليشيات ده كلها عاوزة تستفيد من النظام ده وتشرب منها وتحلبها وكده. They want to milk the system. The principle here is that the principle of milking the system. شفت كيف؟ ما في دولة. عشان كده احنا نوصل رسالة للشعب الاستوائي انه آه احنا ما نضيع نفس بتاع انفسنا في ما يسمى بدولة جنوب السودان، وهكذا تدار. This is how they are running the affairs of the country. So there's no country called South Sudan in the meaning of institutions, مؤسسات, accountability, شفافية وإلى آخره. كويس؟ دي ما موجودة على أرض الواقع، ما موجود. فضياع بتاعت الوقت في كل هذا يعني ما بيخدم مصلحة بتاعت الشعب بتاعنا. وبيبقينا بس شنو؟ بيبقينا hostages، رهائن. يعني احنا بقينا رهائن في النظام المتفشل فيه الكوربشن ده. So we have to quit this system, build our own system, build our own institutions, build our own country. فإذا الدولة انهارت واتلاشت والفوضى يا هو العارم ده، الفوضى العارم بتاع النهب بتاعت الأموال الدولة ده يا هو جاري بس. يعني إذا at the end of the day what's there is just a label. يعني الليبل بتاعت انه فيها حكومة just something كده، زي التليفون بتاعتك يندى على ليبل مثلا ابل ولا اندرويد وكده، لكن داخله ذاته ما في اوبريتنج سيستم، ما في اي حاجة. دي بس غطاء خارجي. كويس؟ غطاء خارجي ما عنده ماهية. يعني it doesn't have the content. It's just you know a label for confusing the public and for hiding the looting that is going on in the country. ده الحاصل. So فدي الأدلة هسي أهو قدامك يعني على عينك يا تاجر. بيحكي لك قصة ذاته، بيحكي لك إنه ما في دولة وفي فوضى عارم في البلد، مش كده؟ So it is what we have been saying all along، إنه الدولة في جنوب السودان دولة فشلت، وهسي أهو قاعدين نشوفه على عينكم كده إنه ما بيرجع منه فايدة. سلفاكير ما بيرجع منه الفايدة، أي فايدة. أوكي؟ ولا دود ولا بولميل. ده حرب داخلي، دي حرب بتاعت you know اللي بيقولوا زي المثل اللي بيقولوا إذا اختلف اللصان يظهر شنو؟ يظهر المسروق. So this is it really basically. These people are fighting among themselves. The deep state is fighting itself, and we've been now vindicated. We have been vindicated by the fact that this monopoly by the family of Salva Kiir over decision making, over corruption. كل الفساد اللي جرت في البلد والى اخره، حتى الفساد بتاع بولميل وكده، ده كلها مصدر بتاعته سالفا كير والاسره بتاعته بالبساطه، بكل هذه البساطه. اذا احنا المفروض نركز انه نشوف الدوله البديله والحكومه البديله، وده برضه من شنو؟ من اولاد النموذج اللي احنا قاعدين نتكلم عنه، انه المفروض المعارضه تبقى هي البديله للدوله او البديله للنظام الموجود القائم في جنوب السودان. ودي كانت الفكره المطروحه من People's New Alliance for Democracy and Freedom of Action. اوكي، كمرحله، كمنظومه مرحليه او كان استراتيجيه مرحليه لتحول من الدوله الفاشله ده الى شبح عمل منسق كويس لإعطاء كل من له الحق حقه، so that we all emerge as winners. win-win model يعني بالبساطة. اتفضل جيمس. صوتك ما واضح.
يا كده واضح؟
يا كده واضح هاي. Yeah, James is having technical issues. Yeah, you're back. Yeah. Okay, اتفضل.
كده واضح دكتور؟
هاي واضح كده واضح. هاي.
شكرا دكتور حكيم للكلاريفيكيشن، للتوضيح الديب ستيت، وده شيء مهم برضه في مرحلة نحن عايشين فيها في الوقت ده، لأنه النزاع السياسي بقى بتاع أسرة أو فاميلي، وفي إعداد زي ما أنت ذكرته من بدري تجهيز بعض الشخصيات زي ناس أدود سلفا اللي هو بنت الرئيس. ده يوريك انهم برضو الناس دي ما نايمين، عندهم هوم وورك حقهم وشغالينه، لكن بعد ذلك up to the South Sudanese too. ما هي في النهاية يعني including the Equatorians themselves، في النهاية ده قرارك انت كمواطن، يعني starting from the individual. يعني انت عندك قضايا سياسية بقت تتطور زي المرض من مرحلة لمرحلة، ده بيتطلب أنه الناس تكون شنو فوكسing، نسبة التركيز تكون عالية، لأنه الدولة خلاص بقت تتأكل from within من الداخل. يعني التأكل الداخلي ده بيظهر كتير في المظاهر السياسية بالذات. يعني ممكن في الحاجات التانية زي المظاهر الاقتصادية والاجتماعية maybe it's hard to figure out، لكن politically ظاهر بيبان بالذات في زي مثلا زي الديجريز اللي بيحصل من تايم تو تايم في فترات، يعني فيري شورت تايم، يعني من فتره الديجري الاول للثاني بيكون فتره قصيره، جابوا فلان ريموف فلان ريبليسمنت فلان وعلان، يعني دائر. انتوا لو لاحظتوا الاسماء دي كلها از ريبيتد، يعني الاسماء دي ما قاعد تجي من somewhere. يعني هسه التوت قالواك اللي هو التوت كيو رجعوه عشان يكون المستشار الامني في نفس المنصب الحكام ماسكه، وده عنده علاقات بحاجات تانية، بالعلاقات الخارجية بالذات مع الجلف كانترز، دول الخليج. يلا ده الزول اللي بيقولنا جي وان نايمين، those people are sleeping. I think you have to change your mind. الناس دول بيلعبوا سياسة برضو still، وما عليهم they don't care about South Sudanese. وانسى انهم مصالحهم ماشيه، الذهب يبيعوه، في ناس عندهم علاقات كونكرت مع دول محدده زي توت قالواك ده is not an easy person. الناس قاعد يقولوا زول ده زول ايزي، الزول ده ما سهل، الزول ده مدرب جاي بمدرسه كادر من نظام الحركه الاسلاميه من زمن البشير وكده. فهنا بيوريك انه الجنوبيين المفروض يشتغلوا، يعني بالذات في القضايا السياسيه دي بقى واضح. ويمكن في المظاهر بتاع التآكل من جوا ده اقتصاديا you can figure it out or social or economically، لكن صعب للزول العادي في الحلة ما بيلاحظ نوع الحاجات الزي دي unless you are political اورنتد، لكن في جزئيات محدده زي القضايا السياسيه والمظاهر السياسيه انت بتقدر تعرف what is going on. وده كل يوم ديجريز قاعدين يطلعوا. وفي الهيمنه ذاته بتاع الحزب الواحد، انتوا لو لاحظتوا الناس دول كلهم SPLM، كلهم حركه شعبيه، ما في زول جا من محل تاني. اذا في زول جا من محل تاني زي ناس اللي لما بيزوب عندهم هناك، بيعملوا إذابة داخلية هناك. انت يعمل لك سيميليتي ولا شنو داك، انت جوا اسيميليشن جوا هناك تزوب معاهم. لكن الراس هو الحركة الشعبية، ده برضه انديكيشن، ده مؤشر محدد. يلا الفساد برضه كالربشة، ده بيوريك انه في تآكل من الداخل، نبتيزيوم. والشكلة دي كلها في الناس الكلوز، يعني الكلوز الريلاتيف ولا الكلوز، الناس اللي في الدائرة المغربة. ما هو الدائرة كله ما له بيكون بعيد. في جزء الدائرة المقربة عدود سلفة بولميل وكتار واسماء طويلة you can go and figure out. يلا هنا ما في زول بيزعل زول، ما في accountability. ده برضه indication يوريك انه البلد دي ماشية في طريق ما في زول بيزعل زول. بيلعبوا بس زي الكورة بتاعت الشراف في الحلة هناك قاعدين يلعبوها. يلا الحاجات دي كلها ما يكون ما في محاسبة accountability وما في شفافية. والمرض ده حتى مشى للمعارضة ذاته، المفروض يكونوا هم جزء من الحل اللي هو الشفافية. الجنوبيين ما بيحبوا الشفافية لأسباب. الزول القاعد في جوان هناك ممكن ان احنا نقولوا دار قروش، دار باور، دار ريسورسز، لكن انت الزول الداير التغيير ده مفترض انه الشفافية تكون فيه، لانه all of all انت بتخاطب قضايا بتاعت مجتمع وشعب وشارع عام، جماهير public. اذا هو ما عرف انك انت دار تغير النظام القاعد في جوبا اللي هو ما في accountability هناك وفي ظلم وفي حاجات كثيرة الناس شايفينها وهو شايفها بعينه، اكيد he's gonna be upset. الناس بتكون غير راضية وبيكون في عدم قبول وبيكون في استياء. لكن is this one enough؟ هل دي كفاية؟ ما انت ممكن تكون زعلان ليه بكرة؟ مشكلة وين يعني؟ طالما المراسيم الرئاسية ماشية ومصالحهم ماشية وما عليك زي دون كير. يبقى انه هنا القوى السياسية الأخرى ناشدة للتغيير معارضة، لابد أن يكون في شفافية عشان ما تكون زي ناس جيوان ذاته نفسهم، زي سعادة الرئيس His Excellency General Salva Kiir Mayardit. ما انت ممكن تكون زي because we don't have like personal issues with Salva Kiir وجماعته، ان احنا علينا بالنظام what is taken place ده هو المحك الاساسي. يعني احنا ما عندنا علاقه باندفيديو. يلا يبقى انه هنا انت اذا ما ركزت on what happening ده يلا وما قلتوها للناس بطريقه واضحه وصريحه then what are you gonna change؟ انت ماشي تغير شنو؟ ما كده حيحصل عمليه بتاعت مسترس اللي هو فقدان الثقه. الانسان ممكن يفقد الثقه من اي انسان، ناهيك من organizations، ناهيك عن movements، ناهيك عن association. انت في البيت ده in your own house علاقاتك الخاصة ببيتك إذا بقى ما في وضوح بيكون في شكوك، والشكوك بيولد الديموراليزيشن اللي هو الإحباط بعد ده لما يكون للبابليك يهو بيبقى فيه عزوف. حتى الفكرة بتاعتك دي ذاته فرضنا أنه سبوز أنك أنت عندك الميكانيزم وفقدت صيغة الشارع، طيب أنت ماشي تعمل أبلاي للحاجات دي كيف؟ ما نحن لازم ناخد معانا الجزئيات دي. المظاهر دكتور حكيم وأخواني الكرام أبناء جنوب السودان، القضايا الاقتصادية والاجتماعية دي أنا ما بتكلم فيها لأن الحاجات دي تكنيكال ما يزول بيعرف. ما أفريقيا دي كلها كورابتد، كل أفريقيا دي كورابتد. ممكن تطلع ساوث أفريقيا بس ممكن والسنغال وزامبيا حتى كينيا ده ذاته كورابتد. لكن كالرشوة ده لما يكون في وسط الليد فوق هناك والشارع العام بياكل بيشرب وبيتعالج ويرسل عياله المدرسة sometimes he's not gonna focus. وبينسى هو ماله. الناس اللي بيفكروا حاجات ده هو politician. أول مفكرين intellectual in general. intellectuals also sometimes they don't mind these things. يلا هنا التأثير على مستوى الشارع حيكون شنو؟ ده سايمون. أنا ما بتكلم في الجزئية بتاع economic and social تخلي. عندك المظهر الثاني اللي هو قبل الأخير اللي هو تفشي البطالة والفقر. الناس ما قادرين يشتغلوا، تتخرج من الجامعة ما في شغل. شباب شغل، شباب الحلل قاعدين حيقعد لك ايدول كده فوريفر. ما لو بقوا قاعدين ايدول حيكونوا مجرمين. ده شيء معروف. قبل التأسيس بتاع الدولة الحديثة زمان المجتمعات القديمة دي كان بيعملوا سباق الخيل. إذا في خيل هناك، خيل يعني هورس، الحصان ده، شباب يجيبوا الحصان يركبوا يتسابقوا. في بلد فيها الجمل يعملوا سباق الحجن. في المجتمعات الإفريقية في ناس يعملوا الصراع الواحد واحد يتصارعوا. في ناس بيقوموا يمارسوا عملية الجري اللي هو رياضة بقت عالمية دي. في ناس بيقوموا يمارسوا الشعر، يقعدوا ناس في محل كده يتلموا يمارسوا الشعر بأي لغة، أي لغة. ده طبعا تايلنس بتاع ربنا، ما في زول بيتعلم. ليه؟ عشان انت ما تخلي الشباب دي يبقوا مجرمين، لأنهم طاقة، هم طاقة. ما الطاقة دي إذا ما لقوا حاجة حتى يفرغوها فيها، حتى لو ما في بنفيت وراها حيبقوا لك مجرمين. ومن يكون إذا ما بقوا مجرمين بيكونوا عرضة للاستقطاب السياسي الحاد في بلد نحن شايفينها زي حق ساوث السودان. حيكونوا كده. البطالة بتاع الشباب ده أوكي، الشباب ما عندهم عيال. يلا الناس اللي عندهم أسر ديل اللي هم الماجوريتي، هم يهو فادس بتاع الشباب ديل، وهم يهو أمهاتهم يوم يكونوا فقراء. يلا الشباب السوي داك ما الكعب، ما كل الناس حيكونوا كعبين. الشباب ده لما يشوفوا مثلا يشوف كبار في البيت ما قادرين يتعالجوا، ما قادرين، اخوانهم الصغار ما قادرين ياكلوا، ده ما بيجيب خرق في النسيج الاجتماعي السوشيال فابريك. عشان كده سمتان بنحى الجنوبيين يعرف انه you can separate social from politics and economic، مثلث ماشي مع بعض. وانت ابدا دائما من السوشيال، لانه نتائج السوشيال بيجي right away. Nobody is gonna consult intellectual, nobody is gonna consult politician. once انه في انفيرمنت بتاع انفجار بتاع اي حدث حينفجر وحيمرق من الليد. ما في زول بيقدر يمشي يعمل له كنترول مهما كان قوة الدولة، دبابات وأسلحة ما بتقدر. الحاجات دي بتمرق أصلا من الليد. أوكي، آخر حاجة من الجزئيات أخوي دكتور حكيم دارو وأخواني قاعدين هنا تحت إخوة أخوات، المؤسسات بتاعت الدولة بتاعت الجنوب ده ما مسهر، ما شغالين. يس في مباني كده شغالين، الناس شايفوا ده مبنى كده، ده مبنى كده، مبنى كده، لكن هل هم فاكشنين شغالات؟ هل المؤسسات دي شغالة؟ أي كل المؤسسات دي. وده بيظهر لك في شكله شنو؟ بيظهر لك في شكل أنه ما في خدمات بتقدم للجنوبيين. صحة ما في مستشفيات. أمراض مبسطة زي دي في ناس بيمشي يتعالجوا في شرق افريقيا، نيروبي، كامبالا. لكن هل كل الناس عندهم الامكانيات عشان يمشي يتعالجوا برا؟ حتى في الحاله الطبيعيه ذات، حتى في وسترن هند باي ذا واي الناس الغنيانين خالص في الدنيا دي عددهم بسيط. امريكا دي كلها اذا انت مش اغنى دوله في العالم، يمكن رجال الاعمال ما، والناس رجال الاعمال ما حيفوتوا 500 نفر، والغنيانين ما حيفوتوا 2 مليون. أكتر حاجة هو الطبقة الوسطى دي وهو الناس الفقراء. وفي الغرب زي كماني الفقراء هم عارفين دول متقدم، لكن نحن في بلدنا هناك ما عندنا منظمات اللي بتعمل مثلا مانجنج لحالات الفقر، لكن عندنا حاجة أكبر اللي هي اسمها التكافل الاجتماعي. يو العادات الإفريقية حقتنا ده ما في زول بيرضى يشوف زول تعبان وهو قاعد، حتى على مستوى الجيران ساكت انت ما تبي تلقاه. لو حسوا خالص، حتى انت لو ما مشيش، حتى لو حسوا انه البيت ده فيه عيال وما في اكل هناك، انت بتلقى لك صحن جه ما بيخلوك. يلا دي الحاجه شويه كده قافلان. لكن لكن اذا كلنا بقينا فوق سيستماتيكا what is going to happen؟ ده بيرجع طوالي للتفشي قبل بتاع البطاله والشباب قاعدين ايدل. ده بيجيب الاجرام، والاجرام بيزداد لما يكون ما في مؤسسات ما شغاله، هو غياب القانون. يلا بعد غياب القانون ده الناس بتاكل بعض زي السمك. بعد شويه الدوله ذاته نفسها هو بقت تتاكل من جوا. اوكي، يلا الحاجات انا ذكرتها دي باي ذا واي انا ذكرتها فوق. اخواني الكرام، الحاجات دي هتدوم فور ايفر. ان احنا اذا بقى ما في عدم شفافيه ووضوح، ممكن النخبه يكون ما في عدم شفافيه ووضوح، لكن الشارع العام مهما انه انا بسمع من جنوبيين كثير قاعد يقولوا بريميتيف. ما في حاجه اسمها بريميتيف. ما الانسان بيتصرف بالحد الادنى من الكاباسيتي بتاع التفكير السينكينج اللي ربنا اداه له. حتى الناس اللي عندهم قدرات محدوده في التفكير بيجي وقت يجي يكون زي ادوار اشانتاين. يس، بالذات لو الحاجات دي بتمس حياته اليوميه. هنا ده الفرق بين الهيومن بين والحيوانات. حتى الحيوانات ذاته في حدود قعاد ربنا اداهم الكاباسيتي بعض مرات اعلى من حقنا ذاته از هيومن بين. هسه نحن بنقدر نشوف، ما نحن بنعاين بالبصر، ما نحن ناس بصريين. الشيء الكعب انت لازم تشوفه بعينك، او زول ضرب لك تليفون بالمعنى الحديث. لكن الحيوانات دي كلها عندها حاسه الشم. في ناس بيقولوا الاسد لازم يشوف الفريسه، لا ما بيشوف، ما ضروري يشوف، هو يكون نايم لكن عنده حاسه بتاع الشم، بيعرف. وعندهم الرؤيه الليليه دي ذات ربنا اداها لهم لانه حياتهم هناك استقر. يلا نحن هيومن بين ده ربنا ادانا العقل المخيخ بتاعنا ده. الكاباسيتي ده يمكن في مسيره التعلم الاشياء. حتى تعلم الاشياء ذاته ممكن في زول يكون متفوق اكاديميا شاطر وعنده تايلاند في موهبه ثانيه. طبعا التايلاند حق ربنا، مثلا في كره القدم الشيء نحن بنفهم كلنا. وفي واحد ربنا اداه الكاباسيتي بتاعه متواضع او اقل من المتواضع. يوم نمشي كره القدم مش بوس عندهم التايلاند، ممكن الزول المتواضع في اشياء اخرى ممكن في كره القدم ده يكون متميز فنيا، يلعب باصات كويسه ويكون حريف ويوزع كور للمهاجمين احسن من الزول الثاني ده كان عنده الذكاء الفطري في مجالات اخرى. هي دي كده ربنا وسع الحاجات دي مع بعض. يلا نحن بنساوي هنا 200 يوم النجوع. والله الجوع ده كافر. شفت الجوع ده؟ الجوع والاهانه. what's the meaning of الاهانه لما انت تشوف كبارك الناس الربوك ده عيانين وانت ما قادر توديهم نيروبي اللي قاعدين يودوا فيه الناس ده، انت تشوفهم يموتوا لك في البيت ده. هل من قله الكادر الطبي في جنوب السودان؟ in my opinion لا. اميز الاطباء كان في المستشفيات في السودان كان جنوبيين، بالذات الخدومين. جنوبيين ما كعبين وما بيحبوا القروش ذات الجنوبيين. المستشفيات بتاعت الاقليم الاوسط ده كله كان ماسكينه شباب جنوبيين دكاتره جداد يعني. ادهم ذاته بقوا مدراء مستشفيات. ليه؟ عشان ما يشردوا من هنا. ليه يوم الليله بل انفصال ده ذاته دكتور فليكس ماسك المستشفى القطين هناك مع الحرب ده قاعد. ليه؟ لانه دي تخصصات مهمه. حياه الناس دي حاجات ما بتاع بوليتيك. يلا انتوا تشوفوا الناس قاعدين يعاينوا هنا. are they gonna accept the assignment؟ شيلوه معاكم. اوكي، الدولة مش بقت ما فيش في غياب للمرجعية الدولة ذاته. ليه بقى في غياب للريفرنسز بتاع الستيت؟ لانه في بقى في تشابك بتاع مشاكل. الحاجات دي خشت مع بعض بمرور الزمن. الحاجات دي كله ما عليها بتتطور. حتى الديكريز بتاع سلفا كير اللي يعملوا ده ذاته ما الطبقة السخنة هناك حتتطور. انت ما حتقدر تدس الحاجات دي. الحاجات دي بتطلع براه وزر جيوان ولا حتى القوى الناشده للتغيير اللي هو المعارضه الجنوب السودانيه. غياب المرجعيه بتاعت الدوله تشابكت مع بعض من ظلم وكلام زي ده، قام بدل ما الناس يفتشوا الطرق الميكانيزم بتاعت التغيير، طبيعي الناس التجأت لحاجات I don't want to say it. انتوا عارفين الحاجات دي شنو؟ الناس التجأت لحاجات ما حتجيب لك حل، لأنه النظام اتخذ نفس الحاجات دي سبيلة، دي الحاجات اللي ورطت النظام ده. لكن المواطن كمان لما يتلفت يمين وشمال ما يلقى اي حل للحاجات الاربعه انا قلتها دي، حيقوم يمشي يفتش له لحاجه مخده كده يتكي عليها. ما هو مواطن قال الزول الداري يغرق ده بيتعلق في القشه، انت في نص البحر كده تشوفي قشه جات ماشيه، انت عارف القشه دي ما حتمرقك لكن بتتعلق فيها. يلا جو زي ده جا ليه؟ لانه في احتغال سياسي، ما في وضوح، ما في وضوح وما في تقدير ذاته للشارع العام. المسؤول عن دمنه ده هوموك. مش قلنا نحن دارين العمل التكاملي؟ ده شغل تكامل، ده هوموك جنوبين. امشي شوفوا منه who's responsible about that. من المسؤول؟ من نفر واحد، من نفر واحد. هم وقته معاه تجاز السؤال ده، من هم يعني plural. who's those people المسؤولين عن الحاجات دي منه؟ انت كمواطن جنوب سوداني شريف، انت لما تجيب للأسئلة دي تلقائيا انت بتكون جزء من التغيير regardless البوليتيكال فيو if you want. اذا انت داعي، اذا كمان ما ركبت القطر بتاعت الحاجات انا ما دار اقولها دي، هو حاجتين بس هم ما كتار. انت اذا داير تغيير answer these questions بحياديه تامه من نفسك as a victim. انت بعدك تقدر تعرف who's those people. انا ما جاي هنا عشان نجي نوري منو هو مزول منو هو ما مزول، دي ما شغلتي. اوكي، في تفكيك بتاع مؤسسات الدوله. مؤسسات الدوله دي مش ان احنا نعرف الحاجات انا قلتهم الاربعه دي. في مؤسسه ثاني برضه انهارت اللي هو شنو؟ الاخلاق، مورال. مش يومات يحدث نيال يمن جاء قال هو طلع بسبب المسؤوليه الاخلاقيه. ان احنا المسؤوليه الاخلاقيه بتاعت جنوب السودان ذاته بقت تتاكل بفعل الدوله بسبب ممارسات المؤسسات بتاعت الدوله. بقى ما في اخلاق، لانه البيز بتاع انه ما في اخلاق شنو؟ يوم انت تمشي تلتجي للحاجات انا ما دار اقولهم ديل، لانه الحاجتين ديل النتائج بتاعتها المحصله بتاعتها كارثيه وحتكون ظاهره لاي زول كارثيه. زي المعادلات الرياضيه، انت حتى لو مشيت عينت الحل من زول تاني كده شفيته اداك له وما قدرت الخطوات الاولى بتاعت المعادله دي ما اتبعتها، ما في مصحح بيديك صح. وعارف النتيجه تحس صح لكن ما حيديك صح. ليه؟ لأن النتيجة بتاع الصح دي لازم تمشي ببروسس محدد. يلا هنا التغيير لازم يمشي ببروسس محدد، لأن أنت ماشي تحل الحاجات دي لمنه. إذا هي رياضيات لنفسك أنت هو بتاخذ الماركس ده درجاتك دي، لكن في المعادلة الشاملة السياسية الحاجات دي ما حتكون للكل. لو جات مصلحة حتجي للكل. حتى مثلا يقول لك إيكاتوريا بيبل ألاينس أو أي حزب تاني، ان احنا قضايانا مثلا تفكيرنا اكثر حاجه في الاستوائيه صح؟ هل الحاجات تفكيرنا في الاستوائيه دي لو نفس الحاجات دي ودوها حته ثانيه انسان السودان ما حتساعد؟ اوف كورس بتساعد. هل احنا شايلين الحاجات دي في يدينا كده زي الزهور نخطفها كده نضمها لحضورنا كده نابها للناس؟ لا، انت تشيلها من الفكره الانساني. اوكي، لو ما شلتها برضه اذا هي تمت somewhere الفائده بتكون شنو؟ عامه. عشان كده في مثل بيقول لك تقديم المصلحه العامه عن المصلحه الخاصه، لانه المصلحه الخاصه يو ماي سينك انه بتساعدك، حتى لو ساعدتك بتساعدك يعني مؤقت، نتائجها بتبقى كارثيه. لكن in political science نتائجها بتبقى كارثيه فوقك انت. ممكن الكل يكون متضرر، لكن هو اتخذت القرار ده انت هو بتدفع الثمن. لانه ناس الفاكر حسي بقى يلعبوا سياسه، واضح لعبهم ده لعب بتاع سياسه. اوكي، في كلام بيتقال يعني حائم ده كمان، ده شيء كمان كويس. انسان السودان باي ذا واي از نوت اونلي انسان السودان. واحد من ناس ليبيريا انا لقيته هنا، لما انا قاعد ازعل من حاجاتهم اللي كان اثناء المشاكل بتاعتهم دي، تشارلز تايلر ما عارف سامويل دو جونسون منو داك اللوردات بتاعتهم والساس حقونهم ديل. قال لي يا اخي والله سياساتهم دي سم تايم، طبعا هم بيحبوا الكوره ناس وست افريكا ديل، قاعدين في ريفجي كيم في غانا هناك، قال يلعبوا الكوره. قال بعض مرات الحاجات السياسيه دي قاعد تصلهم، هم قاعد يلعبوا كده في الكوره، الناس اللي قاعدين برا ديل يجي يحكوا لهم والله حصل كده في نيروبي في لابيريا هناك. الاسرار بتطلع في ساوث السودان كمان، سانجوت الحاجات قاعد تطلع. يا جماعه الله يا جنوبيين، نحن لو دارين نحل حل، نجيب حلول. هل الحلول دي بيكون فيها الاقصاء السياسي؟ اوكي، انت دخلت فيها الاقصاء السياسي. الناس انت دار تخصيهم ديل ذات هم شنو؟ هم بوليتيشن برضه. انت بتفتكر انه حيكون قاعدين يعينوك كده بالاقصاء ده، يتكتفوا يدينهم بس كده، هم قلت يسكتوا؟ لا، حيغير ورقه برضه. ومحاربة الظلم ما بالعددية، محاربة الظلم بالحق، إحقاق الحق، rights. It is not a matter of who's wrong who's right. ما في النهاية الناس كلهم right. أي زول right. حتى لو جاء ناس 3-4 تنفر قالوا هم ما دارين الظلم، ميدو نقول له بيرسونال، بقول الزول ده على الحق، ما بقول له لا. هو بيكون عنده الميكانيزم حقه والآلية بتاعته والبليف حقه. هدفنا واحد، لكن هدفنا الواحد ده عشان نبقوا يونيفورم ينبغي انه نحن نعمل شنو؟ القنوات شنو؟ مش ان بوليتيكا نحن نقول القنوات او الخيارات او الترانسيشن ذاته التحول، حتى الديمقراطيه دي ذاته فيها تحول. It's not enough انه انت تقول I am believing on democracy وانت نايم وقاعد في بيتكم. ما everybody is believing in democracy. حتى معمر غزافي، منقسه هلا مريم، حسن مبارك، all this dictatorship. صدام حسين هو believe in democracy، لكنه ما دار ليه؟ لانه السلطه ده ما حلو، بيقفل لك الابواب بتاع الترانسيشن ده. عشان كده احيانا انت نحن ام جونا كونكلود هي التشالنجز، التحديات السياسيه انت سمتايم بتخدها تحت للناس اللي قاعدين يدسدسوا الحاجات ده، ونحن شايف قاعد نسمع والريحه بقت تطلع برا. عادي، ما ممكن طوال التشالنج ده نخده تحت نرميه، نخده بيهايند ذاته نرميه تحت اي زول. وده ما عنده علاقه بالاحزاب ذاته. الاحزاب ده ذاته ما فيه جوا ايجوز اللي هو الصقور، وفي حماية. في ناس ما بيقبلوا الحقائق وما بيقبلوا الاستهبال السياسي. ما خلاص التحديات ده اوكي it is challenge اوكي. I don't have to explain to you challenge. نشيل challenge ده ذاته نرميه على جنب كلنا، يلا بعد نضرب بعض تحت الحزام اللي هو في حاجه اسمها المناوره السياسيه. وده هو بينجح الناس، ما بينجح كان how to face the challenges. of course ده هو الاصل، لكن انت لو ما عندك المناوره انت التشالنج ده انت هتخاطبه كيف؟ والجلاب الحاكمين السودان ده، سودان الامه القديمه مرقنا منه ده حاكمينه كيف؟ اكثر حاجه بالمناوره السياسيه. واذا المناوره السياسيه ده انت مشي شلت حقك ده، مشي سلمته لاخرين، يبقى انك انت بتتحمل المسؤوليه. ما المسؤوليه بتاعت EPA ولا دكتور حكيم ولا اي شخص اخر، دي يبقى انه خياراتك انت، دي خياراتك. لانه حينئذ يزعل المرء من اعماله، ما حيزعلوك من زول تاني، لانه انت جزء من معادله الحل السياسي. عشان كده في العمل السياسي يقول لك الشفافيه. الغرب ديس وسترن كانتري، معظمنا نحن هنا في الغرب، حتى الناس اللي قاعدين باك هوم زي نو. الدول الغربيه دي تقدمت كيف؟ ارزي بيت الناس نو هيومن بين از هيومن بين. نحن كلنا بشر. الناس دي تقدموا بالسيستم لانه عندهم نظام فعال، نظام بتاع شفافيه، واذا قبضوك انت قاعد تمارس كربشن يعمل لك ريكورد كعب فور ايفر. ريكورد ما ريكورد بتاع تقعد له 3 سنه بعد ذاك يمحوه منك، لا فور ايفر. زي زول قتل زول. مشان احنا في افريقيا هناك المجرمين الكبار بيعملوا لهم فيش، لكن القضايا الصغار صغار ده بيطنشوه. اوكي يلا هنا الريكورد بتاع الغرب اللي عملوه ده ليه؟ عشان يقتلوا الكربشن وعشان يصعدوا لك الشفافيه، لانه عن طريق الشفافيه الكل is gonna be winner. لكن لو في حاجات بتتدسدس خلف الستائر بيكون في خسائر، والخسائر دي والله sometimes could be you. والله most of the time بيكون انت. ممكن زمان ده قبل الاعلام البديل ده I'm gonna conclude here. شفت الميديا ده؟ ما شوف الميديا دي كده. الميديا ده سلاح ذي حدين، زي الحربة عندها مثلا بهناك راس حربة وبهنا حربة، بالتالتين بالصيدين كده they can harm people. يلا الميديا كده. media sometimes is not good if you misuse it. is not good of course. احيانا انت اذا ما استخدمتها wisely، وممكن يكون good اذا انت استخدمتها بالطريقه الصحيحه. يلا هنا انت ما تقدر تغش الناس تاني في الميديا. هسه زي الخبر الرائد ده الناس قاعدين يقولوا تحت ده، والله ننتظر يوم غدا لناظره لغريب. اي شيء قال في ساوث السودان ده بيجي طالع. لكن يبقى السؤال هنا انه المرحله الجايه دي نحن حنتعامل معاها كيف؟ ده السؤال يحتاج اجابه. نحن حنواجه نوع الحاجات دي كيف؟ والله تومي جيمس دونجولاوي انا بؤمن بالمواجهه. انا بؤمن بالمواجهه زو. مش السودان ده كان قاعد يغش الناس من جانوري ده فاست 1956. حميتي ده تخرج من كليه حربيه. حميتي ده ما شاف اي كليه حربيه ذات في حياته، لكن يتحط جنرالات الجيش السوداني اطلقت تدريبات عاليه، حياه اركان، دراسات استراتيجيه في روسيا وغيرها من الدول الكبيره، حتى including امريكا وبريطانيا. ليه؟ لانه مدعوم بالحق. شفتوا الحق ده ربنا بيجيبه لاهله براء، لكن ما بيجيبه لك انت نايم قاعد في بيتكم، او انت قاعد تستهتر باشياء انت بتعرف اسحار في قاوي. دي المرحله هسه نحن جايينها بس نلعب سياسه. ده الوقت بتاع بوليتيشن جد جد جد. نحن لازم نلعب سياسه عشان نواجه الموجه الجايه ده. الحاجات دي بالمناسبه في حاجه اللي سيما ما عارف الدكتور حكيم اللي هو تبادل الادوار، ما عارف ده dangerous in politics. ولعبه نيال ده طلع انا بستغرب في ناس قاعدين يقولوا نيال دين ما نيال دين، نيال دين ما نيال دين. نيال دين ليه طلع في وقت زي ده؟ هو هاف ناس فور ده ما هو تبادل الادوار. الثاني ده سمى حزبه UPA ده عنده كونكشن معاه. انت حتشوفوا الايامات الجايه بتورينا الحاجات دي. يلا ده ما شغل سياسي هسي. ده ما هو سياسه. انت زول زي ده بتقدر تواجهه ب 1 + 1 = 2 نو. انت لازم تجر معاه هوا، تقول له 5 - 1 = 4. واذا دار يتفلسف معك تقول له 6 - 2 = 4. الاجابات متعدده. لازم تكون سمارت، يعني تشتغل سياسه. لو ما اشتغلت سياسه you're gonna be defeated. انت defeated في حاجات. انا في حاجات كثيره قدامي انا اعمل فيها ريسيرش. في حاجات كثيره خلتنا احنا defeated. في الحاجات اللي قاعد يحصل لنا as a victim. in my own opinion I'm not here to say who's victim who's not victim. بالحاجه نحن قاعد نسمع باذنين. في حاجات كان ما خاطبوها في وقت ذاك. بوليتيك ده ما عامل زي المرض. انت لو خليت حاجه الليله بيتطور شوي شوي. الدكتور لو بيديك مثلا كلوروكين عادي في ملاريا، انت اذا مشيت في الوقت المناسب، لو ما مشيت بيديك كونين، بيضرب لك كونين في الوريد هنا. لو مشيت متاخر شويه لا كونين ده ذاته في الوريد يدوب الحقنه ده لا الا يدوا لك في شكل دريب بعد ده. ولو تاخرت كمان اكثر من حق الدريب دي ممكن تروح فيها، يا ممكن تمشي خلاص، تمشي تقابل ربنا. وقضايا الدنيا كده، القضايا السياسيه والاجتماعيه زي دي. عشان كده نخاطب الحاجات و have to address the issues. ده الوقت بعد ده بتاع اللعب السياسي جد جد. لكن is up to the South Sudanese including the Equatorians themselves. This is my opinion. ده شيء بقى واضح وباين. الدولة دي خلاص انهارت، بس ما فضل لها إلا تقع. ونحن هناك بنسمع في ناس تانيين قاعدين يعملوا حاجة ورا ورا. طيب لو كلنا قلنا نمشي نعمل ورا ورا، what is going to be the result؟ ده عامل زي I'm gonna this is the last point. ده عامل زي مثلا يوم الأب يموت، of course all of us we're gonna die. بيقوم يسلموا مسؤولية لأكبر ولد. أنا قاعد أتكلم in terms of African tradition وميدل إيست، ما عدا خواجات هم ما عندهم حاجات. بيدوا المسؤولية لأكبر ولد. أكبر ولد ده ممكن ذاته يكون ذاته قاصر، ممكن يكون عمره 16 سنة. ما 16 سنة بيبقى زول طويل ذاته. بيدوا المسؤولية، يلا 16 سنة ده هو عنده عقل، حتى لو 20 سنة ذاته هو عنده he don't know physically might be he know. لكن ده في زول تاني يعمل له guiding. who's gonna guide him؟ الناس الكبار from both sides ما مرضى لحد ما هو يكون زول كبير بعد ده. لكن لو بقى كمان الناس الكبار قاموا قالوا الله ولد ده زاد قليل ادب، اذا ولد ده بقى ينطط يمين وشمال، يا اخي سبتكم ولد ده عذبنا زاد. ما لازم ولد ده يعذبك لانه اذا تينيجر انت استناه لحد ما يكون مجود. اذا بقى قليل ادب كمان يا الوقت ده بيسيبوه وكاس. يلا هنا ده نحن دارين بعد ده شغل سياسي. اذا في زول دار يبقى قليل ادب ماشي يعمل حاجات behind the scene، والله انا this my own opinion، انا بصفق ليه go ahead. لكن ما تجي راجع، لانه المواقف السياسيه ما في حاجه اسمه انا ما كنت قاعد اعمل كده ادب ده ما تاينا. نحن ما حس الشماليين دي ما كان قاعدين يقولوا مع احترامي له علي دي، كان قاعد يقول هم هو احسن من باقي السودانيين الثانيين، هم بيسفول ونحن قاعدين ونحن احسن. انت كنت قاعد كده لانه كنت عايز بيسفول وحياتك الاجتماعيه فيري جود. لكن شوف يوم من الحرب جاء بس ده 3 سنة بس ناس بقى يقتلوا بعض، بقى يقتلوا بعض زيهم زي باقي السودان القديم داك من نمله لحلفه. ليه؟ لانه حرب ما كويس. war is no good. ده بيجيب حاجات no good. اي زول شال كلاشينكوف في يده هو كينج، انت بتقدر تتكلم معاه بديك طلقه زول، يلا ده يدي طلقه ده يدي طلقه لده، يلا ريفنج يسهر هنا. بعد 20 سنه is gonna be a happy generation by generation to fight this kind of thing. ده دار خطه ذاته في حد ذاته متلازمات الحروب كده. هل انت ready to repeat this one؟ والله اذا في زول ثاني داري repeat ده، والله تومي يا دكتور حكيم انا بشوف انه زول ذاته يغسل يده زي ده. انت دار كده اوكي، دار حاجات زي ده جو اهيد امشي. جنوب السودان ده شكله كده ذاته بقى زي جناس البحر ما عنده سين، وبقى ظاهر التضارب السياسي فوقه ده ظاهر في قرارات الرئيس الفاكرة الأخيرة. ثانك يو فيري ماتش دكتور حكيم، قدمت مرافعة صراحة متكاملة. أتمنى أنه الإخوة الكرام برضو معنا قاعدين هنا يشيلوا الرسالة دي لقدام، والناس اللي بيجي يسمعوا التسجيل فيما بعد. البلد ده خلاص زي ما أنتم شايفين everybody have to figure out what is going to happen. thank you يا دكتور.
شكرا
دكتور حكيم. انت زايد المرافعه انت اللي قدمتها دي، انا ما اعرف في ساوث السودان كلهم ذاته القوى الناشده للتغيير، هل هم ما بيقعدوا مثلا يشوفوا بعض التجارب الانسانيه الثانيه؟ ما في انغولا كان في زي حق ساوث السودان ده، يونيتا بالتحديد. يس ده نموذج يعني صحيح. لو ساوث السودان ديل كلهم ذاته ساوث السودانيز كله من نمرة لحد جودة ومن أكوبا لحد راجع هناك، يعني الناس شوف التجارب الثانيه. انغولا في تجربه هناك، امشي فتي يونيتا، حركه يونيتا بتاع سادام ده. شوف اثيوبيا ده برضه تجربه، امشي شوف لي.
يا
في
أستاذ
تجارب كثيره بالمناسبه.
أستاذ جيمس، يعني التفكير منعدم. يعني المعارضات the opposition groups so-called opposition groups طبعا هي ما بتمارس العملية الفكرية، وما بتمارس فكرة بتاعت انه نموذج A ولا نموذج B ولا نموذج C. They don't study these different models. يعني هم في غنى عنه، ما بيفهموه ذاته. اوكي، فما بالك اذا كان الزول ما عنده، ما بيقدر يقدم لك مبادرة فيه ذاته. شفت كيف؟ So for all these different opposition groups, they lack, certain, يعني certain strategies, certain approaches. ما عملوا بالتكامل، ما في فكرة بتاعت التكامل ذاته، ولا في دراسات بتاعت نماذج إلى آخره. شفت كيف؟ ما في حاجة. عشان كده ذاته في غياب بتاعت شنو؟ غياب بتاعت الرأي، غياب بتاعت tolerance for the ideas of others. Look at, for example, when this idea of the initial ideas that were touted here in the public space during the social media time, when people were talking about separation and whatnots, look at the volume of anti-separatism that emerged at that time. Should you give? Many of those people who were against separatists are now, raising the flag of separatism. يعني ده بيقول لك شنو؟ الرسالة شنو؟ So you see, people learn. يعني الناس بتتعلم شوية شوية. في ناس there are people who are on the slow, يعني slow learners. شفت كيف؟ Slow learners will come to recognize and realize that okay, they're missing something, and then they will start to latch on the agenda. بيبدأوا يتكلموا في المواضيع وفي قضايا وكده، لكن بيفقدوا، يعني ما عندهم هناية. They are like discovering it for the first time, and that's right. People discover something worthy to do in their lives at any point in time in life. And so this process of انه الناس مثلا تقدر تدرس تجارب بتاعت الدول الثانية والتجارب بتاعت الأوبوزيشن الثانية وكده، الناس كلها ما عندها المقدرة في أنها تعمل حاجة بهذا الشكل. يعني not everybody is capable of thinking like that. They have to learn, and some are slow learners, others are fast learners, quick learners. لأن الناس تختلف. يعني people are different. Okay, people are different. So we understand that, we appreciate that. We let people يتحكموا في خيارات بتاعتهم, how they want to move fast or how they want to move slow. It's up to them. لكن النقطة اللي احنا كنا قاعدين نتكلم هي, welcome everybody here in the room. I can see that Brother Daniel joined us here, and also Charles also joined us here. So you are all welcome. If you want to express yourself, express your opinion, or ask questions about why we opened this room, we will be able to explain that to many of you. لكن القضية الأساسية, the main reason why we came here today and we kind of opened this room, كان في حاجة حاصل in the background, just for the benefit of the public. There was some kind of initiative going on in the background apparently, which was, as I understand it, and I'll talk about it openly. قالوا what do you call الحناية ده, اسم شنو ده, الراجل ده اسمه منيح في أمريكا, ده اسمه مدود جوك مدود. Yeah, جوك مدود was probably consulting with us at PCCA, and they were proposing to organize a get together of the opposition, different opposition groups. لأنه الناس طبعا بقى وصلوا في النقطة بتاعت أنه في مفصلية في جنوب السودان. يعني there is a crossroads in South Sudan that what's happening, what has unfolded over the last few days, the demotion to a private of Bonmel, who has risen through the ranks so quickly, so fast, to become a lieutenant general in the National Security Service, and also the first, like the vice president for the economic cluster, and the first deputy chairman of the SPLM. All this has taken place so quick, so fast, and then now what happened was that he was demoted very quickly to a private and then dismissed. So the question is, so he did not actually deserve all of this promotion and all of that. يعني البروموشن على دو بقو فايس بريزيدنت بقو ده إذا كله كان ما من استحقاقات بتاعته. These are not, credible or deserved promotions. Because if they were deserved promotions, there would have been a process. There would have been a process, a legitimate process, which is credible, by which you can handle changes in government. So فالشيء الأول أنه في تغييرات جارية بسرعة شديد جدا. Quick hiring people, firing people, corruption حاصل وماشي وحاجات دي كلها جاري بتدرج وبتسارع شديد يعني. All of these issues are being accelerated in the system in Juba. That's one thing. And that there's a realization انه ما في حكومه اساسا في جنوب يعني. اوكي قال انه ما في حكومه في جنوب السودان. كويس؟ وانه ربما حان الوقت عشان الاوبوزيشن جروبز اللي تجي سوا تقوم تعمل شنو؟ ممكن تحل كبديل لشنو؟ للنظام بتاع سالفا كير. That's one thing. And then the initiative was being circulated around that they wanted to have the opportunity for all of these, opposition groups to meet on the 15th, اللي هو بكره يوم 15. Okay? And invitations were already sent out to different opposition groups. And I even heard that there was an invitation sent to EPA. And this invitation was not actually then communicated to us in EPA. Instead, I only heard it from other third parties. I know there was an invitation sent to the EPA to attend, to come and attend these consultations. And then in 2 days after that, I was told that actually this invitation was with the PCCA for EPA to be included in these consultations. And then yesterday, I received another information saying that, okay, well, now I think this consultation is being cancelled. This thing is being cancelled. There's going to be no meeting on the 15th of November for this consultation among the different political groups. Right. So I was asking a question: Who is actually behind this? Who is driving this? Whose initiative is it? I wanted to know whose initiative, because we really care less whether we are invited or whether some people are hiding invitations from EPA. Annual EPA should not be invited to this consultation. It doesn't care. It doesn't bother us, because إحنا ما شفقانين. We're not just interested in attending any and whatever consultation that is going there because we want to be part of it, and we're desperately wanting to be part of a consultation that we are not sure about, or who is driving it, and how is it going, and so on. Not just to be included for the sake of inclusion. So for now, we are not worried about the invitation anyway. So that's the point that we wanted to make. That if the idea is one of trying to rally opposition groups, these opposition groups have been divided for a very long time. And then also, it's not new, the idea of having opposition groups together to stand for an alternative, for example, to present themselves as the alternative. It's actually an old idea. The first was muted in 2018 when we proposed the agenda of NADAFA, the National Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action. And at that time, it was the initiative of PDM and then Upper Nile Workers' Party, and then Federal Democratic Party, led by Philip. So those were the three entities that did not sign the Revitalized Agreement at that time, and they opted to, you know, become, they opted to associate as NADAFA, as National Alliance for Democracy Freedom Action. So that was the initiative. And then the initiative held this agenda that, look, if we want to be an alternative to the system in Juba, we must be credible. We must also reflect the different shades of opinion. And we also have to put the people in this, that it has to be a people-driven process, and that even individuals can be, in their own right, can be members of such alliance. And not only individuals, civil society organizations, church groups, or whatever, you know. It should be a true reflection of how the country looks like, because all of these people anyway want, they care about one thing, which is that they want to participate in decision making in the political process and so on. And they have to act together, you know, because it's in their interest to work together to then be able to achieve democracy. So we decided to prioritize these, you know, two fundamental premises, and who are democracy and freedom, action to bring about democracy. And so it's like a coin of two sides. The first side is democracy, and then the second side is the action for freedom in order to bring about realization of democracy. That's it. So this was the slogan, and that this slogan is inclusive, because for us in Equatoria, if we want to participate in decision making, it's a democratic process that our people should enjoy. So fundamentally, it's important for our people to enjoy their democratic right to participate in decision making, and for all of these political entities as well to do the same, right? But then it is not going to come for free. It's not like falling off from the sky. We have to undertake action to bring about that realization of democracy. And this is where the other component comes in as freedom action. We are obligated to put in our contribution and effort that will lead to realization of democracy in the country. And then within that democratic process, the people of Equatoria will also have a chance to exercise their right. Whatever that right is, the right to self-determination, the right to, you know, economics, right to economic, social, cultural, and political rights, and all of that. Those rights will become feasible and achievable. Like, say, for now, for example, you can see the system does not even tolerate freedom of expression. It doesn't allow a space for democratic participation in the political process. There is no civic space. People are not able to freely associate and form political organizations or movements, and so on and so forth. So that's why we say democracy was something that can unite opposition groups. Not only the opposition groups, but even individual citizens, civil society organizations, and so on. They will all be, sort of united by the desire to bring about the realization of democracy in the country. So democracy is a unifying thing, and we can put it in our agenda as the slogan behind which the organizations, political, individual, and so on can rally. Yeah, and that will put an obligation on them to actually engage in action for freedom, and that action for freedom will ultimately result in connecting it to democracy, because democracy is the right. So that was the principle. And so you can see that this idea was far too, perhaps advanced to many of these different political formations. They did not want to include the people. Like, take the example of Soma. Soma was just, a group of elites who thought of themselves as being the alternative to the regime in Juba, but they do not actually represent the people. And some of the symbols there, some of the people leading the Soma at the time, are just like people who are also contributing to the failures that we experience in the country. They are corrupt. they're symbols of corruption. They are not symbols of change. And then to expect these people to stay around and come and say that they want to save the country. I mean, ده مفارقة. It just like doesn't sound credible, you know. And now they want to come back to the model of the people. For example, take UPA, United People's Alliance. Where were you all of this time? How many years? Because we're saying NADAFA came up with this proposition at that time. Why people didn't look at it? Okay, and then later in 2021, for example, we went to University of Manchester. We presented a revised model of NADAFA instead of missing, not clearly being explicit about the people who are at the center of this. We said we add the P so that the people, New Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action, because these set of human rights, people's rights, and whatever rights that we advocate for belong to the people. The people are at the center because these rights belong to the people, be it the right to self-determination or the right to whatever economic, social, cultural, and political rights. The people really matter. And we said we still revise this and we now call it People's New Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action. And the idea was also that we coined it this way because it was also a platform for communicating to our population, to connect with the people. People will understand us quite carefully, and then they will see the difference between Hakumat and NADAFA or Hakumat Salva Kiir. But if you say Hakumat UPA, what would people understand UPA to be? يعني شنو يعني؟ UPA ده شنو؟ هو ذاته ولا كان حكومة سوما؟ سوما ده شنو؟ How do the people connect with Soma? Like when you say the Hakumat and NADAFA, the people will connect because it is relevant. It sounds relevant. And we want to clean the وسخ الموجود هسه في جنوب السودان. Okay? أوساخ ده to be clean. You know, في بيتك لازم يكون نظيف. مش كده؟ تمشي الأوساخ تبجرها في بابوروساكا. So SPLM ya biga Baburosaka, Hakuma to Salva Kiir biga ya Baburosaka, biga ya Osaka, let bro jada fi Baburosaka umunkulu. Right? People will connect with that. The Hakuma and Nadafa ya Geja, you know, and people will like that because they want to, break completely from the SPLM, break completely from corruption. تفشي بتاعت الcorruption ده الممارسات الفاسدة ده وكل حاجات دي زي ناس بولميل حدود and these decisions being made by a family and a deep state الدولة العميقة وكده وشنو ذاك احنا عاوزين ننظف جنوب السودان من الدولة العميقة. So that was the premise. That was why we said the rallying cry should be democracy and freedom action because everybody will identify with that and it's an inclusive concept. It is not يعني إقصائي. It is not exclusive. It's a win-win model. So that was the premise, and it's still the premise is that. So we are wanting to remind people about these ideas, that these ideas are not new. Okay? يعني ده ما فكرة جديد. It's not a new concept. Okay? We have advocated for this for the last 4 years. We started this, sometime back in 2018. And these people are just trying to discover it now. يعني rediscovering the wheel, at the 11th hour. شفت كيف؟ ده الموديل ده النموذج بتاعت الناس UPA والجماعة دي. Since when have they come and understood and articulated the credibility of their agenda? ما في. So احنا ياهو طرحنا الفكرة ده and we put the people first. We have always talked about the people first. Putting the people first. لأنه الحكومة ده حكومة فاشلة وبرضه اتفاقية فاشلة لأنه الاتفاقية ما بتضع وما بتلعب الشعب ما بيلعب فوق دور لكن الهناي الشعار بتاعت الديمقراطية شعار عنده inclusivity including it is inclusive of our rights. It's a win-win model. For us, we want democracy so that the people of Equatoria can have a say in the affairs and direction of the country and how they want to govern themselves. That's number one. Okay? Number two, in any case, even if that means, it could potentially lead to the, formation of 2 or 3 countries. Like we have the people of Upper Nile, for example. At the time, the Workers' Party of Upper Nile, who was a member, and now they are calling for independence of Upper Nile. And this was not something new. They were articulating at that time when we formed NADAFA. We said the principle is go to the people. Democracy belongs to the people. It's at the end of the day, people will have to have their say. If the people of Upper Nile wanted to form their own state, so be it. Let the people of Upper Nile go and form their state. We will, not object and stand against that. Likewise, if the people of Equatoria wanted to form their own state, the people of Upper Nile will not stand against the people of Equatoria. They will recognize their right if that is their choice. So this way we don't have to go to war with each other for no valid reason, unless somebody wants to impose themselves on either Equatoria or on Upper Nile. So that's our model. لكن ناس UPA وناس Pagana Move ناس بيخافوا من الكلام ده. They are fearful and afraid of this argument because they are not capable of moderating this argument or moderating this kind of message to the population. They are not capable of doing it. But we are capable of doing it. Okay? We are capable of doing this. And we articulated this agenda and this kind of narrative as a win-win narrative for everybody and everyone. And why should it not be? This is how it should be. This is the right narrative. Okay? عشان كده احنا جينا هنا نقول لهم بالوضوح. If there are forces there that do not want to hear our voices and so on, it's too late. Okay? It's too late. And احنا ما شفقانين عشان نبقى نمشي لتجمعات احزاب سياسيه ولا شنو قال عشان نبقى هناك يعترفوا بينا. No, we just want our people to have their say. The people of Equatoria to have their say. Okay? And this narrative, how did we come to advocate for this narrative? لأنه إحنا شايفين ما في طرف ثاني. There was no thought leadership. There was no thought leadership in the opposition or in any other quarters to kind of provide a win-win model for everyone. ما في. عشان كده إحنا قلنا why don't we take the initiative to actually عشان ندير الحوار ده على المستوى القومي. Because we are offering a solution and a narrative that is a win-win for the whole country, right? And that's why we took the initiative to be the leaders or the thought leaders for People's New Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action, right? Because it is inclusive of Equatoria's aspiration for independence, for example, right? And if there is nobody, sort of like moderating this kind of discussion at the level of South Sudan, then we are there, we can come forward and try to moderate this kind of discussion because we're capable of moderating it. That is the reason, that's the principle, right? So احنا خطيناه as an umbrella platform for us to moderate the discussion about the future of the country, right? But we have our own agenda as Equatorians. EPA is separate from People's New Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action. People's New Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action is منظومة كطرح, it is a model of dialogue, of promoting dialogue at a national level, at the level of South Sudan, okay? But ultimately, in the end, it would facilitate for us to have this national conversation in the country to really know, that what is it that we want, all of us. We want to govern ourselves, we want to live peacefully, and the way we want to live. If we want to live as a separate country, so be it. So why would other people want to complain about it? Who would moderate this kind of debate and discourse at the South Sudan level? Nobody. So we are the ones who are moderating this for the rest of the country. That was how we approach this, okay? So, Fadal Tafkir. Now, I saw that there's a question which was addressed by Charles Itahile, saying here that, are you still, you are not separatists, you are talking about South Sudan, is that what you want? He's ignorant. This guy is ignorant. He should come forward and have a debate and discussion, an honest discussion with us here to understand our thinking, okay? And try to just, try to respond positively and constructively, not just to become like, a noise And this is the thing. We are not like having a conversation like about why we're doing this and so on, to give the rationale. So I think I just want to take this opportunity to send a message to Charles that, try to have an intellectual discussion and try to ask questions that are, you know, productive and informative so that you can be, because I know this Charles, he was against us for calling for separation. That was in 2000 something, 3 or 4 years ago, when he was a member of the SPLM-IO, right? But now he is the first raising the flag of separation. He's now raising the flag of separation, talking about it every now and a corner, and now wants to hold us accountable or want to tell us that are you separatists or not. Yeah, I mean, this is irrelevant, right? It's irrelevant. So I don't always respond to these type of questions. It's just like a waste of time. It's noise. He has not demonstrated that he's credible and he wants to have a proper conversation with us. But we are not going out to shout, in every corner and about who we are and what we want to do and we'll just take our time and look at what are the issues that are relevant for us to discuss. And if anybody is interested to have a conversation with us, they're welcome. They're welcome. And come and listen and hear from the the horse's mouth, and not just to beat around the bush and so on. Just come forward, be respectful, ask questions, and we'll be able to respond to your questions. Okay, so that is just the kind of distraction that I just wanted to sort of go over very quickly. But otherwise, I think I've communicated the message. The main message the reason why we came out here is that these ideas are not new. These are not propositions that have hit the waves just yesterday or the day before. We've been here before. We have talked about it. We have offered a model for moderating discourse at the level of South Sudan because that serves our interest if we step up and come and even lead this debate, because it seems like the rest of the opposition are not capable of leading this debate. So why not offer ourselves to lead this kind of debate? Because we are capable, we have command of the narrative, we have what it takes to talk about this subject, right? So it would probably maybe benefit the whole of the country if we share this knowledge and share this model, which is a win-win model. That is the argument, right? But the other thing was also, of course, was that people seem to be sort of like discovering now that there's need for the opposition groups to come together. The country is at the crossroads, and we have been talking about this subject the longest, right? But it's simply because it is Equatorians maybe, or is this, and people don't want to hear our voices. They even fear that this might win the argument for us, which would put them at a disadvantage, and I guess that is the main reason, because who would fear supposedly a win-win model for everybody unless you have another agenda of domination, right? Another sense of entitlement, like some of the people who want to, portray their sense of entitlement that they are liberators, they are generals, and so on. It's not a matter of being a general in the army, because it's a matter of political, objective. What is the political thought here? What's the issue? It's not being a general in the army. Should automatically give you deserved status as a politician or as a political leader. That's not the issue. The state is run and it's meant to be run by whoever is capable of addressing the aspirations of the people without prejudice. So it's not an exclusive club for generals or military generals to be presiding over the affairs of the country. Look at the mess that the generals have generated in South Sudan. The military generals have generated, they have not been demonstrated to be competent of running civil institutions, right? Because they don't have it. They just, have these, straight commands up to down and top to down, and people listen to commands. So it's just like a straight model. It's not linear, non-linear. I mean, it's a linear model where do this, do that, do this. You can't run a state like that. You can't run a state like an army barracks, right? No, the state is far more complex. It's a multi-dimensional entity. It's got different needs and demands and institutions and so on. You need to understand what are the foundations and premises of all of these different institutions, how to run a state, how to theorize about the state. It's different from theorizing about the army, right? In the army, there is discipline. Yes, you can borrow discipline of the army to that of, apply it to the discipline of institutions, so that institutions carry their mandate, right? They execute their mandate. So that is the kind of premise that we can, think about and talk about. It's about philosophy. It's about, the rationale of a state, the existence of a society, the management of the evolution of society, human society. It's not the human society is all. It's not all about military. Military play a significant role, an important role. Not but it doesn't mean that it's everything, and people should not consider that because they are military generals and therefore automatically they are the right people and hires to the system. No, it's not. Military is only a means and a tool, to facilitate the dialogue in a different shape, in a different way about the state, right? So those were some of the things that we wanted to come out here to have a discourse about, and look the other opposition in the eye through the public media and say, this is our thinking, this is how we think. What do you think? You go out as well, come and host a show and talk about your issues, talk about your priorities, talk about how you want to transform the country. This is how we're proposing how we can transform the country, through an interim process that would ultimately result in our people having a say on their future, how they want to live with others. But that's not the only method, There are other alternatives. If we have access to other methods and other processes, we will follow those, We're just trying to be, more comprehensive, more holistic about the assumptions, the processes, the look and feel of how we could possibly reach to a consensus, a peaceful process that would help us to make choices, our democratic choices. So that is what we're after. That is, it's better to convince people and persuade people than shoot them, right? The gun doesn't solve everything, but there is a need for a gun. If the other party wants to shoot you out and want to, remove your existence, then you have to defend yourself and fight back, right? So this is the premise. This is the reasoning behind why we're here. And we just wanted to test the ideas of other people as well, because some of the people, some of these opposition groups might just be brainless. They don't have anything actually to offer. They're just like talking and missing out on being a bench or being in government, that sort of thing. But they are not thinking fundamentally about the nature of the state, like what we want to do in Equatoria. That's it. That's the difference. So we are here to challenge these other opposition groups and to challenge them to expose their thoughts, share their thoughts and try to, learn from them if we can learn from them anything at all, right? So, James, that is the premise. And I hope other people who are interested in this kind of conversation should come up here and challenge us and say something about what we're saying. I see that Charles has disappeared. As usual, he would come here, just raise some, noise, and then, disappears and goes away, which is a shame. So we would have welcomed him here to come up here and come and speak and expose his thoughts. and have a constructive conversation. So, yeah, welcome. Daniel, welcome. Sabina, welcome. Ella, Margaret, you're all welcome as usual. We just wanted to have this outing, have this recording. I know people will be listening to it later on. But we will be able to communicate some of these messages through here. You know, some people are ashamed. They don't want to come out to the room here and actually challenge us. لكن بعدين لما تيجي تشوف انت بتشوفها انه شنو هيمشوا, they will go and listen to what we have said, you know, which is good anyway. They are fearful, they're afraid, they are not courageous. That's not our issue. That's not our matter. We just want to be very open and transparent and want people really to challenge our thoughts. Yeah, and challenge our ideas and propositions. You know, that's what we want. You know, but if you are just coming here to come and make noise, you will almost look like a silly person. You know, we want people who want to come and challenge our thoughts. That's what we're interested in. That's what people will benefit. A real critique. Thank you. I'll stop here, but if anybody feels like they would like to come up here and say a few words, you are most welcome. فأشياء تاني برضو كنا قاعدين يعني على الجوانب كده بنحاول نطرحه, نقول يا اخوان ناس الفوضى الحاصل في جوبا ده كويس. This is the evidence, this is الدلائل اللي احنا كنا بنتكلم عنهم are now playing out in the open. كويس. حكومة ما يسمى بالحكومة في الجنوب ما موجود. واحنا قلنا يعني طريقة بتاعت اتخاذ بتاعت القرارات and the things that have played out now with the demising of Bonmel, okay, and also this is an indication of demising the system itself. شفت كيف؟ يعني قال التناقضات الداخلية في النظام بدأت تظهر. ما عندهم ثقة في أنفسهم ذاتهم بعد كده. يعني they don't have trust. They don't have and they lack trust in themselves. You know, they have started to collapse. So this is a sign of what is coming. Their days are numbered. طيب احنا كاستوائيين شايفين الفوضى العارمة ده. Okay? شايفين this fall and this collapse of the system. Are we going to wait? Are we going to wait until it is fixed so that we can be saved? Right? Well, do we really need to? Do we need to wait for this system to be fixed by Pagana Moom or by, Nial Deng Nial or by SPLM, IO? Are we waiting really? Are we waiting really for this failed system to be fixed so that we can be part of this South Sudan thing? Are we ready? You still want to be held hostage? And what are the guarantees of the next phase being better than where we are today? But anyway, why should we be waiting? Can we not make our own future? Can we not define and determine our own future? يعني هسي كان بيجا ما في حكومة زي ما احنا قاعدين نقول دائما ومرارا وتكرارا. طيب alternative بتاعتنا شنو؟ حكومة بتاعتنا وينو؟ Why don't we start to consult about forging our own government? What are we waiting for? Right? We're waiting for the Nuer and the Jain to fight it out, and then we'll come in later and say, okay, we want to be part of exercising political power in South Sudan. So those are the sort of issues that we should be focusing our minds on as Equatorians. You know, we have said enough that this system doesn't work. It doesn't look like our system. It is not representative of us. Okay, it is chaos. So, and it has been murdering and killing our people. Right? So why are we just not doing anything as an alternative? Are we waiting for the opposition to come up with their opposition thing, alternative thing, separate to what we have already been articulating, and then we go and follow that? What do you think is the reason why they are not following us? Because we are the first to come up with these ideas, but we are not being followed by the rest of the opposition, right? So they don't like what we're saying. is the conclusion. And no, they don't like what they hear from us. And that's perhaps the reason why even when they are like trying to forge consultations between different opposition entities, and then when it comes to mentioning EPA, everybody worries. They don't want invitations to be sent to us, but they send the invitations to others. I think actually the other invitation was sent to the people, the separatists of the Upper Nile region. And these people were the very people that we started this idea of NADAFA for three regions and so on. They come and tell us that, look, this is the invitation that we received from some people who are initiating a consultation. And they told them that, have you invited EPA? And then they say, yes, the EPA is going to be invited by PCCA. And then 1 week later, look, you can imagine that the Upper Nile separatists received an invitation more than a week now, 5 days ago, and they were told that EPA was being invited, and that invitation was with X in PCCA, but that invitation never got to us until now. Until it was now, the latest I heard was yesterday that actually maybe this was maybe an explanation of sorts that look, we have canceled this consultation. And so that would explain why the invitation is now not necessary for EPA. But even then, nobody came and discussed with us. There was such and such initiative, and we were actually going to invite you. We are hearing this from third parties. Okay, we're hearing it from third parties until the whole initiative possibly collapsed. And we are still having to hear it from the third parties. But the party that was supposed to invite us or talk to us about invitation for a consultation of the the opposition groups never had the courage to come forward to us and say, look, EPA, would you be interested to participate in this and this and this? They didn't have the courage even to come forward and do that. And 5 days elapsed, since the invitation was already handed to the people, the other separatists of Upper Nile. So how do you explain that? How do you actually explain that? You see? So my explanation is that they're afraid of EPA. They're afraid of EPA. The EPA is very disruptive, is a disruptive force intellectually, and has got different new ideas that they are not able to handle. And they would just fall off if we are there because they cannot contain what we're saying. They cannot, convince themselves that let's be more inclusive. Because the idea of inclusivity is just as simple as first principles, right? We have always said that EPA is open to dialogue with anybody, but people are afraid to invite us to any consultation, right? Because they know that they cannot manipulate us. Our ideas, our thoughts are much bigger than what they seem to be proposing. Yeah, like the example of this People's New Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action. Why didn't they think about it or try to follow a better model? They don't learn from different models in the world, including EPA's model. They don't have the mind and the mindset to kind of like be, more holistic in their approach. The moment you tell them that, go and invite EPA, they start to shake and they are not, sort of looking to be happy, right? I mean, what else would have explained that? So we wanted to come out here in the public to send this message, to make it very clear, okay, that um, reinventing the wheel at the 11th hour is not gonna, it's not gonna work, right? People have to be honest, people have to be truthful, and so on, right? So, welcome, Daniel. I've just sent you yeah, you're here now. You're welcome. Um, and you're just, feel free, just make your point, and I will make you a moderator as usual, and just go ahead. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome, Daniel, in case if you have some commitments as usual, so that you can get a chance to talk. Yeah, welcome.
Okay. So, yes. So is it my chance to talk now?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, first of all, I want to thank you, Dr. Hakim. And I also want to thank James Tungulawi and all the people who have been listening to you since the room was opened earlier.
The voice, I think you have technical issues. You have technical issues.
I'll give it back to you. I think I have some connection problems here.
It's okay now. It's okay.
It's okay now?
Yeah.
Yeah, because the connection here seems to be on and off. So, but I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, it's good.
Okay, thank you. And I want to appreciate the room for P-NADAFA, People's New Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action. It has been a very good topic, and like I said, I had been listening to you since the beginning, and I believe that you have shared the concept of NADAFA with me before, and maybe with the people in EPA. So it is good to come out and just state clearly that this is an idea that has been there for years now, and it is not like something that has sprung up overnight. يعني ده ما فكرة جديدة، ده فكرة اللي كان هناك يعني من قبل 5-6 سنة وحاجة بالشكل ده. أنا داير أقول حاجات بسيطة and I want to say a few things. طبعا the first thing that I want to say here is that our people of South Sudan, including the people of Equatoria Zato, يعني usually when a new idea like this has come, يعني our people are ambivalent يعني عندهم تردد هل إحنا نضم للفكرة الجديدة ده ولا إحنا ننتظر لحد ما شنو يعني الفكرة دي تلقى قبول أو يعني ممكن أكثر الناس ينضم إليها. Wait until the idea becomes popular, or we wait for it to play out. Maybe it will succeed or maybe it will fail. And that is one of the things with our people in general. We like to wait at the fence and hoping that, things will play out this way or that way. And in the end of the day, if it goes this way, they can join and be part of it. And I don't think that is really very helpful, because in this way, it will be prolonging, the desires of our people. It will be prolonging the suffering, and it will actually be prolonging the materialization of what we are trying to aim to achieve. But they are, if had that mushkila. So, we really need to enlighten our people, to tell them that Jama kan fi fikra jadid in town. You really need to take your time to look at it, look at all the other angles of it, and be convinced that when you are joining it, you actually join it at your own accord. That is point number one. The second point that I really want to talk about is that our people usually, when they see a benefit, from a party or a situation that is on the ground, if they see that they have benefits to themselves directly or to their relatives, even though the idea may not actually be serving them in the short term or in the long run, they will just support it. They will support it like that because they know, sooner or later, they will benefit from it, or immediately their relatives are benefiting from it. That is why if there is a new idea that has come, they really don't want to join it right away. They want to wait until it becomes popular, and then after that they will join. And this is what has happened. If you look at the Anyanya 1 movement, people waited and waited. But when Anyanya 1 gained traction in the 60s, that is when everybody joined the movement. And the same thing with the SPLA, the SPLA started like that and all this. But when it started forcing people to join its ranks, and when people saw that, the ideas of self-determination and all these are put into the manifesto of the SPLA, and they saw that the international community was supporting it, that is when you see people coming en masse to join the SPLA movement. So the same thing now with this NADAFA idea. For some people, they look at it with suspicion that it is probably something that is actually initiated to remove, for a simple word, to remove some people from Equatoria, or to clean Equatoria from certain tribes and all this. But I think the best thing people could have done is to listen to the narrative from the horse's mouth, or to ask questions like you suggested if they really don't understand. But our people don't want to do that. They will just reach their own conclusions, and for the most part, those conclusions are actually inaccurate. And the other thing is that when they are not benefiting, when they don't see a direct benefit, then they just also wait at the fence until that time when they feel like, okay, this idea has now gained traction. The fourth thing is this: our people usually, they don't want to accept new ideas. That is, over my years working with the community, whether it is the Sudanese community, the South Sudanese community, and all the other associations, our people look at new ideas with suspicion, with fear even. I don't know whether it is from our culture that new ideas should be viewed with suspicion, or whether it is just the lack of knowledge that makes such ideas become so overwhelming to the people to understand. And when people don't understand, they either leave it or they start to criticize it actually without any proper foundations. So that is the other thing that I think I see we are experiencing in our society. And the other thing is also the culture. Number 6, our cultures are different. If you look at the regions of South Sudan, Equatoria, Upper Nile, and Bahar Ghazal, people come from different cultures. In the other areas of South Sudan, when you are a leader, when Adita Kambiga Bench, Kalas Kabir, everybody listens to you. If you are educated, if you have a PhD or master's degree, or if you are educated even, when you come to the local people, they adore you. They think that you know everything. So whatever you say, they just attune to it. They consider it as secret knowledge. To some extent, in other regions of South Sudan, if people don't want to criticize you, they will remain quiet, or if they don't want to adopt the idea, they will just watch from far. But this is different in Equatoria, because in Equatoria, it is not like it is a fact on the ground. Our people are democratic by nature. They will ask questions. They will come up with ideas that will challenge the narrative. And then you have to prove it to them that, yes, you actually grounded in what you are saying, and you mean it. So in this case, then you will be able to win some people. So I think those are the things that I want to put down as a baseline for my discussion, because maybe if we are able to understand this, and I think we understand, and we are able to educate our people that, they really don't need to be afraid of new ideas. They don't need to view them with suspicion, because This is how all the civilizations grow. They grow from ideas that are out of the ordinary. You know, if we just continue in our comfort zone, then change will not happen. You know, change usually started by a few people, by a few ideas. If you look in France, in Germany, and all these thinkers in the world, they are individual thinkers, and then other people bought into their thinking and their theories, and then at the end of the day, the theories become popular and they are taught in school. This idea of NADAFA, to be honest, and even the EPA, if we are to really write it down, one day it may actually be taught in schools in South Sudan. It can be like another political theory, really, you know. But because it is quite advanced, our people don't want to look at it that way. So, but time will tell. And I think everything in this life happens on natural time baselines, and it happens on forces that sometimes we don't even see. Where do you think EPA and the ideas of NADAFA come from? It comes from the fact that people give themselves time to think and study and research the society of South Sudan and all the other surrounding societies, and research about the other different models of political persuasion and social change. And this is probably one of the best really approaches to solve our problem. Yeah, but I just hope you people are listening to my voice.
Yeah.
Hello? Tuhinaka Jama?
Yeah. Yes.
I don't want to be talking to myself. Yeah, I hope you're listening.
Yes, Daniel. We hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah, you're very clear there. I was struggling to try to remove the pin from my phone, but your voice was okay.
These are the things that I was saying there. Now, coming to all the other things that you have mentioned, like with this UPA, with the SOMA, and with now the new consultations that they are trying to form on the ground, yeah, I think I have a network issue here. Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah, so sorry for that. I have a network issue here, but bear with me. Maybe after I speak, I'll go to a different place where I hope the reception can be clear. Yeah, so with the things that I just mentioned, number one, in terms of UPA, the People Alliance, and SOMA, and the underground movement that is now going to do some consultations about forming an alliance for all South Sudanese. I think if we start with the first point, the point of the UPA and SOMA, first thing first, UPA, actually, if you look at it, this is an idea that is actually borrowed from EPA, from EPA. Because really, if you are a stable political movement, why would you move from one name, SPLM, SPLA, and then you move from SPLM, SPLA, you move to SOMA, and then you move to SOMA 2, and then you move to real SPLM, and now you move to UPA. What are you looking for? If you might ask the question, what are you looking for? Are you not grounded in any ideas that you really want to promote to the people of South Sudan? So what are you going to be tomorrow? Those are the questions that the people of South Sudan really need to ask. So what are you looking for? So that means there is lack of grounding really in what they want to do. And this idea actually is like a bait that is taken from EPA to lure the people of South Sudan into this new idea. I think over the last 2 days or so, I heard that they form structures and all this, but they are yet to be seen. We will wait and see. But the most important thing for us, I think our ideas of EPA have got, again, traction in the whole of South Sudan, and in particular in our constituency of Equatoria. It has gained ground there, I know for sure. It is just a matter of when the people will now actually act. In terms of Soma, like you mentioned, some of the people, these politicians from the SPLM, all of them are the same. All of them came from a communist background. Some of them have been trained in Cuba. Some of them have been trained in Ethiopia and all of these communist countries. So in their heads, they go with the notion that we have a one-party system. We go according to seniority, and whoever is in the upper echelon of the movement, they are the one who are considered historical. They have to be the one to be listened to. They are the ones who will come up with the ideas, who will formulate the agenda and the manifesto of the party. Anybody who is speaking outside of these parameters, they are either considered reactionaries, or they are people that are not welcome in the party. So for people like you, Dr. Hakim, and others in EPA or in NADAFA, who would come and challenge their narratives and come up with new ideas, this is causing a lot of fear and confusion, because they cannot be able to stand against it. What would they really offer if you put P-NADAFA there and their other narratives? How are they going to really convince people from this party to listen to what they're saying? Or how can they actually convince our people, unless our people just want, again, to follow the same examples that they had seen before, that did not actually really help our people, that did not include the people themselves, that did not include the constituencies. If you look at the UPA, I don't know if they include their constituencies, because, politics is not played in the vacuum. Politics is played through constituencies and through programs, through manifestos, through concepts like what we are now explaining here. So let's see what did they bring up. In Soma, it is just an alliance that was formed to negotiate with the government so that they can come in and try to implement the peace agreement. Would you actually implement a peace agreement on an old system? That would probably not work out. And this is what we had seen. So here, you can see that this is a foreign idea for them. Not only foreign, but it will also dislodge them from their positions, because now if our people are listening to new ideas that come like this, that is actually trying to give power back to the people to decide, then if you go to their communities, politics is about convincing people in your constituency. If you ask somebody like Paganamom, where's his constituency now? If elections were to be held, where will he stand? ما انت ما بتجي تعمل اوهام هنا يا اخي. احنا ناس UPA خلاص مقر بتاعنا في جوبا، واحنا هتقف كيف الدائره الانتخابيه بتاعك وين؟ انت مثلا كرئيس الحزب، ما انت ما هتمشي تقف في دائره جوبا تقول خلاص I'm from here. You have to go back to your local constituency and do that. So they could not offer that. لكن بالنسبة ل EPA or P-NADAFA, they could offer that. إن يا جماعة ندي الأحقية للشعب وكل الناس يمشي لشنو لدوائر الانتخابية بتاعهم. If Daniel is coming from Central Equatoria, a specific county, you go there and you compete on the grassroots level. If people are convinced with the message we are saying, then we come up. If they are not convinced at the first time, we try again. If it is a fair and credible and the politics is played in level playing field. Where's Okida? Lakini, and if you really bring those people on the ground and just to come there and play on that level playing field, Ashama Bugulom to Amaltalena Shinu, they will refer back, flashback for history that SPLA. You know, they'll go and get a flashback in our Ajatal Kulu Hasal enactation ways. So therefore, would UPA or even some be an alternative now for our people? You know, I don't think so. Because during the SPLA time, they have proven beyond any doubt in they did not do it. يا في حكم ده الحصة بتاع الرئيس ده ما هم كان جزء منه لحد حصة nothing was really delivered to the people of South Sudan. So how can there be an alternative? وكل واحد منهم عنده شنو باجج بتاعه كل منهم باججز بتاعه. So they cannot really be an alternative. فلازم alternative ده تجي من حتة تاني. So therefore this leads me to the second point. هم ما بيقبل أفكار دي لأن ما جاي منهم. ثانيا لو أفكار دي تبقوا على أرض الواقع هم هيجي يلقى أنفسهم إن the history that they are playing on will not really warrant anything on the ground. عشان كده هم ما عايزين فكرة ده. أننا يا جماعة ما ننسى إن في التاريخ بتاع جنوب السودان والتاريخ السودان ككل الكونستيتوينسي بتاع الاستوائية له دور كبير جدا جدا في التاريخ. انت شفتها في تاريخ نضالات السودان كله وجنوب السودان Equatorians, politicians and chiefs have demonstrated beyond any reasonable doubt that they are credible and whatever they suggest can actually make a lot of sense and people can actually rally behind it. مثلا في زمن بتاع جوبا كونفرنس السلاطين البسطاء زي ناس باسيفيكو لوليك they have given their ideas about the unity and separation of South Sudan and Sudan. وما بقول في زمن ده الوقت ما مناسب because التنمية اللي حصل في السودان ما بيساوي التنمية اللي كان بتحصل في جنوب السودان. فالاثنين دول مختلفين عن البعض كويس. You cannot put two couples who are unequal in a marriage. That marriage will suffer. That is from that time. Again, during the implementation of the Addis Ababa Agreement, Nas del Joe before the Bitam Command. Because they come based on their education in their communities. فهم ما جوا باسم بتاع constituency بتاعهم. If you look at it, they come in the name of South Sudan. عشان كده بقى كان داير يعملوا سياسة بتاعت بلبسة وبتاعت الزخم ده. In the end of the day, when the people discovered that is not right, especially in Equatoria, لا يا جماعة, let's backtrack. Let's go back to our constituencies. Let's go back to the drawing board and see how we can formulate this region called South Sudan into a credible and a sustainable region. لكن طبعا حاجه دي كان صعب البساط من تحت اقدامهم. عشان كده ما عايزين افكار دي. They took people back to square one بتاع الشكل. شفت that's why they thrive there حقيقة. Because that is the playground that they can thrive. عشان كده أفكار زي ده بتاع P-NADAFA ده بتقع يعني غريبة على أذانه. They will reject it, they will not يعني accept it. لكن ده ما بيعني إني we need to be quiet. ما هنا زي يعني we have been given a task to teach our people to promote these approaches to our people. لأن في النهاية it will safeguard the rights of our people. And if it actually looked favorably, if it is looked into it favorably, ده ممكن حاجة اللي ممكن بتحل قضايا بتاع جنوب السودان ده once and for all, to be honest. And in the end of the day, it can actually be used as a model for other parts of Sudan, you know, or regions in the continent. So يعني إرجاع السيادة للشعب ده حاجة مهمة يا جماعة جدا. And that is why they are afraid of it, and that's why we really need to just keep educating our people, keep talking about it, and at the end of the day, you know, the people will get it. The people have gotten it. It's just a matter of time of يعني الحاجات اللي احنا بنقول يا أخي putting some structures in place for our people so that at least we get the ball rolling. شفت دي حاجة اللي احنا عايزين نعمل يعني. The third point that I just want to end with, you know, at this section is that this underground movement لسه انت قبل كلمت عنه ان يا اخي هسه ماشي هناك in the line of what has been happening in South Sudan to those of Bolmel and the rest and whatnot. يعني ناس زي ناس دكتور مجوك جوك مدد جوك يعني هم من زمان. They try their best to be like the people who are experts في موضوع بتاع جنوب السودان ده. هم نعم ناس دكتور لوكر بيون وغيرهم من الأكاديميين اللي تشوفته. لكن طبعا الحاجة اللي كان بيعمل فرق ده لأن شنو يعني من ما هم كان في الجامعة الأمريكية هناك في مصر وعلى حد هسه هنا في أمريكا يعني they have the opportunity طبعا of going to school through the Ford Foundation وكده. الهدف طبعا كان إن يا أخي ناس الأمريكيين ده يعلمهم وفي مجموعة منهم حقيقة عشان شنو كان يعني البلد ده طلع اللي هو جنوب السودان طلع إن كان ده اللي بيستخدموه كقادة وكأكاديميين وكمحللين اللي كان بيساعد في شنو في يعني تأسيس حكومة في جنوب السودان اللي بيكون موالية لشنو لأمريكا. فهم عندهم يعني آذان ساقية حقيقة في أمريكا في عدد منهم، لكن من أشهرهم يا طبعا اللي هو دكتور جوك وكان هنا في زمن السلام ده implementation of the peace agreement هو كان بيشتغل هنا وفي أوقات الصيفية هو بيمشي يشتغل وين في جنوب السودان. هو من الناس أوائل الناس اللي كان في معهد اسمه سود انستيتيوت هم كان يعمل ضمن الناس اللي أنشأوا معهد ده. And even those of Kira I think did not want that institute. So in any case الهم بيحاولوا يعملوا حسن يا جماعة. It is just about trying a last attempt to bring all these opposition groups together عشان شنو to bring something, some type of alternative للحكومة الأمريكية الخارجية الأمريكية عشان يقول يا أخي يا جماعة the government in Juba is rotten, so we are the alternative here. وبعدك طبعا هيدوموا له باقي الناس ناس UPA وغيرهم ديل and then they will say you know what we are the alternative. لكن are they? If they really want to be an alternative then they should be inclusive. If they really want to be an alternative they should not be afraid of these ideas that we are promoting. They should not be afraid of ideas with that EPA. They should bring it to the open. In the ya Jama, this is what we want to do. And you people in NADAFA and in EPA, this is what we're bringing out, and we want you to be part of this. Because if we really want to see a viable South Sudan, whether for now or for the future, you need to listen to all the ideas. You need to bring all the constituencies, be it the electoral constituencies on the ground, be it the faith-based groups, be it the NGOs and the يعني ممثلين بتاعت شنو التحالف المدني. Everybody really should be included, and every viewpoint should be listened to. And then in that way, people will reach a consensus of how this thing should go forward. Jamaat al-Lahad Hassan, they could never really come and agree on one leader. So you can just imagine, like, how can there be an alternative if everybody is just trying to stand as a leader in their own right? You know? So, if in higher, as South Sudanese, we are still in a long ride. And if our people will understand, that, to be honest, the current situation should not be allowed to continue like this, because if it is allowed, a lot of people are suffering, our people are dying, many people will remain outside as refugees, and a credible system will not be created. Lakin, the only way is for the people to understand and come into action and try to say the right things. Yeah, even this invitational can Afro Bejide, why would it come through a third party? And why it did not come up to this point in time, and why? So, and that's a question that we really need to analyze and maybe, draw some conclusions and come with a way forward, because this thing may repeat itself in the future. And then I'll probably come back later. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel, with your constructive analysis. You really made some very remarkable analysis, of some of the issues. So you're most welcome, as always. Your contribution is very informative and very educative as well. Thanks for the inputs. Yeah, as I said earlier on, welcome, Charles Itahile. I see you are in the room, and you're raising questions that, asking questions that why are we not answering your question? Your question was actually answered, but you were not in the room. You decided to just spend a few minutes and then you disappeared. So you didn't listen to the answers. So it would probably be best if you come up here, repeat yourself, and also be ready to answer questions. So we are not afraid of questions. We are open for, we're open to dialogue and so on. And you should just demonstrate a bit of being serious and being honest and transparent with yourself and with others. Respect the different views of other people, because that way you can learn. But otherwise, you will probably be taking a one-way traffic approach and not listen to other voices. So because of your own limitations, which is not our limitation, it's your own problem. You're welcome. And come up here, and I sent you invite to come up, but you haven't responded to that. So you come up here first, and then we can revisit some of the answers that we gave earlier. So we came here for a reason, to address the specific issues, which you didn't have the patience to even to listen to, and you disappeared. And then now you come back and you say you have a question and you want people to answer your question. Right? So just respect yourself, be willing to be patient and respectful of other different viewpoints, and just treat yourself humbly. Don't try to just be a noise, so you're welcome. This is not a one-to-one thing. I sent you invite to come up here and repeat yourself to the rest of the people here, to the audience, and then we can respond to that. So just feel free to, don't be afraid. You come up, a whole general like yourself should not be afraid, and should be okay with coming up and speaking. So we're giving you a chance to come and speak and ask you questions, and then we'll respond to you. You're supposed to be an Equatorian separatist, and then you're supposed to work and talk to Equatorians just on equal footing. So why are you afraid to come up here? I can't say you are afraid, but just why don't you come up here and ask your questions? We're giving you a platform. Charles, Itahile. By not coming up, this is the model. You're telling us this is how you conduct yourself with other Equatorians, the relationships that you are building, relationship of trust, I suppose. This is how you present yourself. So why should we bother, waste our time responding to Charles Itahile if Charles Itahile does not even like to talk to other Equatorians? Can't share a platform with them, can't come up and speak. So why should we bother to be asked, answering a question? It's a waste of time because we've answered the question earlier. So you listen to the recording later and you'll find answers to your questions. Okay? Right. Let's move on. Everybody else. I think, like Daniel said, we're talking about ideas here, Our focus really here is on ideas. People who are willing and ready to come and discuss ideas, they're welcome. And we'll always respond to ideas, We have our own. We don't shy about what we talk about. Sometimes some of our ideas might be very difficult to comprehend or to understand by other people, but we'll try to take some time to explain and simplify where there is need to simplify, because people are at different levels. Some of them are not dealing with conceptual issues. They only understand a narrative that is simplified for their level. Others can comprehend some of the discourse that we're talking about. When we talk about models, when we talk about relationships in building models and stuff to do with transitioning, and things like that. But if you are not in position to engage in that kind of discourse, then we understand and appreciate that. We'll do our best to kind of simplify the concepts and make it understandable as much as we can. So, welcome back, Ogede. Do you wanna chip in? Maybe if you have anything, just feel free to jump in and just share your opinions. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Hakim Dario, Mr. Dongolawe, our brother Daniel, Simon. I think before I go ahead, I really wanted to play something just before I go ahead. Let me play this one quickly, okay?
Yeah, go ahead. I can't even the voice. I can't mute myself. I don't know why. I can't see the mute button for my voice, so I might have to exit and then come back again. Okay.
Dr. Hakim Dario. There you go, Dr.
Okay, right.
Yeah, you're muted. Honestly speaking, Dr. Hakim, I'm really so proud to be here. Mr. Tungulawe and Brother Daniel Simon. But let me play this first before I speak.
Wherever we stand strong, we fight and sing that in life. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for listening to that great message to our brothers and sisters from Equatoria. Let me now go to the topic. So the P-NADAFA alternative government to replace the R-TGONU. Indeed, as people have actually spoken about it before, and I came a little bit late, South Sudan turned from was supposed to be a nation, to supporting a tribe, clan, and family. We can talk much more about this or in depth about this, but it's no time for me actually to talk about this. We need to be very quixotic that we really need to continue expressing the ideology, the vision, and the mission of Equatorial People's Alliance, EPA. And Equatorial People's Alliance, or me as a member of Equatorial People's Alliance, felt that, I should be, and I must be so proud to be a member of this Equatorial People's Alliance. And that is why when some of us are talking, being quixotic or realistic, and that needs courage, determination, and mavericks from all Equatorians. not trepidation or anxiety or fear. This has been the message of Equatorial People's Alliance for years, and we are so proud to express ourselves. So we have talked regarding all sorts of characteristics that led to the failed South Sudan. It is time to offer solutions. And EPA, Equatorial People's Alliance, is on top of offering solutions. Equatorial People's Alliance are the mavericks, independent thinkers. Equatorial People Alliance are not just the people who are backing 24/7 on social media without offering a single solution. Who in his rightful mind cannot be so proud to be part of this great entity, great political movement, great patriotic Equatorians who have came out loud and clear? Who cannot be proud of them? As I said that, let us be exotic or realistic to come up with solutions. We, the victims, cannot free ourselves when we are so swallowed by trepidation, anxiety, fear. We cannot reach the solution. We must be mavericks because we know how many times Equatorians have been cheated. Here is the message. Equatoria, organize. Organize. If you feel that, you don't want to be part of Equatorial People's Alliance, that is a loud voice. We will say, organize yourselves. Let us build trust, rapport among us, the victims in Equatoria and elsewhere. Let us use emotional intelligence, meaning, being in touch with your own emotions and trying to understand the other people's emotions too. Our positivity and optimism and respecting others help us in reaching respect, peace with ourselves, and reaching also the solution. Victims in Upper Nile, Barghazal, and of course Equatoria must have peace among themselves, especially the people in other regions. They must start thinking about who they are so that they can rally together with Equatorial People's Alliance under Dr. Hakim Dario and all of us here, who came actually with very clear strategy, the vision as a solution. Build trustful alliance. Well, there are so many alliances out there. But Equatorial People's Alliance is not part of it. Why? Because we in Equatorial People's Alliance, we are very thoughtful. We are independent thinkers. We are analysts. And we wanted people to sit with us to express what they really believe in before we start talking to them. We have learned from several cheatings of Equatorial leaders, the Equatorial previous leaders. And this is not going to happen this time. So decide on whether we, the victims, still believe in this thing so-called the unity of South Sudan. That has failed. Or we can advocate for any region to have a self-determination. Equatorial People's Alliance came up with this union state loud and clear. Go to other movements out there and ask them, what do they have? What do they have? If we say, here is the table, whether it is going to be the round table, a square table, or whatever it is, put what you got here on the table. We, as proud EPA, will put what we got. We'll put it on the table. We'll say this is a union state as a solution. It will be a blueprint on the table. We will be very proud to sit around it. We will be very proud to defend it. But we would like also to see the ideology of other people. I don't care whether they're Equatorians or whatever, let them bring what they got in their minds and put it on the table. So this union state has been scrutinized by fellow members of Equatorial People's Alliance. And we reach into a conclusion that, this is the only alternative. And even in Equatorial People's Alliance, we are well organized as an alternative government because we have something at hand. We are not people just who talk on the social media, without any blueprint. This is not actually like mocking some people. No, it's not about mocking some people, okay? But this is what we got. Bring what you got and let us put it on the table. So we'll say, Ajama, the union state, we would like to see Equatoria, Greater People Administration Area, Western Barghazal, Upper Nile, Eastern Upper Nile. And this is what we got. So tell us, what do you have in your mind? What do you think? That is usually the question. What do you think? Giving you an opportunity to express yourself. If you cannot think, then that is not our problem. That's not our problem. But this is what we have got. So we are not only talking about Equatoria, we are also more concerned about other people whom we have perceived as victims, or who also claim to be victims. Now they need to prove to us, do they agree with this ideology? A union state? A union state in which each will have the right for self-determination. Simple. Very simple. If you see that this union is not working, for example, your area is not developed, your people have been displaced, your people have been killed, your people have been raped, your people, you name it. You can say, I'm sorry, I can. People, it's not about Dr. Hakim or whoever is a member of Equatorial People's Alliance, but their people. You go back to your people and say, this is the situation. You do have the right for self-determination. Do you want to continue with this union, or you wanted to step aside peacefully? Then the people will vote if they wanted to step aside. Whether they're going to be the people of Equatoria, Greater Pibor administrative area, Western Barghazal, Upper Nile, Eastern Upper Nile, that is their own choice. It's not Robert Ohide to go and tell Equatoria that, vote for this, for this. They need to have that consent to decide for what they believe. Once they believe that, this union cannot work, they can vote for it. They can vote actually to opt out. This is what Equatorial People's Alliance is talking about. Again, what is your offer? What are you bringing on the table? You see, this is what we have brought. And we are very proud to defend it. That is why when we open a room, we keep the door opening. We keep the door open for everybody who wanted to come and interact with us, for everybody who wanted to come and ask us questions, for everybody who wanted to come, and debate with us. But one thing is needed: respect. If you are coming to debate with us, come to our room with respect, and you will get the respect. You ask a question, we will answer you, because we fear nothing. We already have an alternative. So the person who fears to talk or fears to offer an alternative, okay, that is a problem, or that is a person with a problem. Not us in Equatorial People's Alliance, because we know what we're doing. That's why we are so proud when we're talking about Equatorial People's Alliance. We, the victims, must all agree that the only avenue for us to free ourselves from being hostages, rahin, okay, of these people who have actually taken us hostages, is through a united, peaceful advocacy for self-determination. Of the above mentioned alternatives. Or otherwise, if you also agree that, we can only free ourselves through armed struggle, okay, then it should be part and parcel of it. Or if the regime believes that we need to get our freedom through war, then all of the victims must agree that we must fight. We must fight. No more hunting dogs. No more pickbacking or tailgating. No more horn holders. No more lemon politics. But we can move together holistically to make sure we get what we wanted. Equatorial People's Alliance are the people who mostly focus on the solutions than challenges, and deserve to be respected as leaders with solutions. So if you don't have a solution, if you don't have an offer, then That is your own problem. So we do have our own solutions. If you disagree with us, come up, let us come and talk. What is on your mind? We cannot succeed in achieving a political agenda or war agenda without ideology. Again, I repeat, we cannot succeed in achieving a political agenda or war agenda without ideology. You can back out there for days, 24/7. But if you don't have the ideology, then you are just like, a bird sinking out there. Because that's the saying that, a bird is not singing because it has an answer. But it has a song, right? You see? So maybe there are the birds out there. But we're not birds. We do have a solution. We do have an ideology as Equatorial People's Alliance, while also respecting other people who are actually struggling to have their own ideology. So when we're talking about solutions, and other people are talking about personalities, that is what defines those kind of people. It is not us, Equatorial People's Alliance. We have learned a lot. So if you ask a question, how many leaders from Equatoria who have advocated for the interests of Equatoria were and have been disrespected, ignored, and their characters assassinated by fellow Equatorians, then we are here to make sure we are not going to allow this to happen anymore. But if somebody do decide that they wanted to stay, to continue to be in that kind of a cage, so that is up to them. So good luck. Go ahead. So Equatorial People's Alliance, EPA, my fellow brothers and sisters, my fellow EPA members, my fellow EPA leadership, EPA is the last golden, well-articulated ideology that can benefit all the people of South Sudan. Some people might be down there, but maybe you're a unionist. Of course, what is wrong with it? But understand what is a unionist state, right? And understand what we're offering within the unionist state. That is why this is the last golden articulated political ideology for Equatoria and for the other people. Now, conclusion, based on the ongoing underground consultation of the opposition groups. As Daniel mentioned it, we knew all what is going on, But whoever fears EPA, indeed fears EPA because they know what we stand for. They know we can put them on the spotlight. They know we have an ideology. They know the ideology is the best solution for the people of South Sudan and all the regions that we have mentioned. That's not what they wanted. They wanted their pockets. They wanted their positions. They wanted to go back to the same entity that have destroyed South Sudan. That is why they are trying to copy and paste. This is called plagiarism. When you see people, instead of EPA, you see those of UPA, you see. That's plagiarism. And when you look to them, when you look at them, these are the same people who have looted the country. These are the same people who have destroyed the country. These are the same people who have fought and killed our people. These are the same people now who are trying to flee away from their own dirt. And when South Sudanese are challenging them, they say, we have failed. You and who? You and who? Me as Robert Oheda, I have never ever worked in that thing called South Sudan, like in that government. Never. So how can you say we have failed, all of us? You have failed. And now your failure as SPLM that has been actually hijacked by the Gen Council of Elders. You wanted to engulf other people like we have all failed. No, I'm not part of that failure. I have not even looted even $1, a penny. I have not done that. And nobody from EPA has done that. Let us be very honest. Yes, maybe there are some people who have worked there, they have not looted the country, okay? And we know them. So that's why when we're talking, if we really wanted to have this kind of consultation, and like the way Daniel put it before, okay? Don't come to us through the third party. You know, we don't want that nonsense anymore. Come to us through the door. Don't jump to us through the window. Don't come to us through the window. Come to us through the door. We will confront you. We will talk with you. We will put you on the spotlight. We will define who you are. We will tell you you have dirty hands. Your hands are full of blood. We will tell you that. And we will tell you that, you know, you don't deserve to be a leader of South Sudanese anymore. Whether it's going to be under the Union State or not, you don't deserve it because this is your record. In front of everybody. That's why when some of us are saying, look, when we're going to have this negotiation to have actual an alliance, we need to run the criminal record of every leader who's coming to talk there. You don't want to come to us. We don't want to see you coming to us with dirty hands. We need to make a thorough screening. Who are you? We need to make a thorough screening. Then we will advocate for saying, okay, we are going to have a memorandum of understanding. This is what I believe in. You bring yours, and only let now the combined alliance choose what is better. Let them choose. Then after that, we can say, okay, we need to elect one leader that can lead us as opposition group. But we need to run through their background. Educational background, work history. All those things, we need to run through all those things. Yeah, Jama, this is what those people don't need. They don't like it totally. When you talk to them about that, they don't like it. Okay? No. That was a medieval time, not this time. Okay? That is why they are fearing. To come and sit with us in Equatorial People's Alliance, they cannot do it. They cannot do it because they know who they are. That's why they are trying to use some of our brothers to say, you know what, we wanted you to go and talk to the leadership of EPA, try to call Dr. Hakim so that he talk to him. No. Joseph Lagu, that time, when he was actually, negotiating in order to come and sit for this agreement, and after he saw Abel Alia, and he was like, I want to see Jalaba, Madahwe. You see? So we will use also the same, terminology. We will use the same terminology. You don't need to send to me, my brother. I need to sit with you. Articulate yourself. And we wanted to hear what you are talking about. For the rest of the Equatorians who are shy out there, Look, we in Equatorial People's Alliance, we don't have anything against you. We love all of you. But we also love ideology. But you come with ideology, so that we can move together holistically and we achieve what we needed for Equatoria. So we love all of you. But again, love should also be very mutual. When we're giving you our love from Equatorial People's Alliance, we need you also, at least if you are not able to give us that love, but give us a little bit of respect that these are our brothers. Yeah? That's why when we're talking here, okay, we don't want to go after our fellow Equatorians. Regardless of their political ideology, we don't want to go after them. Because blood is thicker than water. But if you continue, this is not a warning, but if you continue to disrespect us all the time, well, you will be also pushing us towards the edge for us at least to also respond back. And that will be also self-defense. So let me stop here. Again, I wanted to tell you that I'm so proud to be a member of Equatorial People's Alliance. I'm so proud to be part of some negotiation that I was part of and the Equatorial People's Alliance. I'm proud to be part of this room. I'm proud to hear all of you talking proudly because you know who you are. As Equatorians, we are offering a solution for everybody. As Daniel said before, you know, our people showed that leadership before Addis Ababa Agreement and after Addis Ababa Agreement. That is what that defines us, Equatorians. So thank you so much, Mr. Tungolave. Thank you so much, President Hakim Dario, and all the audience who are downstairs. Just make sure you roll your sleeves up. And when we are here for you. When you are down there, you are down there for us. And we have one ideology for the common interest of Equatoria, extending it to the rest of the South Sudanese. Thank you so much. I love you.
شكرا أستاذ روبرت أخيد المداخلة القيمة. You are welcome, brother Charles Itahiri, General Charles أو دكتور حكيم لو عندك أي إضافة ممكن. Otherwise, Charles Itahiri من قبل بيكتب هنا بيقول عنده question. You can go ahead, Sir Charles.
Yeah, Charles can go ahead.
Charles.
Go ahead.
شكرا تاكم. Thank you أخي جدي دنقلاوي. وأنا بسلمي دكتور حكيم وكده وكل الناس في تحتنا ماغريت سابينا ييكو أفون باتريوت Dr. Moses. Again, this is General Charles Pearson, the leader of Equatorial Bloc for Equality and Justice Movement, proud Equatorian from the Federal Democratic Republic of Equatoria.
I'm glad you did not call us Morogot. Okay.
You are part of Morogot now. Don't interrupt, please. So, and you, the unionists, of course, EPA. I have some questions, and I hope we have a genuine debate and answers. Because as a Equatorian, already you talk a lot. You try to cut some heads, but you just play the devil role of not directing your acts directly. But I don't know whether that is politics or you make us to be like people who don't know what you are talking about. Now, my question is, today I think it's surprised that we found that something new out of you, EPA. And I'm going to have a series of questions. I'm not offending anybody, but just a series of questions. Dr. Kim would say, come here, come and ask your questions. Because I was working and still working, I still have a break of a few minutes, but I have this series of questions that I will want to know. It is surprisingly, let's start with the EPA, Equatorial People's Alliance. How many members in Equatorial People's Alliance? How many organizations? And what are the names of those organizations and their leaders? Have you written that? Or I repeat the question. Itum katabtu? No, I just want to confirm, because with the working network.
We don't have to. You just go ahead. Then Dr. Hakim gonna answer you.
Okay, maana there best can itum katabtu itum ask my questions and anam rale tani. So
yeah, very clear. Go ahead. Thank you.
Galat. Or Nimira, it means two. Now there is this before it was PDM-NADAFA. Now Dr. Hakim moved from from PDM-NADAFA to EPA. Now this November, Alela you come. Alela Arbatasha Sarhedasha. Now a new organization come called South Sudan P-NADAFA. South Sudan P-NADAFA. What is South Sudan P-NADAFA? I don't know what is that. That is two. Now, three. Okay, I don't want to ask you about your underground negotiations or representing EPA. I don't know which one is which, EPA or South Sudan P-NADAFA. Which one did you represent in your underground negotiation? Was this a confidential negotiation or a negotiation between parties? Thank you. And then on about the comment die.
Can you repeat the last question? Just very concise. Dictor, I'm sorry. Can you repeat your last question?
Ita kelemo, okay there. Girl, you are very proud of representing EPA in a negotiation. That's why I'm asking, is it underground negotiation? Were you representing EPA or South Sudan P-NADAFA? Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Charles, for coming up. Yeah, thank you for coming up, and also thank you for asking your questions. And we would answer those questions in the order that you asked them. Yeah, I hope my voice is clear. I hope my voice is clear. Can you? Okay, good. Yeah.
The one that I gave you here, Dr. Hakim.
That's all right.
Just 1 second. Hello, Dr. Hakim Dario. All your EPA members, are you still separatist movement or South Sudan P? South Sudan P?
Okay. Dr. Hakim يجاوب الأسئلة أنت سألت.
أنا داير بس clarification.
لا تهم.
ما تزعل يا أخوي، ما لو تزعل كده. ما صبر شوية، I'm just trying to clarify.
Right. Okay. I think your last question also will come at the end because there were 3 questions that you posed. We'll go in the order of that. And then if you are still in the room, you're not gone for work, then we can answer the last question as well. So the first question is about essentially about the difference between PDM and NADAFA and moving from PDM to NADAFA. And then if we just take that for simplicity, just to try to focus on that. Yeah, I think one of the maybe lack of information, we don't take that on you. It's just that you lack some background information as to how PDM came about and how NADAFA came about. And I'll try to be very brief, and then maybe you need to educate yourself more on that. And I'll try to, because I may not be able to give you all the details, now. Let me start with PDM. PDM was formed on the 1st of October 2016. And subsequently, it participated in the peace talks in Addis Ababa. And the main agenda of PDM was to be Equatoria-centric. The initial name for PDM was Equatoria People's Democratic Movement. And then the colleagues that we formed the PDM together with said that the word Equatoria People's Democratic Movement was going to attract a lot of enemies to ourselves. So they preferred that we just, say People's Democratic Movement. So that was the first contention about the name of the organization that we wanted to form, because we wanted to identify with Equatoria. And we also agreed the principle of PDM was the Equatoria's people's self-determination as our objective. The objective of PDM was Equatorial people's self-determination. And that we need to raise this at the regional, local, and international level. So when we went to the peace talks in Addis Ababa in 2018, PDM took the opportunity in the plenary, in the presence of everybody else, the international community, the regional IGAD states, and all the stakeholders that participated in the peace talks. So in our address, we made it very clear that the people of Equatoria stand for the right of self-determination. Okay? We made that very, very clear, and that we stand here to convey that message, and also to address the people of Equatoria from this platform, that the state in South Sudan is not moving in the right direction. We need to focus first and foremost about the process of constitution making, which would give the opportunity for our people to have a People's Constitutional Convention in terms of thinking through about the options of either we coexist or we decide our own fate. So we were the first organization in Equatoria to raise the question of self-determination for the people of Equatoria. It was not Charles Itahile. It was none of the separatists who are here in this room who raised the issue of the right of self-determination for the people of Equatoria. It was PDM, to be very precise and very clear. And there was no any other organization, a political organization, that called for the separation of the people, for the self-determination of the right of the people of the right of self-determination for the people of Equatoria. That's one thing, okay? And we refused to sign the agreement because this agreement did not offer the opportunity for the people of Equatoria to exercise their democratic rights, as we propose, in terms of, rather than making it an elite peace agreement, it should be a people-focused, people-centered peace process. And that the leaders of SPLM should step aside because they did not have a mandate. They were only elected in 2010. And we deserve and reserve the right, the sovereignty of our people to choose their leaders. On that basis, we didn't want to participate in giving legitimacy to the power sharing agreement. And I hope that's very clear. So this is where PDM comes from. Now, because we're mainly focused on a constituency-driven approach, during the 2016, thousands, millions of Equatorians were forced to, to flee the country. And a lot of atrocities were being committed against our people. So there was the largest exodus of refugees in Equatoria, which is compared to or exceeded the exodus of people from Rwanda because of the genocide of 1994. So this was the largest exodus in Africa of refugees from Equatoria to Uganda and to the neighboring countries. And people, PDM raised questions about issues about that, wrote extensively to different diplomatic missions, United Nations, and so on and so forth. But then we thought that was an approach that was not really very effective because it would be seen to be something that is coming from PDM as an organization. It needs to go down to the grassroots, to the people of Equatoria themselves, to rally the people, our people, to make the call for the right of self-determination and to, address their issues and raise their issues. So we have to work at the grassroots level. I raised this with the leadership of NAS, the leadership of SSNMC at the time, led by Bakasoro, and Thomas Cirillo, NAS led by Thomas Cirillo. And then also there was Lako, of course, he dissolved himself and became part of NAS, which was SSDF at the time. And then there was the movement of Ramadan Juma, who was, Ramadan, his second name, he was the PRM, Kanandum organization, PRM. So out of all of that, we said, the first leg of the discussions were not going very well in Addis Ababa. And we said, why don't we have a strategy ourselves as the leaders of Equatorial-led organizations so that we have a strategy when we go to the peace talks. I know we have differences of opinion. For example, SSNMC was looking at itself as a national movement. NAS was doing the same. And then, we don't have a coordinated strategy. And then we wanted to answer the question of whether we as organizations really want to stand for our people or not, and who our people really are, who are our constituencies. So we proposed in the light of the fact that Equatorians were being forced out of their lands, a huge population of Equatoria was driven into neighboring countries. We said, Equatoria is facing an existential threat. Let us do consultations. Whether you are in IO, whether you are in NAS, whether you are in government, our people are facing an existential threat. And we can only respond to that by being a collective as Equatorians. This is the premise upon which we called for Equatoria to Equatoria dialogue, which is started on the 16th or just, in April or March 2020. So we started the Equatoria to Equatoria dialogue for 3 to 4 months so that we generate consensus among all of these different political organizations as to how we can work together, first of all, to preserve and protect Equatoria from facing an existential threat. And then look at the strategy of how we maybe focus on self-governance, or like what we presented in Addis Ababa, that Equatoria should exercise the right of self-determination. But the others were not interested in, they thought that, maybe the call for the right of self-determination was too early to consider. But that's their view. So we wanted through the Equatoria to Equatoria dialogue to come to a consensus of how we can coordinate our strategies. So the idea was either we unify, form a single organization, like if you have A, B, C, D, like now you have, say, for example, Itahile is running something called Equatoria Republic. Uh, you know, Dr. Moses runs Rally for Equatoria or something. But these are all Equatoria-centric organizations, theoretically. And you have others. So these other organizations say, if we are really, if we can
say something, it's like a propaganda.
Yeah, well,
say exactly the organization, you know, the organization that are running.
Don't interrupt.
Say Equatorial Bloc for Equality and Justice Movement.
I don't understand.
And Dr. Moses is running National Rally, Equatorial National Rally. Simple.
Okay.
Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, that's all right. You can correct me. You can correct me. So we said there are different models of how we can operate this. The first model was unification of all of these organizations into a single entity, okay? A single entity that will merge everybody else and a single leadership so that we just have one organization. The problem with this model was that all of these different entities wanted to preserve their character, their ideology, and so on. So it was not easy to bring all of them together and merge into a single organization. That's number one. Number two model was that, okay, if it was not possible for us to unify into a single organization, then the only practical approach would be to forge an alliance. If we can forge an alliance, then everybody would still maintain their existing identities, and then we just focus on how we govern the process of the alliance, the charter of the alliance, the different roles that will be played by the different entities in the alliance. That will be focused around preserving Equatoria's existence, protecting against the threat of this existential threat that was facing Equatoria, and the lack of political power, because much of the political power was now concentrated by the agreement, Revitalized Agreement, in the hands of SPLM in government, the JENG, and SPLM in opposition, the Nuer. So this was the second model. The third model was that, okay, if we can't even achieve the alliance model, then we can instead operate independently of each other, and then any two organizations can affiliate to forge a strategy of collaboration among themselves. Like, say, for example, you can talk about PDM allying with NAS, and that's it, or NAS with SSNMC, or NAS with PDM, that sort of thing. The fourth model would be just everybody should work on their own. Don't even bother about working with this or that and so on. And then let it be determined by time. So those were the four different models that we considered. The preference came to an alliance model, that within an alliance model, we will all be working together, have consensus on certain strategic issues, and leave it to time to progress, to move from the alliance to becoming a single organization if there is a need to do that. So this is the consensus that came through the Equatorial to Equatorial dialogue. And it was a democratic process. Over 400 Equatorians participated in this process. From Canada, from the US, even NAS participated in the process and addressed the Equatorial to Equatorial dialogue. This is all recorded, by the way. It's all in video, captured in video. And it's part of our history. People in Australia, people in Egypt, they all participated. Their voices are there. So ultimately, we came to the conclusion that the alliance model was the best. And then we thought, about what's the next step? How can we, take this forward? So there was the confirmation of Declaration on the Right to Self-Determination for the people of Equatoria, and the Charter for inclusive of the right to self-determination, and then the vehicle that will be used to carry this forward. Now, some of the other organizations like NAS, SSNMC, were hesitant about becoming members of the alliance because they wanted to retain their character as national organizations.
What's the alliance name?
The alliance name have to be chosen by the people. I will come to that. So, but the alliance model was the preferred model. And then SSNMC opted out. The NAS opted out. PDM did not opt out. The PDM did not opt out of the alliance model, the idea, the proposal of the idea of the alliance. So after that, then it came to the name. How would we identify ourselves as alliance? You know, what's the best name for us? This was also up for grabs. It was left to the people to decide which name was suitable. And so the name EPA came up as the preferred name compared with a number of other names. There were, I think, 4 different names. So EPA was then chosen as the name of the alliance. And this was then confirmed in the founding of the alliance on the 29th of August 2020, after the declaration was made on the 18th of July 2020. So from March up to April, up to July, there was a period of almost 3 to 4 months of Equatoria to Equatoria dialogue, week by week, every Saturday, every Friday. People had to discuss and consult about these issues. Okay? So in the end, we ended up taking the name EPA, you know. So it was not my suggestion, okay? It was not my suggestion to call it EPA. It was, you know, consensus, based on consensus and preference by the people in terms of majority, okay? So, and that is how EPA was founded. On
how many alliances choose EPA?
Yeah, I'll come to that.
Names of those alliances?
Yeah, so in the alliance model, you have political organizations that were meant to be part of the alliance. The SSNMC, like I said, and NAS decided to opt out. They didn't go along. So PDM went along with that. And then there were also civil society entities that would, you know, be members of the alliance, one of which was Advocacy Foundation, led by Isim Shunuda, by Sabata, community-based organizations that were willing to be part of it, individuals from Equatoria, individual citizens of Equatoria can also be members of the alliance. Women groups can also be members of the alliance. And there were names that, you know, were proposed and others that were like futuristic in terms of those who are in Egypt and in other geographies. If the circumstances permitted for them to participate without, you know, obviously security concerns, you know, fear of being persecuted in those geographies and so on. So PDM decided that the members of PDM went along with the idea of the alliance as a member of the alliance. That's one. Number 2, there was the clear subordination of all of these different entities to serving and putting Equatoria first. That it's not, you are coming here to serve the agenda of the people of Equatoria. All of us can do that. Whether you are an individual, whether you are an organization, it is just like you are coming to make a contribution to the people of Equatoria. That is the principle. You subordinate everything else to the alliance. That you work together because you want everybody to contribute at whatever level that they are able to do. For example, individuals can bring their experience, professional experience, civil society can bring their expertise, and so it will give a cross-section of and reflect how society in Equatoria is organized or is represented. And then that would give legitimacy to saying these are different voices and people from Equatoria. They are not just one political organization, like, say, PDM. PDM is just playing its part. Others are playing their part, depending on what experience you bring to the table. Because then together, the experience of all of these different entities and different people, are there to serve Equatoria. That's the principle. So it is not a question of moving from PDM to EPA, as you would have liked to put it, right? It's not like that. It's just that you lack understanding of how this process worked and how this process developed and evolved. So the main tenet of this was that it was a collective process in response to the existential threat that Equatoria faced, and the recognition, realization that actually all of us as Equatorians, we can play a part in this. No one should be excluded. If you are a politician, we are a political movement, it depends on how much.
I'm asking you a question. Go to the next.
Right.
This.
Okay.
Go to the next question.
So the next question, if you can just remind me about, because I've answered this question of NADAFA and the second question, the question of NADAFA, right? Now, NADAFA was founded as an alliance for
NADAFA, South Sudan P-NADAFA.
Sorry?
South Sudan NADAFA.
Okay.
South Sudan P-NADAFA.
Yes, okay. I will come to that because you don't have the history. So you need to have a holistic picture so that you understand the rationale and you excuse yourself having to repeat yourself with questions and so on. So NADAFA was first of all formed soon after the Revitalized Agreement for Resolution of Conflict in South Sudan was signed. Okay? And it was founded on the principle of NADAFA for 3 regions, that there should be 3 states. Because the people of Upper Nile wanted also to form an Upper Nile Republic. This is the Workers' Party of Upper Nile was taking the lead on that. And then they were joined by Philip of the Federal Democratic Party. And then on the side of Equatoria, it was PDM that was calling for the right of self-determination for the people of Equatoria. So the principle was that this could be achieved if we can show popular support for the idea. So they would work in Upper Nile, we would work in Equatoria to mobilize our people, and the voice from Upper Nile will also come up and support the agenda of the right of self-determination for the people of Equatoria, as much as we support the people of Upper Nile to have their right to self-determination. So it's mutual. And then we would have an understanding that this is not an invitation for us to go into war with each other, because we recognize the sovereignty of each other, right? And we can resolve issues peacefully with understanding that we can live as good neighbors. And if in the future, in another generation, for example, people decided that they have cemented their neighborhood, work together, and they want to forge coming together, it will probably be like the European Union, where in Europe you have every country is independent and sovereign. And then by their own free will, later on, they started to forge the European Union, which is now a free common market for the European nations to exchange trade, develop, mutual benefit arrangements and so on. So I say that will be a limiting position in the future. Okay, so that is the understanding between us and the Workers' Party and the team from Upper Nile. Now, from that point on, going on, we came to P-NADAFA later as a revised version, a variation of the 3 regions model. Because, for example, we found that there were wars and still ongoing wars between, like, say, for example, the people of Greater Pibor and the Jeng and the Nuer in Upper Nile. And example of this was in 2020 when the combined forces of Dinkabor and the Nuer, the Lao Nuer, marched on Greater Pibor and declared the entire Greater Pibor area to be a no-fly zone. Okay? So there is no trust. And many of the people from Greater Pibor were asking us questions that why are you wanting to or support lumping us with the people of Upper Nile? Did you consult us? We don't want to be part of the Jonglei state. We have extricated ourselves. We've been fighting to, and we ended up with the Greater Pibor administrative area because we don't want to be part of the Jonglei state. And you have all seen the evidence that, there's no trust. We have been killing ourselves. So we would not entertain the idea of being lumped together with the people of Upper Nile. And incidentally, the majority of the people of Greater Pibor administrative area, they are our ethnic community members. The Murle, the Didinga, the Larim, the Tenet are the same people. They originated from Eastern Equatoria. The Murle, 500 years ago, was originated from the Dinga Mountains. And there is a narrative, folklore and mythology that is repeated everywhere in Larim, in Didinga, in Tenet. It's the same story of how our people divided, and how they migrated. The youth migrated further, and they ended up coming to what is today now known as Greater Pibor administrative area, right? These were the youth. They were angry because they were not served with the soup. And the soup was consumed of Magar, which is like Ghazal. The soup was consumed by the elders, who were the Didinga, right? And so they protested that. And they decided to move ahead, further ahead with their families, with their girls and so on. And then they ended up coming to what is now known as Greater Pibor administrative area. So they said I would rather, they're just an administrative area, but they want to be a state, a full state by themselves. And they would prefer us reuniting, okay? They want to come back to Equatoria because that's where their heritage is. That's where their people are. They don't want to be separated, right? So that is the proposition from Greater Pibor that they want to be back with their people. And this is where this idea came from, that, look, if we recognize, just wait, don't interpret. Don't.
Asking that, I think I want to write down the representative from people who say you want back.
That's nonsense. You don't ask these questions here about who is represented. I'm just giving you the wider, bigger picture so that you understand, okay? You don't have to like. Wait. You will come, Sabina. Let me just my train of thoughts. Let me just complete my train of thoughts. Okay. So, yeah. So, here at this point, here, Charles, can you shut up, please? Okay, shut up. You are very disrespectful, you see? Just listen and listen to the answers.
That's what you brought me here to ask. I want to make some clarification, okay? Charles, okay.
You have asked.
Okay, Charles.
You have asked a question. Charles, be respectful. Otherwise, I'll just drop you, okay?
Yeah, hold on, Victor. Charles, you have asked questions.
We are answering your questions.
He's answering you, in depth. You cannot just continue after each point of Dr. Hakim. Please, we're giving you the chance.
Representative, representative, the people.
Stop the question. Just a moment. Okay. He did not ask that question before, and I'm answering the questions that he raised. So if he wants to ask any other questions, let him wait and bring those questions later. Okay, that's number one. Number two, okay, I'm not obligated to be your answering your questions every little and who are they in Bibor and so on. That's irrelevant. You will have to go and find out yourself. We don't have time to be your secretaries asking, answering your questions. Okay, so just be respectful. Okay, if you are interrupting like this, you're showing that you are disrespecting EPA. You're disrespecting the respect that we are giving to you in our forum. Okay, and we would not entertain this, and it would just be like a noise. You are not really serious. You are either mentally sick or you are not listening to anybody, right? So just please keep quiet, and if that's is not
professional, Dr. Hakim.
yes, if you don't like it, just go, leave. We don't have time for you. You see, either you listen respectfully or you leave the room and go on, follow your business of disruption and all of that. Okay? We're not interested in, in spending time and wasting time on you, right? Our time is valuable. So you listen.
I'm asking questions. Thank you.
So anyway, just let him go. He's he's not the right type of person to talk to. Dismiss. Yeah, I'll just answer. If he wants to listen, he listen. If he doesn't, it's up to him. The other people will listen. Yeah. So, for the benefit of the public, I'll just give the narrative, the answers that I wanted to share in the benefit of the public. So yeah. So the Murle say that they would rather want to be, associated and united with Equatoria, because the future of South Sudan, the way it is not reassuring to them. So, and this was what we're trying to explain to our colleagues in Upper Nile, like Gatluk, for example, that this is the reality that we're facing. And then also the people of Western Bahr al-Ghazal had a similar situation like the people of Greater Pibor. You see? But we started from the premise only of Equatoria. So we said, okay, since we actually invest in the sovereignty of the people, then we would like to let it be very clear that we regard all of these different social groups as sovereign entities. They existed before the coming of the state in South Sudan. They existed as separate entities, right? As sovereign entities. And we cannot arrogate to ourselves the decision, the right to tell them to belong here or there, okay? That is a process of self-determination. They have to self-determine their status and future. And that's why we sort of tilted towards this model of the different social groups are entitled to the right of self-determination. So that if it's viable, well and good, they're okay. The people of Greater Pibor can determine and decide by themselves how they want to live. The people of Western Bahr al-Ghazal can decide by themselves how they want to live. If they want to associate with Equatoria, that would be, the right of self-determination of the people of Western Bahr al-Ghazal. The same to the Murle, the same to the Shuluk, the same to the Jeng, the same to the, the Nuer, right? So that there is no hegemony. And if we can agree peacefully, to do that, then I think we'll lay down a foundation for good neighborliness and also freedom to exercise this right of self-determination by the different social groups that can be viable if it is viable for them to be a state. It's up to them, it's the people. But for us, in Equatoria, we say, I think we do have a social fabric, we have a history, and I think we can be a viable state in terms of population, the land, and so on. So those were the main drivers of why we thought this does not conflict with the initial momentum for the right of self-determination for the people of Upper Nile, the right of self-determination for the people of Equatoria, the right of self-determination for the people of Bahr al-Ghazal. Because there is no consensus, there is no trust in the system, in the way we live, and we are still prone to hegemonic sort of like policies and tendencies. So it would be best in the interest of peace for us not to be a hostage to a system that does not recognize the sovereignty of the people. And that's why we say sovereignty of the people must come first. We should have a transition towards that model. So we could say, for example, go through a transitional process in which we regard, just like what happened between Sudan and South Sudan. South Sudan was treated as a different entity. It operated as such, and then ultimately it decided on the right to self-determination. So we said this could be an open opportunity for us to replicate that sort of process in addressing the difficult issue of how we fix the problem of governance in South Sudan. So that was really my answer to the question of NADAFA. So this is the background. Then the P-NADAFA was now just an emphasis on people, putting people first. Because if you look at the concept of NADAFA, it was saying that in order for you even to exercise the right of self-determination, you need democracy. So NADAFA was proposing this two-sided coin. On one side, there is democracy. If there were to be democracy in South Sudan, people can freely associate, form political associations, they can freely assemble, and so on and so forth. And they can also freely determine their future. But the obstacle is that we don't have a system that allows for this. So on the other side then is freedom. Action for freedom. So we're saying NADAFA is new, it was National Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action. So you have democracy and you need freedom action in order to attain democracy. And then with democracy, it's a win-win for everybody. In that, you can now decide your future. If you want to opt out, you can. In principle, you should have the right to self-determination. And this model is here in the UK. Like Scotland, for example, decided one time that they want to separate from UK. And UK was separating from the European Union, right? So it was a democratic right of UK and of Scotland. And it was exercised, except that the Scottish did not succeed, did not gain the majority, you see. They're comfortable with the current status quo. So that is the model that we're proposing. We're putting this on the table, that it is a process that could result in peace and will avoid us having to kill each other, to, damage our social fabric further just in order to maintain a state, a so-called state, which is not actually viable, you see. So this is how we went about it. And in a conference in Manchester University, precisely on the Saturday 21st of October 2021, we presented this paper to the conference as a way of lobbying for support. And it's even published in conference proceedings. So it is in the public domain. It's not something secret. So we said the people, if you look at it carefully, the human rights belong to the people: economic, social, cultural, and political rights, civil rights, and so on. The people's rights also belong to the people, right? So you put the people first. And let's talk about people's rights, human rights, economic, social, cultural, and political rights that belong to the people. That should be the premise, the basis upon which we should forge a state. Because a state, in our case, did not exist before. And we're trying to bring different social groups together to live together. But you don't force them to live with each other. Before, there was no such forcing, right? The colonialists came and put these boundaries and so on. But they did not interfere with the sovereignty of these individual social groups. And this inherently is that these social groups retain their sovereignty until they give it up for South Sudan and say, okay, like in the referendum, they wanted to be part of a state that is called South Sudan, with expectations of certain political institutions, a way to exercise political power, and so on and so forth. Now, because this is a new arrangement, they did not exist like this before, but now they want to exist in this concept, the modern construct of a state, but with certain expectations. And these expectations are not forthcoming. And therefore, revisiting the basics, right? So this is how we change the model slightly to reflect, an elaboration on the same model that put the people first, respect their sovereignty, and be guided by what the people say. So that's my answer to Charles. But of course, all of this, when he starts to understand where we're coming from, he becomes uncomfortable because he doesn't seem to really appreciate that there's a process to all of this, and the democratic process that we went through in Equatoria to Equatoria dialogue. So it was not just made up. It was a thorough consultation going through a long process over a period of 4 months before EPA was founded. Yeah, so I think this is just for the benefit of the public. And today we're working together with our colleagues from Upper Nile. Deng Ruai is here, and his colleagues and his team. They mandated him to be the secretary of a provisional government of Upper Nile. And we're happy to welcome them, to work with them, because this is alignment of interests. And then this other question about, whether we are separatists and so on. This is obviously it's mute. It's pointless because unless somebody is just completely doesn't understand it, doesn't get it, then it's not our problem. We cannot waste our time to educate just a single individual when we have the whole of Equatoria to address. So we are not bothered by individuals who want to be distracting our views, distracting our opinion, and they are not showing good faith either. So how can we work like this? We can't show this model to be our model where we have distractions, we don't think thoroughly through issues. And Itahile has not published a piece of paper or a paper of what it is that he's talking about. But we are not like that. We work as a team, and we see strength in us working as a team. And we don't want distraction. So I think that's enough for me. I think let's not waste time. Like I said, some people just want to be a noise, but they have nothing, no substance behind. And we're not going to waste our time on that. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hakim. I think you have really, you have answered very, pertinent. Not a pertinent question, but you have answered actually to continue to educate, but you cannot continue repeating the same thing every time to somebody who doesn't understand actual politics. So we have actually so many important things to talk about. So I would like to welcome one of the speakers here, Mr. Deng Bol. I think let's give. Sorry.
Welcome, Deng. Welcome.
Yeah, Sabina wanted to say something. I think.
Welcome.
I would like to give the chance to Sister Sabina, and I was actually tempted to answer some questions there, but I see that those questions are actually very valueless, and there's no need for me to answer them. Dr. Hakim has actually summarized everything. So, Sister Sabina, go ahead and talk so that we can give the golden chance to our brother Deng Bol. Go ahead, Sister. Sabina, are you there, Sister? Okay, since Sabina may be the network issue also, so I would like to give this opportunity to Mr. Deng Bol. So Deng Bol, the chance is yours. The topic is up there. If you also have some questions later on, so you can go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much, comrades. Thank you very much, my brothers and sisters from Equatoria that are here. My name is Dengbol Arwe Bol, and for the sake of introduction, I am the chairman of the South Sudan's People's Liberation Movement and Army, and I am also the Secretary General for the newly established the Upper Nile, what we call the Upper Nile Republic Provisional Government. I'm the Secretary General and also the spokesperson. I have been in touch with Comrade Dr. Kim and my sister Margaret. We spoke a few times, and I'm not new to the aspirations of the people of Equatoria for their own state. And I have said this for years after having seen how the very Nilotic people of Barghazal and Upper Nile have ran the country in terms of the visible attitudes that we have all witnessed. Issues of war and dominance in politics, in business, in almost everything, and holding the country hostage. I have always said that I wish the people of Equatoria would be allowed. The reason I say allowed is not that I don't recognize the rights of the people of Equatoria. They do. But the reason why a lot of people are not independent all over the world is that the oppressor, the person that feels that has the upper hand, has always refused. That is why our voices were not heard in 47, in 55, in 75, in 72, 83, in 72, 75, and 83, until recently in 2011. So it takes time because the oppressor always wants to keep you where you are. But what has started, if the situation of South Sudan does not change, there is a real chance, no matter how long it takes, that South Sudan is most likely to split into three. Because this is how it began in 1947, and who knew that many, many years later, decades later, it will come to fruition. So, based on the current situation, I think we were inspired also by Equatoria. You saw it earlier than us in Upper Nile, and we can't take this anymore. So we basically have a model how we want this done. But I think the purpose of this particular gathering is to see how we can strengthen our alliance. Because the biggest failure of the opposition in South Sudan is not being able to work together. That's why there's no clear official opposition, not necessarily in the country, because the country right now has fallen and has been reduced to only one man, and that is President Kiir. And President Kiir, at his particular brain capacity, is not able to govern the country. In fact, to be honest with you, there is this small boy called Bolabuk who is one of his bodyguards. According to what I was told by some people, they say that he's now in Blue House. He was jailed. Because I understood that he went to see the president, was the last person to see the president a few days ago, about 3 days ago. And when he came out of the office, it was reported that later on the president got really sick. And he said that he was feeling dizzy and can't remember things. So these people kind of like arrested that boy and took him away because people always suspect that they drug the president. But that's not the case. The president has some medical issues where he cannot remember much. This has been going on for a very long time. So this explains why there is always changes in security, in the financial sector, and everywhere. He's just driven. And he signs, he makes changes that he cannot remember later on that he did. And maybe that does explain why he revokes every now and then. Another clear example is that I heard this long time ago, maybe about 3 weeks now, where he, one day in a meeting, asked that where is Riek? Why is Riek this late? Why is he keeping us? And at that particular time, Dr. Riek was actually sitting in Freedom Hall in that cage, following his trial proceedings. You see? Now again, I read something online, which is very similar to what I heard from other people about 2-3 weeks ago, that the president today in a meeting asked why Dr. Benjamin Bolman was not in the meeting. If that really happened, then there's a problem here. Now, these things, if proven to be right, and there's no opposition running to the TV station and doing a press conference and saying that we think that the old man is no longer capable of running this country, that there's no opposition at all. We have what we call de facto opposition, like UPA, but they are not playing the role of the opposition. This has been my only issue with them. I wish they would take more active role, not only being active, but also running after all the opposition to bring them together. Instead of trying to protect positions, I, as somebody who comes from a different political party, I don't care if I end up being number 1 million. That's not my problem. My problem is that everything that is happening in South Sudan, every minute, is documented and discussed, is analyzed, and is exposed. Is actually exposed to the people of South Sudan, so that they see the kind of government that they have in South Sudan. No one is doing that. In fact, I feel like those people that are the people that the South Sudanese people have anointed as their leaders, their opposition leaders, are covering for the regime, because they are not saying anything. I even heard that one of the leaders of UPA instructed his party not to say anything about the president or the leadership. What kind of opposition is that? So Dr. Kim and I discussed and said, maybe there is a need for an alternative. And that means we have to reach out to all these progressive political parties that are led by young people. And we developed the model of the SPLM-SPLA during the war, where in every region they had representatives. And those people in those particular regions were responsible for selling the agenda of the coalition in that particular area. And if there is something, then it's coordinated and people go on TV. Like in Nairobi, there could be weekly meetings, weekly briefings, news conferences. And if need be, if there's an emergency that needs to go out immediately, then it is done whenever it is necessary. Until we have opposition that is proactive like that, the people of South Sudan will not take any opposition very seriously. They will be just briefcases for moving around without any coordinated effort. So we SSPLM and the Nile Republic, our plan is that our position is that we want the opposition to come together, organize themselves. All the other oppositions can be independent, but we put together a collective voice, a platform that we can use to present ourselves to the South Sudan people, to the region, and to the international community. Like, I would say that my name is Dengbol Arwebol. I represent this group. And the same thing to Dr. Akim, the same thing to everybody here. And then collectively we are this or that, and our position or our response to what is happening in South Sudan today is this and this and this. And this is what we expect people of South Sudan. And that's it. The message will go out. So that is how I look at it. Now, how do we want this opposition to be structured? There's no conflict of interest here, nothing we are fighting over, because it's just political parties coming together, each of them with its own identity. It is only needed for collective messaging and also for us to amplify our voices. What we think should happen is that in terms of the opposition, the guidance to the opposition bloc, the opposition comes together. Our position is that the SSPLM and the Nile Republic urge all opposition groups to, 1, build cooperation on justice, equality, and constitutional order. What we really need in South Sudan is not going to be another peace agreement. We want a constitutional agreement which is based on constitutional order. It must be based on the law, because it's only the law can guarantee the people of Upper Nile and the people of Equatoria their rights, either as states or as regions, to have an option of self-determination. Even a state within the federalism model can opt out if they feel that they have been shortchanged by the rest. That also goes to the confederation model. If any region feels that they are no longer buying into the union, or the union is not attractive and cannot be saved, they have the right to opt out. In addition to total independence, all these three models are on the table, and they will all depend on how the people of South Sudan treats them. In fact, the more the other ones are too aggressive, arrogant, inconsiderate, they're basically saying that we cannot be together. But if they are considerate and there is organized negotiations that is sensitive to root causes of the problems, and that can address today's issues and avoid tomorrow's problems using a constitutional agreement that will bring about a constitutional order, then people can live together, but with an exit strategy. Number 2 is that recognize state federalism and regional self-governance as the foundation of peace and stability. Without that, there is no other negotiations. And then 3 is to present a clear and credible alternative to the existing regime before any transition occurs. It's like the opposition are waiting for President Kiir to die in order to begin to say, what is South Sudan going to look like after Salva Kiir? To us, we think that Salva Kiir should leave now by all means necessary. And the opposition should begin acting like as if they are the ones governing. At the moment we have the script. The SPLM, SPLA had even a model. They already had CAN, they had the SPLA, and they had the SPLM. The CAN was the government. The SPLA as an army and the SPLM as a party. Imagine the SPLM had even introduced their own number plate. They were acting like a country. And they had a government in South Sudan and also in exile. That is now why the world took the SPLM, SPLA very seriously.
Can you raise the volume a little bit? Can you raise the volume a little bit?
That is why the SPLM, SPLA was listened to by the international community, because they were already acting like a government, even if they had no government. That is what the opposition of today needs to do. So they must present a clear and credible alternative to the existing regime before any transition could occur. The fourth one is to conduct internal affairs with discipline, professionalism, and accountability. Those are internal things. And the last one is to avoid internal rivalries that weaken the collective pursuit of national change among the opposition, which is one of our problems. We were supposed to have a huge consultation or consultative meeting tomorrow, where a lot of political parties were going to come together and talk like the way I'm talking, the way Dr. Hakim is talking. And then all these were going to be put together, and then there can be a unified voice that will go out and we say, we'll meet again and we will take it from there. Then now, even Juba would have known that there is something, there's a storm that is forming. Guess what? It did not happen because of fighting with some opposition somewhere, not wanting to either come in as alliances or come in as individuals and all this. And this thing had to be postponed. And imagine it was supposed everybody would have received these invitations like last week. And in the middle of it, a problem came up, and so everything was dropped. So lastly, there got to be a principled and coordinated opposition that is essential to achieving genuine transformation and restoring public trust in leadership. Until the people of South Sudan seize leadership in those that are outside, it is going to be very difficult. I also think that whether naturally or forced or whatever, or as a result of the collapse of everything in the country, change has already begun. But where is the opposition that is going to be ready for change? I know today if something happens to President Kiir, some people will take over. There will be a lot of issues. There will probably be military confrontation. And if that happens, a few months later, the international community will begin to ask, they will begin to look for what is called political leadership. But where will that political leadership be? What do they have? Are they organized? So I think one of the reasons why Dr. Hakim called for this meeting is to bring these voices together. That the people that we thought were the ones that should be gathering us are not playing that role. If there is somebody that the South Sudanese have anointed as the opposition, that person is not there. That entity does not exist. So why don't we come together and then pick a very good name, come up with a structure, and make sure that we use this instead of me shouting here alone, the other person shouting there, the other person shouting there. No, no, no. One voice like that would really do well. Not only on Facebook, only. It has to be done also through a press conference. And we should have people in East Africa that can call those of NTV and all these and say, and talk about issues that are happening in South Sudan today. How many press statements are coming out these days about things that are happening there in South Sudan? Nothing. Who doesn't have a relative, a friend, an ally in Juba? If I want to know something right now, even J1, I will know. And these are the things that we should be taken advantage of. The strength of the SPLM, SPLA was coming from Khartoum every day during the war. And those are the things that they were using to build their propaganda and to also help mobilize the people. We don't have that. We definitely do not have. We have what I call fictitious support base. These are people that if you go to them and say, come together, they will not come. That is the kind of South Sudan we have today. We need to be seen as brave in front of cameras and to do a minute by minute address of what is happening in South Sudan. It's the only way that this government is going to go quickly, and at the same time, it is the only way that the nation, the region, and the international community know that these are the leaders, or this opposition is the one that if we ever look to if we ever need a political leadership for South Sudan, these are the people that we should be talking to. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Dan. Thank you very much. مشكور كثير للمرافقة. ذكر حاجات كثيرة قلت بعدين بنجي نتكلم عنها. حنرى سابينا يا روكم. Go ahead. حنرى سابينا. أستاذ رابط صوته واضح؟
يا صوتك واضح. أنا كنت ما قادر نسمع هنا. Maybe she needs to hear the refresh hour.
Yeah, she's here now.
I'm here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Honorable. It's all right,
Hi, hello. Sorry, thank you so much. Brother Dongolai, Brother Lokopide, it's great to say the very statement. And also, I thank Brother Deng and Brother Daniel and Steve and Akuria and all the two. The issue that we have is the controlling of the system. For example, that you don't want to acknowledge things, or you don't want to acknowledge other people. We tend to pick who we want to listen to and who we don't want to listen to. It is going to bring a very good
Voice, Sabina, can you raise the volume a little bit? Okay.
So that is why EPA has been here, Dr. Hakim has been here, meeting since 2020. People listen and they keep their debt here. And I want to pass this message to Brother General for his concern. Okay? The way he's asking the question, that's the way people want it. There's no point to do something and just ask a question. It's part of the village people. But there's no point there. He comes here and you make them stand as if it is investigating. You're not investigating here. Okay? want to put a question, put a question that you know the answer and you want people to ask. And then it's asking all the time. Then I understand. You're not talking, anybody's interrupting you, you were really interrupting. We don't respect our own people. We don't respect our leaders. Last time I said, how do you expect leaders to be? To have grown someone, to have horn, so then you can identify that this one is a leader. Everybody is a leader. Some people come up, God gives people gifts separately. There are people who are determined and they can dedicate their life and their time for the sake of others, for the common good. It's good to respect it. That any thinking or any idea has gone into mental processes, have gone through a lot until it becomes a solid idea that someone put in front. Why not respect that? You don't have to come here and ask how many members EPA have, what are the representatives of people. Is that an investigation? Any organization can be started by a person, by one person. You can go, like Jesus went into the wilderness, preach your word. Those who listen, they will come and join. And this is how it works. One person can start with a party, and some people, you put your things on the table, whoever accepts your idea will join you. Even if you are only 3, even if you are 5, one person can change the world. People don't need to be in a million in EPA so that you can believe in them. You also have your organization who ask you this type of question, Brother Charles. You come there to investigate people, interrupt every point. If it was me, I would have dropped you a long time ago. Intimidation is no good. Respect EPA. Respect whoever is part of EPA. If you don't respect, sorry, don't come. Full stop. You don't come here to come and philosophize for things that is nothing. Empty. EPA and NADAFA and people that are working together. Hakim explained how EPA came to existence. When a meeting of 3 organizations or 4 was made and people agreed that let's come with an alliance. And then later they withdrew by themselves. Are you going to force them to stay? But it's open to individuals, it's open to other new organizations to come forward. If they haven't come, it's not anybody's fault. But there are people who are dedicated in EPA, who care about Equatoria and care about South Sudan. You don't ask people they are separatists, not separatists. You put the agenda. The agenda of EPA, the objectives are very clear. Who doesn't know? For the last 5 years, we have been preaching about this. You're not pretend every time you ask the same question. Every time you come, you ask the same question. You drag people's names around, you insult, you disrespect. That's what is not taking us forward. And that's what is destroying Equatoria. Learn to respect people. Learn to respect their opinion. There's freedom of expression. There's freedom of thinking. And there is freedom of association. You don't want to be part of it? Ahlan wa sahlan, ma salam. Don't come here and waste people's time trying to divert the agenda. You literally diverted the agenda. Why? You're coming to water down what is solid thing. If you don't want to take it, there are so many people taking it. Upper Nile have the same idea. There are people even in Gaza have the same idea. You cannot be the one to water it. It's not your organization. You stay with yours, do whatever you want. Nobody went there to disqualify yours, okay? Please, let's respect each other. And I would like to say, even the agreement which was made in 2018 or 2019 was not a good agreement. Why? Because it was only focusing on dividing the position. This percentage goes to this percentage goes to this. The same thing in the CP 2005. SLM takes 70%, NCP takes 10% in the south, and other political parties take 20%. It was position of power, position, seats. That's why divided. But nobody spoke of how the country will be governed, how the country will be managed, the type of administration that we need to have. Governance, number one. The problem of South Sudan is governance, that we don't want to spell it out. That's why all these organizations, these political groups with their alliances that refuse to make effort to participate in anything because they don't invite effort. If you are an organization, a political group and an opposition, why do you refuse another opposition? Means you yourself is a dictator. Okay? You are a dictator. You got to be acceptable with other organizations. You got to accept other organizations. You got to have the inclusivity that they say. But you cannot group some other people, go to the peace talks and refuse to invite others. Why you refuse to invite that person? You feeling because their agenda is different from yours. But I'm telling you, the people of South Sudan, they want us to go to the regional autonomy or sovereignty, or we don't have to go to the system of governance that can give everybody their autonomy. And many of you are denying it, but at the end of the story, mark this word, God will bring it. It will one day be a system of governance in South Sudan. Whether you like it or not, it's going to happen. And God always stands with the people who are oppressed, who are marginalized, because we are calling for the government system. We are not calling for position. Let me tell you myself, I was a member of parliament in the state and I became the speaker in Eastern Equatoria, and I was a deputy minister in the national government. I was a member of parliament in the National Assembly. Yes, and I left voluntarily. So am I fighting to go for a position? Or am I fighting to go for a system that can bring everybody in and can bring peace to the country? It was this position I had them, and I left them. So do you think now I'll be fighting just to go back as a member of parliament? Please? That's not what it means, and that's not what it takes. You speak the truth. If you care about people of South Sudan, put the system of governance that is correct, that can bring people on board, that everybody can have a right. There will be development, there will be a transparency, there will be lack of corruption. Everybody will feel happy. Every Martin will have food on the table to eat. Now our people are starving to death. They are mistreated all over the neighboring countries. Is that what we want for this country? Is that why people fought since 1940s up to today to become the most suffering people in Africa or in the world? Is that what we stood for? Is that why we lost all the lives of our dear people, dear family members? They died so that this country will have peace and will have freedom and will have a future and will have development. But it's not happening. The soldiers are still suffering, their children are not studying. They have been sentenced to death with all their families and their generations. Is that the country we want? Nothing will get us out of this apart from going through the system of governance that can make everybody to participate and be part of this government system and to be happy. Let us be realistic. If some people don't have an agenda, they just want to be in a position, and because the country has encouraged people just to run after position, everybody in South Sudan now wants to be a minister, a director, a member of parliament, just from zero, without even holding any civil service position in life. Straight away want to be a minister because they want to grab, they want to go and do and take enough for themselves. Not the country. That's not the country. So I'm saying, let us sit down and reflect and know what is the best system that we want for our country. And EPA is putting this on the table, and NADAFA is putting this on the table. NADAFA is a group of position groups who are from all over South Sudan, and they have a common agenda. They believe in the regional system of governance, the autonomy that we could have. That's what NADAFA means. And EPA is to bring all the Equatorial groups together. And the Equatorial groups are resistant. As someone was saying, unless maybe if Hakim has come from another part, then maybe they will accept. For the people who are in EPA, they have to be specific other tribes. Then we are doing exactly what the GN are doing. Are we really going to free anybody? Let's be honest and accept. I'm not some opinion that what you are putting on the table is a good thing. Congratulations, even children in the school. If they are not encouraged, they are going to be feeling demoted, but will not be demoted, will not be demoralized. You can criticize, we will stick. We know that for 21 years, from 1983 to 2005, country was governed under the regional system, and it was the best and peaceful time. So it was tested. We can go for it. Now, from 2005 up to now, it's again 21 years. We have failed terribly and miserably because of this centralized system of government. Well, we all have to move to Juba. What is the agenda of taking towns to the people, taking development to the people? So, Jamal, let's be honest. It is not a joke. We are trying to put the country in order. Clear your home. They say charity begins at home. Now, foreigners have more rights in South Sudan than South Sudanese. Our people have gone all over, suffering. People are dying. And they're still trying to oppose each other here. Instead of sitting down together and saying, what can we do for our people? What can we do for our country? What is the best system that we could govern our people? Thank you so much. I will stop here and I will keep following. So let us respect people. Let's respect whoever's idea that comes. It's a problem to criticize. You are general, Charles, we don't even know what your organization have, how many number of people, we don't care. But why are you bothering effort? Thank you very much. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you, Honorable Sabina. You know, we're just talking here about respect towards each other. So, Charles, we still don't have any problem with you. But what we just wanted to make loud and clear is, if you come to a room and you articulate yourself in a very constructive way that everybody understands you, you ask questions, let people answer, then you wait for your time. Once they are done with the answers, then you come and interject, add something there. But brother, in every room, there is no South Sudanese. There is no any other South Sudanese room, okay, that Charles has not caused a problem there. Lotuko bugula ekarak. So ekarak da bugara. Yani tabtakhrib moya fi ay mahal. What is your problem, brother? Please, let us respect each other. We invited you, you are writing down and all this. So you don't need to continue like to be Abu Gada everywhere, you know, so that people can respect you. We need to hear your ideas. You know, it's not just about Morogot or Hajader or Jenge or Kido. So is that your ideology? You know, as Sabina said, you know, some of us don't want to ask you, Intazat enda kamnas, or Munazon Tatak Zatashino, Fi Munu Secretary Tak, or Malta Yatu Motamar, Endak Yatu Manifesto. We don't want to ask this because it's none of our business. We just look at you, your brother, you know. Huh? You know, but respect other people too, so that you will have actually a chance in different rooms. You don't want people to take you like a joke in any room. Like Charles Jai, Galia, the comedian, so somebody without any ideology. What is it all about? You know? So please, I hope you change. Yeah, and Hasaza Huna Deng. We know Deng very well. We have been with Deng here for years. You know, in Facebook, in Clubhouse now. And when he came here, he talked, articulating himself. He read to other leaders. He talked to them. He shared ideas with them. That is what we wanted, dear brother. Most best Morogot everywhere, insulting people. Brother, please, let us change this. Okay? Don't bring shame to us, you know. But you're still our brother. You know, you're still our brother. But don't bring shame to us everywhere. Yeah, there's all Morogot, the God is shitting us. It doesn't make any sense, brother. So, Dongulawe, if you want to interject, you know, go ahead and interject. And by the way, I'm so glad to hear from Charles Garfa Barrofi Munazamat Kida. Let us come and talk. Let us come and talk. It's not just about insult, but when you come and talk, we know what you are thinking, how you reason in front of the people, we'll take you serious. But it and the best comedians, hajat no. We are not part of that. We talk about tangible issues, solutions. So thank you so much. I'm glad you can go ahead.
شكرا روبرت وحيدة. مشكورين كل الناس اللي قاعدين معانا هنا. تحية إخوة أخوات والناس اللي كانوا قاعدين ومرقوا برضه نشكرهم، والناس اللي بيجي يسمعوا الريكورد برضه نشكرهم. يا جماعة العمل السياسي ده هو عمل معقد، بالذات في سيتويشن زي حقنا ساوث السودان. لكن بعد ده أستاذ روبرت I think we have to learn from the past scene which taken places. يعني في حاجة اسمها البروتوكول، ده شيء متعارف عليه في المؤتمرات، حتى في اللقاءات الجماهيرية في حاجة اسمها البروتوكول. لما يكون رئيس حزب بمقامة الدكتور حكيم داريو أكاديمي أستاذ جامعي، قبل ما هو يكون رئيس حزب لازم التعامل يكون بروفيشنال حتى لو في الخلاف السياسي. أنا أتخيل لي أن إحنا في فتحنا مساحات كثيرة. المرات الجاية سواء كان في نظافة أو في كل منصاتنا دي من الدكتور حكيم يكون موجود معنا. إذا في أسئلة لازم الأسئلة دي تقدم أول، وبعد ذاك نحن هو بنطرح ونقدم الأسئلة دائمين. الأسئلة ليه؟ لأنه البروتوكول مهم. العمل السياسي أو أي بابليك عمل عام جماهيري الاحترام مهم جدا، لكن احنا ما جايين هنا عشان نجي نعلم الناس. ما في البروتوكول انت ما بتعلم الناس انت هو بتعمل البروتوكول بتاعك. في حاجات هنا جنوبيين، انا سامع السؤال عن ندافة ده كتير. يا جماعة تسمية الأحزاب ما ضروري، انت بتشوف حتى ذات انت ما ضروري تعرف دكتور حكيم هو دكتور حكيم ولا هو روبرت أخيدة ولا منو يهو منو، ما ضروري. انت بتشوف الأهداف والبرامج بروجرامز، انت بتتناقش الحيز هنا. الحاجة ده هو محل النقاش. لكن كمان نحن السؤال اللي بيطرح نفسه ذاته لأخونا كارلس ولا لأي زول تاني آخر، اشمعنى الناس ديل؟ ده طبعا رأي شخصي. الناس اللي بيجي يعملوا مسبيهيفير ديل لما يكونوا في منصات تانية، في منابر تانية، في روم تاني، ممكن في ناس ما يعرفوا معنى منصة يعني شنو، أو منبر يعني الروم. أجات تاخد ده أجات أقاملوا هنا في كلوب هاوس ولا whatever. لما يكون في قيادات حتى قيادات وسطية، واي ما بيكون في نوع الطريقة نحن قاعد نشوفها دي؟ ده سؤال صراحة نحن محتاجين نجاوب لأسئلة زي دي. وده تقرير لحاجات قبل كده حصلت في أمريكا هنا في لقاء جماهيري في واحدة من الهولات. في ناس قلعوا من تومبيدات برومدات، والدكتور حكيم ما بيقل من الدكتور حكيم أستاذ جامعي. نفس الروافع الفكرية قلعوا منه الميكروفون. ده سيما نحن كاتورين دي قلعنا منه الميكروفون، باكساره بصوته العالي وشخصيته ده عملوا فيه كمين. الناس ضربوا تلفونات لبعض قالوا ما تمشوا القاع. ما في مشكلة، ما في العمل العام زي ده الناس بتستفيد من الأخطاء السابقة. أخونا تشارلز الأسماء أو أي زول تاني، أسماء الأحزاب ما ضروري أنت تخص فيها. مثلا حزب العمال مثلا بتاع كردستان الدارين الانفصال ده ما مكتوب هناك حزب العمال الكردستاني الانفصال. المطالب بتاعتهم هناك انفصالية، لكن هم ما بيجي يقولوا انفصال. ما في ايديولوجيا اسمها انفصال ذاته في العمل السياسي. حسي لو كان في ذاته ما كان انت بس بتجي زي الطورطة كده تجي تقطع عليك قطعة تقول ده سبريشن، انا شلت حقي بهنا. لو كان بيتعامل كده ويش كان يتعامل، لكن هو عمل سياسي. عشان كده نحن دارين بعد ده دارين نعلم الناس هو ايفا وونت تو ليرن. في حاجة اسمها مدرسة كادر، مش في بوليتيك. في حاجة اسمها بوليتيكال منافرة، المناورة السياسية. في حاجة اسمها تاكتيكال لاين، في حاجة اسمها استراتيجيك لاينز. في تشالنج ذاته including ذاته السبريشن ده ذات. انت ممكن تخلي السبريشن ده از تشالنج عشان في ناس تعبانين، في ناس طردوهم من محلهم، في سيستماتيك ريموفال اند ريبليسمنت. انت بتقوم تمشي للحته بتاعت المناوره ده اللي هو بوليتيكال مانوفرنج ده. ما هو السياسه زي لعبه كره القدم. ان شاء الله حنوعدكم في EPA حنشتغل بعد ده كثير. حنفتح حاجه اسمها مجلس الكادر ان شاء الله نجي نتكلم فيها مده 40 مينت. انه ذاته عشان انت تتعامل مع القيادات تتعامل كيف، وتتعامل مع الزول انت تساجري معاه في الايديا تتعامل كيف. انت ما بتعرف الزول ده على المستوى الشخصي. انت بتتكلم على حسب رايك انت، واذا لقيت الاجابه دي ما ضروره انك انت تجي تعمل تعقيب للحاجه في راسك. لو كان كده ممكن الناس يفتحوا ديبيت تتكلم بهول ده كده اسمه ضوضاء، معناته نحن قاعدين نتكلم كلام مفتوح، حلقه مفرغه كده. I don't think somebody is coming here to do this kind of thing يا جماعه. لكن كمان لو في hidden agenda ورونا، واذا ما وريتونا كمان نحن بنقدر نعرف. انا عندنا الكاباسيتي بنقدر نعرف الحاجات. This is my own opinion صراحه يا جماعه. والله بعدين احنا دايرين نواجه. انا تنقلها ده داير اواجه بعد ده، لانه الاستقبال السياسي ده ما بينفع معانا. نحن قاعدين نتكلم في قضايا سياسيه، قضايا عامه، ما بنعرف زول هنا على المستوى الشخصي عشان نقعد نكتب يمين وشمال، تعال يا فلان وتعال يا برتقال. لا الكلام ده ما anyway. دي رساله بعد ده من الحلقات الجايه دي نحن بعد ده بنعمل بروتوكول. دكتور حكيم في معانا هنا، انت جيب الاسئله حقتك قولها، نحن بنرتب الاسئله دي وبنعيد ثاني صياغه السؤال. اذا عندك برضه استفسار برضه تعال. دكتور حكيم زول اكاديمي قبل ما يكون هو سياسي، بيفهمك انت قاصد شنو. he's gonna answer you. لكن عشان نعمل ديبيتنج ذاته يا جماعه نحن ما نغش بعض يا جماعه. نحن الجنوبيين ذاته الليله انت لو مشيت في قناه الجزيره دارين يجيبوا نفرين في مناظره سياسيه، ما ممكن يجيبوا استاذ جامعي ويجيبوا امين عام حزب ثاني. قدرات يمكن الاكاديميه ما تكون زي ده. كده المناظره كده ما فيها تكافؤ. ما ممكن تجيب لي زول ما بيعرف يتكلم قالب باتاسا بتاع الحديث، ما خضع لاي مدرسه كادر، حتى لو هو ذاته سياسي فوضى بتاع الجنوبيين اللي قاعدين يعملوا ده، يمشي يتكلم لك في قضيه حيقول شنو يعني؟ حيضطر يمشي في الحاجات وش I don't want to mention. اوكي نمشي في الطابق. كويس ان اخونا استاذ زين قال كلام كثير ونقاط سمحه جدا، اللي هو قال اذا في حكومه مثلا معطوبه هناك زي حقتنا حق السودان السودان، لابد ان يكون في بديل. الالترناتيف شنو؟ الالترناتيف هي المعارضه، البديل هي المعارضه في اي بلد ثاني. اوكي المعارضه دي اذا ما في تنسيق اللي هو كوردينيشن بين القوى المعارضه بيكون مدعوم بالشفافيه الترانسبرنسي. انتوا قاعدين تقولوا ده الشفافيه ده لو بقى ما في انت ما حتكون بديل يخدم الغرض. استاذ ديف برضه اتكلم عن العمل الاعلامي، والعمل الاعلامي نوع من الممارسه الديمقراطيه freedom of expression and freedom of opinion، وده بيكون مدعوم في شكل شنو؟ في شكل المؤتمرات الصحفيه. مؤكد الناس ما قاعده في رقعه جغرافيه واحده، لكن من خلال الصفحه الخاصه بتاعه القائد الفلاني او الاكتيفيست الفلاني الناشط السياسي اللي عنده المقدره في التعامل مع الكاميرا في مواجهه الحقائق. ما ساكت، ما يزول ممكن يشيل الموبايل السمارت فون حقه ده يمشي يتكلم هناك، لكن المستمع العزيز هو الثمره من خلال الكلام انت اللي قدمته ده شنو؟ ما الحكم شنو المتلقي، ما انت الزول اللي قلت الكلام ده. of course it's not going to be 100% perfect، لكن الناس بتتعامل بالنسبه المئويه. انت قلت شنو؟ هل الكلام بتاعك ده انت بايس في اي حاجه زي افهم زي ما دار تفهم. المستمع هو شنو بيحدد. في حاجه اسمها البيانات الصحفيه لاي حدث حصل في الدوله اسمها جنوب السودان من قبل النظام نفسه، وهنا EPA عنده اوراق كثيره هنا في الميديا مموحه باسم الدكتور حكيم دارو رئيس تحالف الشعب الاستوائي. يمكن تقريبا انا ما دار ازكي نفسنا من باقي الاحزاب او الحركات او اي حاجه نامت، انا بتكلم عن نفسي. لانه الانسان بيتكلم عن التنظيم اللي هو بينتمي له، البروتوكول بيقول كده ومدرسه كادر بتقول كده. انا ما ممكن امشي اتكلم حاجات زول تاني. انا بتكلم عننا كاي بي. في كل موقف سياسي دكتور حكيم اول زول بيطلع بيان صحفي مروج باي بي ومموه باسمه تحت هنا كرئيس حزب، وكلنا قاعد نكون مشاركين في القرار ده. وما ممكن ان احنا نجي هنا دي في الملأ نجي نقول ان احنا قاعد نعمل شنو جوا هناك. زي السؤال اللي سأل لأخي قال يا اخي انتم مشيتوا لقيتوا ناس منو اندر جراوند. اوف كورس بنلاقي الناس اندر جراوند، ما ده اس العمليه السياسيه. وانا فخور انه في اي بي بتجربتي البسيطه السياسيه دي انا قدرت التقي ناس يعني شخصيات قامات كبيره ثرو اي بي اي. دي محطه كويس ان اخونا هنا دين يعني يتكلم في الجزئيه دي. امشي شوف البيانات الصحفيه بتاعت اي بي هنا في اي موقف سياسي الدكتور حكيم داري بيطلع بيان صحفي كويس عشان تعرفوا الفرق هنا. يعني انجح القيادات في العمل السياسي هو القيادات الفكريه. اذا خش العمل السياسي مش يكون قاعد استاذ في الجامعه هناك براو، لا، اذا خش العمل السياسي. وخير مثال ده الدكتور حسن عبد الله الترابي والدكتور قرب نفسه كانوا استاذ جامعي في جامعه الخرطوم. دي حقائق، نحن لازم نقبل الجزئيات دي كويس. الجزئيه الثانيه العمل بتاع الاعلام الميديا. البوزيشن بتاع ساوث السودان ديل was they scared to confront البابليك. عشان كده نحن نقول للناس امشوا يتعلموا السياسه، جو and learn politics. الزول اللي بيخاف ان يواجه البابليك معناته عنده هيدن اجنده. في العلوم السياسيه كده ما عنده اي معنى ثاني، معناته عنده اجنده سياسيه بيتعامل معاك تكتيكيا، والتكتيك ده ممكن يكون مرحلي up to that organization. هنا اي زول بيتكلم بحقه، لكن اذا كولكتيف معارضات يكون في داتا.
My brother, I'm not cutting you short. You know the reason why Nas Pagan, Nas Malong, and Nas Wiyai, they don't talk because the SPLM has destroyed them. And every time they talk, now people say, Aramin. You know, so we cannot bank on that kind of opposition that has a lot of baggage. They just keep quiet. They are actually hiding from the public. They think that leadership can just be given to them. So that is why. Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to emphasize it.
يا شكرا كثير. ثانك يو فيري ماتش. بالمناسبة أخوي أستاذ ده كلام أنت قلته ده it can be a model in any place. يعني ده ممكن يكون نموذج لأي عمل سياسي أو تجربة إنسانية في أي محل أنت ممكن تشيل. أهم حاجة أنك أنت تواجه البابليك. أنت طيب لو ما واجهت البابليك ده حتى الروت كوست اوف ذا كونفليكت حيتقال وين؟ حيتقال في الجامع في صلاة الجمعة، أو يتقال يوم الكنيسة أبونا يجي يتكلم مع الناس ذاك هو اليوم الناس يتكلموا فوقهم. هو كده أنت تتعامل مع الإعلام مع الميديا لازم تجي تقول يلا ده ليه شنو؟ لأنه في خوف، لأنه في هيدن أجندة وفي إخفاقات سياسية. عشان كده نحن بنجي نسمع كل يوم بيقولوا all of us are responsible. أنا ما سمعت قبل كده as a researcher كباحث، ما سمعت لي تجربة قبل كده زول قال يا أخي كل الناس مشتركين في إخفاق سياسي محدد أو حتى في إخفاق في مؤسسة صغيرة. دائما بيكون في ناس responsible about that. ده السبب. والله يا اخوي استاذ داني تكلمت حاجات فيري جود في جزئيه. انا ايكوت الحاجات اللي قلتها وش از جود. مخاطبه جذور المشكله هو الروت كوست اوف ذا كونفليكت. ده البيزك بتاع الكونفليكت، ده البيزك بتاع النزاعات. قبل ما يكون خلاف سياسي النزاعات انت لازم تحترق وتغير، وده بيكون حاجه يونيفورم. لانه مثلا اي بي اي عنده مثلا روت كوست اوف ذا كونفليكت حق، وفي ناس ثانيين عندهم روت كوست اوف ذا كونفليكت. يبقى انه معناته هنا ما في شفافيه، لانه جذور المشكل هي موحده سياسيا، هي يونيفورم. لكن يبقى انه البوليتيكال منوفر اللي هو المناوره السياسيه يس ديفرنت، وانت ما بتمشي تخش في تنظيمات اخرى. لكن نغير انه المشكله واحده اعلاميا، لا ما تقول behind the scene. انت لو بتقول behind the scene وسط جماعات محدده معناته there is something wrong هناك. الشارع العام ده شنو يسمع. ماشي للنقطه اللي قبل الاخيره للاستاذ دين قال حل المشاكل انه لازم يكون انطلاقا من الريجونز، وده طبعا انت حر يبقى بعد انه الانسان بعدين you have to choose. لكن مقتضيات المرحله الوقت ان احنا فيه هسه في ساوث السودان شنو؟ في زول انكارج enough يقدر يورينا ان احنا وصلنا لمرحله سياسيه. You have to be encouraged enough لانه it is not your responsibility, it is not you, it is J1. يا جماعه السياسه دي عمليه عامل زي الماثيماتيك، انت لو ما مشيت خطوه خطوه يعني الاجابه حقتك بعدين بتكون شنو؟ رونج. البوينتس القبل الاخير اخونا استاذ دين قالوا اللي هو اذا حدث يا اوكي اذا اي شيء حصل في ساوث السودان هناك وبقى البديل، ما نحن مش قلنا نحن opposition، انت بتكون بديل للنظام الفشل. ما في نظام خلاص اوريدي فشل فيك، والنظام الفشل ده لابد ان يكون فيه بديل حتى بغير اتفاق سياسي يكون شنو؟ موجود. اوكي اذا ده بقى ما موجود بالشكل المجرد والمرء على الاقل على مستوى البابليك، اوكي ما في مشكله، ممكن يكون في كسل او يكون في خمول. اذا النظام ده حصل له اي شيء ونحن انا ما اقدر اخش ديبلي في حاجات محدده because this thing is not in my hand، ما في الزول ثاني بتحصل مواجهه عسكريه. كلام ده في محله. جنوب السودان مرشح بانه تحصل مواجهات عسكريه. اوكي لو حصل مواجهات عسكريه وانت غائب من المسرح السياسي اللي هو البوليتيكال سين، انت بعد الممارسه السياسيه حقتك بتكون انطلاقا من وين؟ حيكون من وين؟ يا جماعه المساله دي it's not a matter of ان تطلع في الفيسبوك تحرج وتتكلم وتجود وتجي في الكلوب هاوس وتعمل الحاجات دي، لا ده شغل زي اي اشغال ثانيه. انت لازم شنو تكون مواكب الاحداث ساعه بالساعه، يوم باليوم، اسبوع بالاسبوع، شهر بالشهر. النقطه اللي هو العمل الجماعي عن طريق توحيد الجهود اللي هو الكولكتيف ايفورت، دي طبعا السلوك. ما في عمل في الدنيا ده بيتم بدون الكولكتيف ايفورت، لكن الكولكتيف ايفورت ده ما بيكون عنده بروسيس. واحده من المحطات الاولى بتاعت البروسيس دي في حاجه زي اسمها الشفافيه اللي هي الترانسبيرنسي حقكم انتوا قاعدين تقولوا دي. لو ما في شفافيه انت الحل الماشي تجيبه ده اول حاجه يصطدم بالجماهير اللي هم important than the elite and important than the political organization. هي كده المعادله كده. اوكي انت كنت ده تعمل الحاجات دي كل الكولكتيف ايفورت ده، وهنا انت قاعد تمارس الاخصاء السياسي. ربع ساعدني واطلب منه في اخصاء سياسي. انت تعمل اخصاء سياسي تقول انا داير اكس وانا ما داير ما داير واي، انا داير ما عارف الف جيم، انا داير
political isolation.
يا البوليتيكال اسوليشن ده اللي هو العزل السياسي ده بالمناسبه ده بيكون جزء ذاته من المعادله السياسيه، وده بيعطل لك ذاته الكولكتيف ايفورت اذا الجنوبيين دايرين الحقائق. but if they don't want reality ما في زول جاي هنا عشان يجي يوري زول يقول له انت you have to take this direction. ده هو اختيارك. زي جيسس يوم جاء قال الرساله بتاعته وبقى ماري. الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم محمد جاء وقال رسالته وخدتها، من شاء منكم ان يؤمن ومن شاء ان يكفر. انت حر بعد ده اختيارك. ده بالنسبه للجماهير الشعب. اما الممارسه بتاعت الاخصاء السياسي ده والله انت حر، انت تقدر تعمل اخصاء سياسي امشي والله تعمل اي شيء، لكن بتجي راجع لانه في حاجه اسمها الاراده الشعبيه واي بي اي. نحن ارادتنا اراده شعبيه. دكتور حكيم هنا قاعد بالاحلام واماني المواطنين المشردين اللي قاعدين في معسكرات اللجوء. واذا في زول ثاني ده مني it is not EPA. This is my own opinion as James Augustine Awari أخيدة أولوري المعروف بدنبلاوي. ده رأيي الشخصي. أنا الزول الدار يختار طريق ثاني والله هذاك الطريق مفتوح، انت حر، انت ده تختار الاقصاء السياسي امش انا بصفق لك. انا بقول ده اول شيء بصفق not in the name of EPA كرايانا، لانه انا بعرف النتيجه بتاعته شنو. واما الزول اللي بيزعل مثلا، عشان كده احنا قلنا الناس يكون عندهم البوليتيكال كاباسيتي، المقدرات السياسيه. تجمع المهنيين السودان ده كان رمى البشير ده، ناسه كان ذاته ما معروفين في الساحه السياسيه ذات، بما فيهم دكتور العصام ده. والله ما يبيه زيان قدامي، هو نوس والله ممكن if not يان قدامي بيكون قدري محمد العصام ده ولا منو العصام ده، دكتور العصام ده كان هو الظاهر في الساحه، لكن في ناس عقول بيحركوه من ورا. ما ممكن زول يكون خريج في 2010 ولا كم كده يجي يكون ليدر، ما حيقدر. لكن هو اذا انكرج هنا بيمشي قدام، لكن في روافع شنو فكريه قاعد تحركه من ورا، اللي هو كان تجمع المهنيين القدر يسقط عمر البشير. ما هو حركه العدل والمساواه بالسلاح ولا حركه تحرير السودان بوس عبد الواحد محمد نور والثاني ذاك اسمه مني اركم الناي، ولا حتى الحركه الشعبيه اس بي ال ام. الحناجر دي شفت الاصوات والتنظيم السياسي الدقيق في مواجهه الاشكاليات السياسيه is very important if you guys want. دي حقائق الاشياء. عشان كده امشي ادرسوا التجارب. انا بديكم كوتين now we are gonna teach people. امشي شوف انغولا، شوف يونيتا، وامشي اقرا عن ساسامبي، وامشي شوف رواندا التجربه بتاع ال 1960 في القرن ال 19 الفات ده، القرن قبل المنصرف اللي كان حصل هناك شنو. انت من خلال التجارب دي بتقدر تطلع بمحصل if you want. طبعا ما في زول بيجي يقول لزول يلزه كده، انت اذا داير امشي في الحاجات داك. تاني ما في زول تاني يجي يزن هنا نظافه ما نظافه شنو شنو شنو، ما تزن يا زول. هو ده اخر حاجه I'm gonna conclude هي حزب الجبهه الاسلاميه ده ما يقول حاجه بتاع جنريشن حقي ده. انا لقيته قدامي، ما بعرف اي زول شفناه بعين، لكن القراء ممكن الزول يمشي يقرا التاريخ، لكن الحاجه اللي احنا شفناه بعيننا ده جينا من قمنا لقيناه قدامنا. البشير ده هو لقانا اوف كورس، لكن كنا صغار. البشير ده الحزب اللي جابه في السلطه منه مش هو الجبهه الاسلاميه، جاب الاسم ده، لكن الجبهه الاسلاميه كان اسمه شنو؟ جبهه الميثاق الاسلامي. بقى الجبهه الاسلاميه بعد ذاك تحول بقى المؤتمر الوطني، وانقسموا الى اثنين، المؤتمر الوطني والشعبي، لكن تحت نفس الايديولوجيا. people discuss ideology and goals. دي حقيقه الاهداف والبرامج. نحن ما بنتناقش المسميات دي. اسمها بيت، اسمها ممكن بيت تكون اسمها سوزي، اسم يونيك وسمع، لكن ممكن تكون شينه واحده تكون هناك اسمها اركانجي كونجل ولا مصيبه زمان تكون حلو. ان شاء الله تكون سمعتوا المثل الفلسفي انا قلت لكم ده الفلسفي ده هي كده. ثانك يو فيري ماتش استاذ روبرت. المره الجاي ثاني بعد اي سؤال دكتور حكيم يكون هنا تجيب سؤالك، نحن بنصيغ السؤال ده وبنقدم. ثاني ما في فوضى حق زول يجي يسال اسئله زي كانك انت بتسال لك في حته كده في الشارع في جنب الشارع. الاحترام واجب، الاحترام والبروتوكول واجب، لانه انتم يوم تمشوا في الرومات بتاع الناس التانيين ديل والله الواحد فيكم ما قاعد يقول بغيب. تلقى الواحد خايف كده، حتى يقفلوا لكم الريس هاند. هنا الريس هاند ما مقفول، بيقفلوا لكم عديل كده، بيقفلوا لكم يوم تمشوا هناك فوق قاعدين تتمتم. انا ما دار اكون زول بتاع مسبيهيفي. والله في كلمه كده ممكن كان نقول تمشي هناك تكون قاعد كده دي خايف، قاعدين هناك تقعد تشحدوا تحت please can you guys open the hand raise we have a question here please can you give me a chance. ما نحن قاعدين في الميديا ده، نحن جايين من الارجنتين ما قاعدين نعاين. اشمعنى لما الناس يجوا هنا؟ انا لاحظت الحته دي، لكن والله العظيم من الليله قاعد اي سؤال جاهزين له دكتور حكيم فيه بيجاوب، ما في اخرين بيجاوبوا، لكن البروتوكول يوم رئيس الحزب يكون فيه تجيب الاسئله حقتك تديها لنا نحن ده الفوق، نحن الفوقين حتى بعد ذاك نحن هو نزيع الاسئله دي. ما دارين تاني فوضى تاني ما بينفع. واما المواجهه بعدين احنا باب المواجهه ماشي يفتح يا زول. خلاص ليبيا فتحت، ليبيا فتحت بعدين نشوف الحشاش يمشي يملى شبكته. دي فوضى. ما دارين قلة أدب ومسخرة سياسية. تلقى الناس خاشين بهنا وهنا، دي يرموهم في الرومات، التانيين يقعد يحنسوا. تلقى الواحد يتكلم يا أخي أنا ما دار أتكلم عشان ما أطلع برا من النص. ثانك يو فيري ماتش أستاذ روبرت. يو كان جو أهيد إذا عندك حاجة. ودكتور حكيم القالة أستاذنا دينك صراحة قدم نقاط فري امبورتنت. أكيد أنت عملت لها كوتس، وأنا برضو ما جبت حاجة من عندي، لكن قلت الحاجات اللي قالها كلها أستاذ دينك. يارو ويلكم دكتور حكيم دارو رئيس تحالف الشعب الاستوائي. ثانك يو.
شكرا جيمس. أنا بشكر كل الحضور برضو. النقطة أنت أشرت لها ده especially النقاط الأخيرة أشرت لها دي ممكن يعني تكون summary إيجاز لكل ما دار يعني. بس الناس بتجي هنا ما بتحاول يعني. إحنا بسطنا أنفسنا. Sometimes when you are humble people try to abuse you, you know. So we kind of like allow people to take advantage of our respect in order for them to, take, a slight to that and just abuse people. So I think, we are not going to be wasting our time focusing on these people. لأنه ما عندهم برامج ذات. لكن أهم حاجة إحنا we can do is to focus on the message what we want to convey to our people as best as we can. When we don't have, bandwidth to kind of spend more time and try to babysit people who are adults. Why do we have to babysit, people who are supposedly leaders of political movements and organizations? Why should we babysit them? Do we have to teach them the basics? ده ما من الاختصاصات بتاعتنا. فالمهم anyway we just move on. And I want to thank Brother Deng for all the interjections and inputs that he has provided to the room here. But I think the main agenda here was that for those who have come late to this room, هل هي قضية بتاعت يعني قضية بتاعت البديل. قضية البديل بالنسبة للنظام الحسي بيتساقط في جوبا هناك وبيتصرف بيتصرف كده كأنه زي ما في نظام يعني. Because we have seen the rash decisions, we have seen the way the system operates. It just, by itself is an evidence to all that we've been saying, that there's no government in Juba, there's no system. What's happening is that the country is just being held hostage by a cartel of criminals. And this poses then the question, what would be the alternative? واحنا اتكلمنا قبل شوية كنا قلنا there has been some kind of consultations going within the circles of the opposition. They would like to kind of come together for consultative meeting, and this came to my notice through Brother Deng here, because we have held consultations separately as Equatoria and Upper Nile, and to amplify the message. This message has taken years to evolve, and we thought of the reality that the opposition, so-called opposition, is not capable of taking leadership. It's not capable of taking initiative, like to articulate and moderate national discourse on the pertinent issues that we're dealing with. They are not capable of doing that. So we should not be holding ourselves hostage to a process driven by them, by, be it like, trying to come together and so on, and it will just falter. So احنا ذاتنا we are capable of moderating national discourse, national debate, because we have what it takes in terms of capacity, in terms of intellect, in terms of direction of travel, and we know all of these issues. So there's nothing that we lack, understanding of in whether at the level of South Sudan, opposition agenda. We know it. There's nothing that can stop us from initiating or fostering a kind of dialogue at this level, because there's shortage of capability to do this sort of thing, and we have referred to this model that we are now discussing here, like the history of where it originated, how NADAFA originated, how EPA originated, and how P-NADAFA originated, People's New Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action. Don't even talk about NADAFA, just talk about تحالف بتاعت الشعب من الحرية من أجل الحرية والديمقراطية, because we think that the only agenda that can unify the opposition is democracy, that we can all legitimately say that we want to bring democratic transformation in the country, democratic dispensation, and unless you are against democratic, dispensation, what would be the reason that would not rally the opposition groups around a democratic dispensation as an alternative to the current failed regime in the country? Because this regime has become an obstacle, and what we don't have is the civic space. We don't have the enjoyment of freedom of association, freedom of assembly. We don't have all of these democratic rights in our country, and that should be the first, rallying point for the opposition. And as I know, if we were to have a democratic dispensation, that this will enable participation of our people in democratic decision making. And I think this is an inclusive model in that, because all of these opposition groups should have and promote the agenda of democracy. حتى بالنسبة للعالم الخارجي برضو, we can rally and say our main slogan here, our mission here is democratic transformation or democratic dispensation in the country, because democracy is the vehicle by which our people can participate in decision making. And that would include and entail the right to self-determination, because the people need to participate in deciding their fate and their future, and that is a democratic right. So the minimum expectation is that the opposition could rally around the idea and proposition of a democratic dispensation. عشان كده احنا قلنا this is not a new idea. دي قديم يعني فكرة, it's not brought up here at the 11th hour. This has got a history that is going and it stretches back about 5 years since the agreement of the revitalized agreement for resolution of conflict in South Sudan was signed, and we said this could be a vehicle for the opposition to rally and unite themselves around the concept of democratic change or democratic transformation, because it's inclusive. Each and every entity in the opposition would want to have the enjoyment of participation in democratic decision making, because at the end of the day, it's a people thing. The people can participate in governance, in deciding their future, and so on. So إذن لما نحن جينا طرحنا الفكرة بتاعت NADAFA قلنا شنو زي يعني it has got a coin with two sides. On the one side you have democracy, and then on the other side you have the action, the freedom action to bring and realize democratic dispensation in the country. And then that would open the environment for people to participate in decision making about their status, about the system of governance, and so on. Equatorians would also, be able to exercise their right to self-determination. That is the principle, and the people of Upper Nile will also exercise it in a peaceful environment for them to determine how they want to govern themselves, what sort of a state they want to live in. The same goes for Equatoria. And the same goes for people who want to basically, keep the country together, for example. That would not be imposed. It would have to come through a democratic process and where people actually have a say in these matters and in these issues. Then the rallying cry should be democratic change or democracy. And that is the principle of what is entailed in NADAFA. Democracy and then freedom action on the one hand, because collectively we should undertake action to bring about democracy and democratic dispensation. بالاحرى بنقول انه شنو اذا احنا the opposition, the common agenda should be to work together, consolidate the efforts to bring about democratic dispensation so that democracy would enable our people to participate in decision making and take a decision about their status, their future status in the country. And this is the kind of model that we are revisiting today and said, this is not a new idea. We have addressed this and raised this issue some years back. And we have even created this forum. Some of you can look at when this room was created. It was not created yesterday. It was not even created in 2024. It was created back before that, with the onset of the clubhouse. And even before that, this idea is in the public domain. We presented a paper to a conference in Manchester University, precisely on the 21st, Saturday 21st of October, 2021. So it is not a new idea. And then some people are still waking up now wanting to create UPA or try to rally people about something called United People Alliance. Since when have they become so credible to now prioritize and put the agenda of the people first? We have only heard about this UPA last year or maybe this year. It wasn't there before, right? So they don't have the mindset. So it's opportunistic in a way for them just to copy and paste, right? And now they want to pose themselves as saviors. So عشان كده احنا قلنا شنو? Just bring this issue up in the public domain for people to listen, to hear that this is not a new idea. Even if we want to talk about, coming together, we offer a model, at least from our perspective, that respects the rights of all of these different social groups, all of these regions, and also recognize the inherent right to self-determination for all of these entities. And they are the ones who should be in the driving seat to define the solution. Okay? That's what we're saying. And we're saying that we are capable of moderating this kind of discourse, this kind of debate, at a level of South Sudan as a whole, not just, here in the clubhouse. We are capable of moderating this debate and discussion at a much broader level, all right? That does not take away our position as EPA, our, for example, believe in the right of the people of Equatoria to have a self-determination. We're just simply facilitating this process because at the end of the day, if we were to agree in the country that this is how we could easily live peacefully with each other, then we don't need recognition from the international community. We don't have to go to the UN to be recognized as a state, right? It is an internal arrangement. أخذ مثلا زي Somaliland. Somaliland now is now a state on its own, and they are dealing with other countries as a state. So in our case, there's the model of war among ourselves, and there's a model of peace. So why not avoid the war, take a people-driven approach, and come to a conclusion that after all, we had lived and existed independently before this state came into existence. And we inherently were all of us, we were all sovereign people. So what has changed? We're still in our lands, in our ancestral homelands, right? And we should not be losing our inherent right to self-determination, to be sovereign people in our respective regions, and to decide and change the shape and format of how we want to live and coexist with all of these other different social groups in the country. That's what we're saying. And that's the model that we presented as a people-based approach for NADAFA. NADAFA is just an abbreviation. an abbreviation of the model for purposes of communication with the population, so that our people who matter in all of this process should understand that concept and be able to relate to it in a way that does not require complications. يعني هسه أنا مثلا لما إيش أتكلم مع مرة في كونيو كونيو ولا هناي ما أحسن أنا بقدر أقول له يا أخي إحنا عاوزين نجيب حكومة النظافة البيجاندي في بلد كده simple، لكن ما بقدر أقول له حكومة الصومة وبيقال صومة ده شنو ذاته ما بيعرف right. Just this is an example كويس. ولا حكومة اليو بي اي هو بيفهم لك اليو بي اي ده ذاته شنو. الجنوبيين كتار بيفهموا المعنى بتاع اليو بي اي شنو ما بيفهموها right. And they would not even understand if you tell them People's New Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action ما بيفهموها. إذا أنت لازم تبسط الرسالة بتاعتك، تبسط الرسالة بتاعتك using the analogy of like say our people clean their houses. أنت بتنظف البيت بتاعتك والأوساخ أنت بتجدعه بعيد، والأوساخ ده شنو ما ياهو الكوربشن المتفشي في البلد. This dubious ill lack of transparency in our system. ده الأوساخ اللي احنا عاوزين نجدعها. So that was the idea behind the concept. It was not intended to be prejudicial about a particular group or take things out of context, because it says what is on the tin, that this is a People's New Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action. فإذن أبسط the simplest premises and principles that we can rally the opposition to come together is the principle of a democratic dispensation, which would enable participation in decision making by the people and for the people, right? And then what is now then required of the opposition is the obligation to conduct, action, freedom action to bring this about, bring this change together for us. So for EHNA, we wanted to remind the public opinion that we have thought through this, we have a model for it, and we're inclusive. And this democratic dispensation is also an inclusive concept. ما concept that al-iqsa. It doesn't exclude anyone. So that is the premise. عشان كده احنا جينا برا هنا واحنا كنا بنقول انه forget about this opposition and their consultations and whatnot, and they would not even agree. But we can present what we think is a workable, pragmatic approach that is convincing to ourselves and also convincing to the public. Yeah, right? So who is in the public is against our model, the way we think, the way we want to approach this. And it's a win-win for everybody. A win-win for the opposition, a win-win for individuals, a win-win for social groups, because at the end of the day, it puts decision-making in the hands of our people. And these are the where it is really important that our people have their say, right? They have their say in how they want to live and how they want to coexist with others as neighbors and so on. فإحنا بنتكلم من منطلق that أنه for us in Equatoria, for example, we believe that Equatoria needs to preserve its entity, cultures, land, institutions, and can only do that by having a state, a state construct to preserve that existence, because they have suffered and many of them have been pushed out of their lands, ancestral lands, by a government that is not even legitimate. Okay? فإذن, what is the point here? Do I have to go out and say that I am a separatist in order for people to recognize that? It doesn't make sense. Like in France, there are people who just want to shout the word, I'm a separatist, blah, blah, blah. It's giving a bad name to separatism ذاته. كويس؟ يعني ما بيفهموا ولا عندهم لغة بتاعت السيبريشن ذاته. ما بيتكلموا other than just أبواق تتكلم I am a separatist, I am a separatist. What? And so what يعني? But beyond that, we need to convey the message why you want to be separate or why you want to create a state. They should be talking about creating a state, not just talking the word separatism. And you know, what are you advocating for? You are advocating for creation of a state, institutions, and for the purpose of preserving your existence and identity in the form of cultures that you have, in the form of your ancestral homelands, in the form of the way of life, ways of living that you want to maintain, and the culture that your people identify with, and sort of things like that. And then you go about demonstrating that this is really essential and it is important, and talk to the people. The other day I went from here to Australia, and I was invited by Equatorians there who heard about EPA, they heard about our names, and they wanted us to come closer, to come and explain the agenda that we have, right? They did not invite Charles Itahile and his, Democratic Federal Republic of Equatoria, which is just like a shouting match here in social media. We went there and we felt responsible, and accountable to present to the people of Equatoria what our thought process is, and what is our agenda, what's our blueprint, right? Because we want to take it to the people. They are the ones who will make the ultimate decision, right? So, Brother Deng, I welcome you here, and I appreciate you coming and also sharing your thoughts. And many people will come and listen to the recording of this room, and that's the main point. So it's not the numbers that we're interested in here, right? It is not that we have to have like hundreds of people sitting here in order to make this worthy, but it's worthy as it is. We communicate our message, and people will come and listen to our recordings of the conversations and discussions here, and the message would have gone on anyway. But the key thing, like you said, is that it is, we want to put our people first, and then secondly, we want to be proactive. There's a political vacuum in the country, and this is demonstrated by the chaotic kind of governance model that we see in the country, the control of decision making by a cartel of the family, Kiir's family, and also the lack of a system as a whole. So, to what level should we tolerate being hosted to this kind of system, right? And rightly, we should, say that, there needs to be an alternative to what we see in Juba. And even from our side, from our point of view, we have been talking about transition from the failed state to a union model in which would consider an interim proposition, which basically says that we have a transition so that we allow our people back. It should be a civilian-led transition and composed and comprised by the different social groups that matter in this process, so that we come out of this and we decide whether we want to keep a union of these different social entities or regions and so on, or whether we want to opt out, and opting out would be based on viability. If people feel that there could be a viable state on their own, and that's their desire, they want to live alone, they don't want to be hostage to a system that cannot be credible or cannot be sustainable, then that's fine. Others who want to remain as part of a union can do so peacefully and make the union attractive, so that people can, in the longer term or whatever, if they decide I want to be back to the union, it's up to the people. And I've cited the example of the European Union, how independent states, sovereign states came together. This is another abstraction of the idea, and also the example of the UK is another abstraction, where you have multiple nationalities, trying to find a model of coexistence. So we should be learning from all of these world experiences. They are human experiences. They have something to convey, that these peoples have gone through experiences in life over centuries, over decades, and so on, and they have come to a conclusion that the better model was to coexist in this way, right? So why should we have to go through violence through corruption, and not take a lesson from the experiences of the world. That suits our situation. So that was really the premise. We thought through this, and we thought even if we were to want to go out in the public domain and face the world, and outreach to make outreach to like diplomatic missions and so on, you have to be credible. You have to speak sense. You have to understand how the world operates, and that you are able to convey a message that would seem to be credible, a message that would, rally support of the, your friends, and would defeat your foes. And we have a weak foe, other than someone who has got a gun and pointing it to you. But intellectually, system-wise, institutionally, it doesn't have what it takes to represent the concept of a state. They have completely failed. So why would you want to keep yourself at the mercy of this system? Why can't we think out of the box? And we're saying here that there is no other capacity outside there to moderate this kind of debate or discussion. So why not take it ourselves, take it upon ourselves? And this was the reason why we revisited this model and said, we're absolutely open and transparent about how we want to, consider the options of exercising our resistance, our capacity to resist the system, and create avenues and opportunities for engaging the international community. And that is if we were to think of operationalizing the concept and idea of an alternative government in the country, because that's, the one that is there is just a label. It's not, in a sense, it's not real. It's just a cartel of criminals that are running the affairs of the country. And we could create a narrative, a counter narrative, a more positive narrative about how we could manage the transitional process so that we can move from the current state to a better model that would, give priority and importance to the role of our people and their aspirations and how they want to live and how they want to manage their affairs. I think on that note, this is the message that we have shared here in this platform today. And we're simply saying we're capable of, moderating this process, right? And it is an inclusive process, and it's a process that is a win-win to all of the potential stakeholders. And if people want to revisit this, we are welcome. We already have the initiative. Like we said, it's not a secret. It is something that has been presented in the university, in a university forum, in a conference context, and it's referenceable. It's available on YouTube. It's available in publications. And so we could say, this is one of the models that we considered. Do we have to reinvent the wheel? Or we could possibly simply take advantage of this in the sense that it is inclusive and it is a win-win model for everybody. So that is where we're coming from. And we wanted to bring this out here also in the public for people to consider, to ask questions. Otherwise, they should also consider other alternatives. We are not afraid of other alternatives, but we're simply engaging you, the public, in a debate and discussion about this model. And a model that has been in the public space for quite some time, and that we could invoke this model as a way of how we can actually manage the process of inclusivity, the process of transitioning and putting our people at the center of all of this. So with that, I want to thank Brother Deng profusely for taking the time to come here. And we have been, Deng is mandated by the people of Upper Nile, by the groups that have worked with us over a long period of time. And I'm absolutely open to continue our, discussions on this agenda and to take it to the next level, because it's what we came up with, and there's no better model at the moment. No one has shown us a better model that would respond to our needs as the people of Equatoria, and would also respond to the needs of the people of Upper Nile, and also equally can be responsive to the needs of the people of Bahr al-Ghazal. So that is where we are. And I thank you, Brother Deng, for coming over and conveying the same. And let's see, what the opposition thinks. But we are not compromising on the nature and capacity of the opposition, so that the people need to trust us. And so we are not going to be trying to, please everybody, right? We want change, and we are serious about it in the way how we want to go about it as well. So with that, I want to thank the audience. I want to thank Brother Deng. So Deng, if you have any further comments and remarks to make, because it's getting late now, and I think we should be moving towards a conclusion, so that we can go and have a rest, and maybe we can still continue during the weekend. And certainly we have other consultations that we would invoke after this, and want to engage with the public, engage with the international community. We have to take the initiative. We can't wait for a dysfunctional opposition to step in and not actually be able to perform anything better. So thank you very much. Over to you, Deng, if you want to add any few words. Thank you.
Thank you again, Dr. Hakim Dario. Now, we just wanted to give the chance back to Mr. Deng. Deng, just take this question with you. I know maybe it will be a kind of, some people may actually misinterpret it. But the fact is, we are so honored that, you are here with us. That is why we respect you from because you have actually spoke intellectually, you offered the solution, and you have reached out. So I just wanted you to take this question with you. So how did you actually choose to reach out to Dr. Hakim Dario and talk to him? You don't need to go in depth on what you have talked about, but what actually prompted you as one of the leaders to reach to Dr. Hakim Dario and talk to him? So thank you so much. So take your time, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. In fact, like I said before, the people of Upper Nile were inspired by the desire of the people of Equatoria to have their own state. And just like I said several times, the people of Equatoria have found themselves victim of the, I would say, mostly cultural, that people are projecting things that they should be keeping in their own villages, and they take them all the way to Juba, and they make them perhaps part of governance, which in some cultures don't really go that way. And that's why we're having problems in South Sudan at this particular time. Because there are certain ways that certain people, certain communities do their things. And sometimes when things like that happened, some people just begin to shy away. The people of Equatoria have tried, but many people in South Sudan did not take them seriously. Even the call for separation for the people of Upper Nile is also being taken serious. It is being taken seriously to some extent, but people are quiet about it, but they know that's what they want. But I know one thing, I usually call it the fear of R-ARCSS. It's what has actually engulfed Upper Nile, where people don't want to talk because they say that if you talk so much of Upper Nile is a political statement in South Sudan. When you say Upper Nile, That's why there aren't many organizations in the name of Upper Nile. That is why Upper Nile has never held a regional conference. I know Equatoria has had a few. Barghazal had so many. And the people of Barghazal, at any given time, they can even wake up tomorrow and hold a conference in their name. And it's not political. To them, it's development. It's developmental. But if it is Upper Nile, it is political. It will not even be allowed by security. So the people of Equatoria have inspired us, and we understand now why they wanted to be their own. It's because of the political, social dominance and also decay. And I've always said that if the people of Equatoria were allowed to form their own state, it will be one of the best countries in the world because of the nature or the culture of the people. Number one is peace and rule of law and the ability to discuss things without picking up arms. You see, non-violent approach to issues. And the fact that you know that what belongs to the public is for the public and what belongs to you is yours. The way South Sudan is being governed now, I don't see it happening in any of the states of Equatoria. Coming to how I met with Dr. Hakim, I actually met Dr. I was contacted one day, I think by Sister Margaret. Sister Margaret sent me a message, and I responded back. She introduced herself, and she said that she wanted to talk about something about the Nile Republic and this idea. So I think we got connected, we talked, and then I had told her that I'm really interested in talking to a lot of people from Equatoria, and especially those who hold the idea that we should break away from the union if the union cannot be saved. So that is now when I was introduced to Dr. Hakim. And since that time, we have had, I think, about 3 meetings and then occasional phone calls here and there. I very much want us to work together, Equatoria and Upper Nile. And we hope to sit one day on a table where we represent the voices of our people and tell the people of South Sudan it does not matter who is leading the country at that particular time when people are talking. A president can even be from Upper Nile, but I'll still insist that the people of Upper Nile break away. And it will be up to that president and everybody else to convince the people of Upper Nile why they should stay. And should we decide to listen to them, we must put the ideas or the options of confederation and federalism on the table with safeguards. And these safeguards are the right to self-determination, whether for the states and also even for the regions. This includes the transition and also to make sure that should the union remains, there must also be, it should also be based on the constitutional order. And that is why earlier, just in case some of the people were not here, this gathering here that was organized by Dr. Hakim is just for him or us to enlighten you, the people, and other parties that there is a need for the political leadership of this country, and especially the opposition part of it, to come together and begin to chart the way forward. Because what are we waiting for? Are we waiting for the country to collapse first? It has already collapsed. How do you know the country has actually collapsed? For many years, Equatoria has been very silent in the affairs of the country. People are talking, yes, on Facebook. They're talking on Clubhouse, and here and there, and also maybe some clashes here and there, arms groups and all this. But there is no real tangible involvement or contribution of the Equatorial people in what is called the government of South Sudan or in our national affairs. People are fatigued, and people look at themselves as if they are in a foreign country. Same thing to the people of Upper Nile. We in Jonglei, we just like, it's whatever. As you can see, the Nuer people are resisting, and now against each other, against the government, against the Dinka, against the Shuluk on the other side, against who, it is a complete mess. And then now you go to Barghazal, the whole of Lake State has gotten quiet. It's as if they don't exist anymore, because they are also fatigued. I don't even want to mention Western Barghazal. It is conflict there, and they feel like they don't belong. So that leaves Northern Barghazal and Werap. Now, recently, there was a problem in Tony. The people of Tony now feel so isolated, and they feel like they are not even part of this government or these nations. So what happened? The whole thing reduced to what is called Gogrial East and Gogrial West, in Werap, and then Northern Barghazal, and especially Awil East and some of Awil West and those other counties. And when there were issues between Salva Kiir and Bolmel, Adut and Bolmel and all this, they went online, and now they were at each other's throat. And that's why I challenged them. I said, you people, have you asked yourself why the whole of Equatoria is quiet? Why the whole of Upper Nile is quiet? Why even Lake State is quiet? Why is even Tony quiet here? Why is Western Barghazal quiet? Why is Twitch, which is a county in Werap, quiet? Why is Abia quiet? It's because you people have reduced this country to nothing. Now, many people have always accused Rick of running the country to the ground. It just became Rick. Except now, some Rick have fallen out with the other Rick. So it got only reduced to 2 counties in Werap, and then a few other counties in Awil. So basically, a Rick. And this conflict was theirs, and it finished with them. One group won over the other. These are the characteristics of a country that has fallen. So the opposition cannot wait. That because people have said several times, my uncle, not my uncle, actually I'm his uncle. One day, I'm not going to mention his name because he's somebody that they know and they may target him. One day he told me, and I met him in Nairobi like 3 years ago, and said, yeah, Kenya, there's no country. I said, why are you saying that? He said, do you expect a country to die like a human being? No, a country doesn't die like a human being. the way it is operating now and the way people are treating it, it's dead. So yes, I believe it is true. The country does not exist anymore. It has collapsed. It's not functioning. It is just a matter of when. Maybe it requires that announcement. So we challenge all the opposition to come together, because eventually there will be a political transition. There will be a need for a political leadership. The question is, who is this political leadership? Who is even, who is that, who will have the legitimacy of the people? When people are not organized, even when the political group are not talking about what is happening in the country right now. Who is talking about hunger issues? Who is talking about insecurity? Who is talking about the state of mind of the president right now when everything is being messed up in the country? Who is going to talk about the instability, insecurity, and financial, and the way the president is running the country? They are not there. So that's why we want the opposition to unite. And we, the SSPLM and the Nile Republic, urge the opposition groups to make sure that they have cooperation that is based on justice, equality, and constitutional order, that they recognize state, federalism, and regional self-governance as the foundation of peace and stability, that they present a clear and credible alternative to the existing regime before any transition occurs. These are very important part of this, simply because if they don't come together and organize themselves before anything could happen in South Sudan, then it will also be too late for them, because the opportunity will be taken by those who are prepared, even if they are not competent or not organized or not the right ones, the right people. So this is the purpose of our gathering today, and I want to thank Dr. Achim for organizing this, and I want to encourage him to organize more and invite more people. And perhaps next time we will have, like, even if it is a one-page document on what we expect the civil society, the political and arms groups to do. We need to begin to talk right now so that we reach where we want to be, that if there is a problem in the country, our representatives can contact TV stations and begin to talk about what is happening in the country right now. You see, just like the way the SPLM, SPLA used to do back in the day. They took advantage of the messes of Khartoum. But our opposition is quiet about what is happening right now in the country. The billions of dollars, the mismanagement of resources and everything, the lack of institutions, the fact that President Kiir himself has become the SPLM, has become the government, has become the presidency, is now the president and the deputy president or the vice president. He is actually now the chairperson of the SPLM and the deputy chairperson of the SPLM. He's the parliament, he's the army, he's the judiciary. The man is everything. And no one wants to talk about that. I have a voice, but I don't like my voice alone. I want my voice to be joined with other voices in opposition, so that when we appeal to the people of South Sudan together, they will know that there's an alternative to what is in South Sudan. But right now, I am sorry to say, but the people of South Sudan do not see any alternative in any opposition. because they always complain that the opposition is not united, that they are opportunists. Everybody wants to be chairman, everybody wants to be commander-in-chief, and everybody wants to be his or our own party. They don't want to be together. If there was nothing called the NDA, and if the factions of the SPLM and SPLA were not put together prior to the CPA, then CPA would have not happened. If South and South dialogue was not done, those people would have actually destroyed our chance for independence. But it is because we were able to unify the opposition among us and those outside, we were able to achieve the CPA as well as the independence. And that is why the opposition must come together. Without the opposition coming together, we are absolutely doing nothing. We can be strong individuals, but I believe we can be strong together as a collective, even with our own identities. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Deng. And just tell our audience downstairs, we really do appreciate your presence here. And I went out there for a few minutes and I was checking other rooms out there. There are a lot of rooms out there. And I was like, well, these people have been sitting here listening to Mr. Deng, Dr. Hakim Dario, myself, Dongolawi, and then Sabina. And I was like, so who are these people? And I drew a conclusion that, these are the people who are looking or hearing us talking like there is something here that we need to benefit from. So they don't want to go out there wasting their time in something that they cannot actually benefit. So Mr. Deng, as you have stated that, you and Dr. Hakim, and you're saying, Dr. Hakim should give more chance, so that in future you will start talking to each other. I think Dongolawe and I and all the APA members, we are really so honored to have you here. And we are trying to encourage, we are open-minded people. We are trying to encourage this kind of initiative that, let us talk to each other. Let us talk to each other regardless of our differences. But I think we will be organizing another room that we will actually announce, and you will come maybe with 2 people, 3 people, and we, the people of Equatorial People's Alliance, will be here. I'm in the same room with you. We will talk from intellectual point of view. We will educate South Sudanese. We will tell them how people actually talk and how people actually can respect each other when you're talking to each other. To be honest with you, brother Deng, again, we are so honored to have you here. And now I will give the chance for us to actually start, making our final thoughts. I don't know if Dungulawi wanted me to start. I can go ahead and start it, and then we'll go line by line. And our protocol always is, Dr. Hakim Dario, our leader, will conclude. We'll make a final remarks, and before we close the room, and then we will close it with our best song that many people always hear, and I believe they do like it. So Mr. Dongolawi, الأخ دونغلاي، لو أنت عايز مثلا تتكلم فممكن تقول حاجة بسيط. لو أنت دير أنا مثلا نبدأ بالاختتام بتاعتي، أنا ممكن نستمر بعد إحنا هندي فرص للقطة بتاعتنا والأخ دين برضه. فشكرا شديد. One of our best leaders also came up here, so I'm so honored also to see him up here. So دونغلاوي أنت ممكن تواصل. فشكرا.
بس عاوز اقول حاجه بسيط قبل ما دونجولا يتكلم. في واحد طرح سؤال. في واحد كده يتكلم اثار سؤال بتاعت انه what does P-NADAFA stand for? Someone in the audience, I think, just very, very briefly, when you have the opportunity later to listen to the recording of the room, you will be able to understand a little bit more of context, and of course, you know, the explanations as to how this proposition started back a number of years. And like him briefly, P-NADAFA stands for, in Arabic, you would say التحالف كويس التحالف الشعبي الجديد من أجل الحرية والديمقراطية. التحالف الشعبي الجديد من أجل الحرية والديمقراطية. That's the simple sort of narrative of it in Arabic. In English, the words P stands for people. So you're saying People's New Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action. The premises of this is that there are two sides to a single coin. Democracy enables and facilitates for our people to participate in decision making. The freedom of assembly, freedom of association, and freedom in participation in decision making about their status and future and how they want to govern themselves. Then you want to generalize the concept to all of the different social entities that have fallen victim to the kind of mess that is going on in South Sudan. Like in Bardo, on the other side of the coin, there is an obligation on the opposition, and not just on the opposition, sort of typical classical opposition movements, but even individuals, citizens, civil society groups, and organizations. They have an obligation to work for, you know, bring about this dispensation, this democratic dispensation. فدي هو الكومبوننت الجزئيه اللي بيتكلم عن you know الحريه, you know, the obligation for freedom action. So you have to you know, undertake this obligation to bring about this democratic dispensation. So the two complement the singularity of the coin, so to speak. فده الموديل البسيط، لأنه في النهاية طبعا P, when we talk about P, the stress point here is that all of these economic, social, cultural, and political rights, human rights, people's rights, they belong to the people. And so the people should be at the center of this, because they are the ones who enjoy and should be enjoying the benefit of these human rights, people's rights, economic, social, cultural, and political rights. And this concept of having a democratic dispensation is a unifying factor. يعني انت حسي لما تشوف الأحزاب ده كلها والحركات ده ما عندهم rallying cry. Take SAWA, what is the SAWA? Just حاجة كده بيسموه SAWA. لكن SAWA for what? SOMA, what is SOMA? What is it for? What does it stand? People will not understand it. كويس؟ برضو يا هو كان قلت UPA you know, it stands for what? Okay? ما بيتكلم عن الديمقراطية ذاته. إذن what is the point really? But here is different. We're talking about democracy. So our center point, our centerpiece is democratic dispensation. And it's a vehicle that would also enable our people to cast their vote whether they want to have a separate state, you know, or they want to be part of a union, or, you know, they want to participate in decision making. Essentially, this is the rallying cry that can actually unify the opposition, bring the opposition together, that we're all invested in democratic dispensation. And then what else is different? This is the minimum we can talk about. None of these political movements as alliances have actually put forward a proposition like this. So we're saying this is different. Democracy comes first. Opposition groups can rally around democracy because it's a unifying, inclusive model. It's a win-win model for everybody. It's a win-win model for us, for the people of Equatoria, so that our people would like to exercise the right of self-determination through, you know, a democratic process. Likewise, the people of Upper Nile. So it's only when this fails that people can resort to other means, right? So at least you could say, talk about it even theoretically to see, you know, because it makes sense, and people should actually welcome a more peaceful, negotiable, non-violent process, persuading each other. And because then we have mutual benefits. There's no one who is dominant over another by way of coercion, by way of whatever other pressures that they like, say, corruption, undue influences, and so on. So all of this would be subject to the sovereignty of the people. And sovereignty should be inherent in our people. That's the model. عشان كده احنا ممكن كلنا على الاقل الحد الادنى انه احنا شنو كلنا نتكلم المبدا بتاعت انه تكون في democratic dispensation in the country so that our people can participate in decision making. So that is the principle of P-NADAFA. People come first. P stands for people, N stands for new, A stands for alliance, D stands for democracy, and AFA action for freedom. Okay, so I hope this summarizes the principle, and then I can pass the mic back to yourself. But I think we also have other consultations that will be facilitated through Zoom. We have held similar consultation in the past with some members of the opposition group, and that was last year or 2 years ago, and so on. So we are quite open. So this outreach, which is public in nature, will be just informational. This is for informational purposes. But other interlock or other interlocks would be facilitated through a Zoom meeting that we will coordinate and take the initiative on, because we feel that I think we are capable of moderating this kind of debate, this kind of discussion that the opposition groups are not capable of, because they are just in another world altogether. So but I think we believe that we have a model that would work. The opposition needs to actually present itself as an alternative, because otherwise, what are they for, right? So I think I'll end here. This is sufficient enough to equip people with the information about why we came out here and what will follow. Thank you.
Sorry, Dr. Hakim, I wanted to ask you. In the other group I was when I actually sent the message, I was referred to as a Margot. So what is this Margot thing? What is it? And I heard some people mention.
Brother, please forget that thing.
What's the
that
meaning?
word of Morogod is not here. It's from somewhere else. So we don't call this Morogod. These are the people who don't have any political agenda. So leave it for them. Morogod, we don't. Some of us don't want to hear that word. So maybe Dr. Hakim will.
Just briefly.
I was called a Margot somewhere. That's why I was asked.
Yeah, just briefly. I'll be honest and open about this. Morogod is this, by definition, in Juba and everywhere, feedbacks, bedbugs. That's the meaning of Morogod. Bedbugs. The bedbugs stick to your body, and they can really be, behaving. زي هنا يعني بيسموه شنو ده blood suckers, right?
What in the world have I done to you?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so that's the meaning of Morogod. Okay, how this has come about is probably default to the people who use it. They should have the courage, the moral courage, to explain what they meant and that sort of thing.
Some people were talking, and then CPI rejected. So CPI and I were band together, and I think we were the ones being called Margots or something like that. So yeah, that was the thing. That was in the other room where we were before. Yeah, where actually they also kicked CPI out. I think CPI has some issues. He just doesn't fit in anymore. I don't know why. I don't know what I don't know. Yeah, but, thank you.
Ma Yadeng, Morogod, bed bugs. Okay, let me answer. Bed bugs of Morogod. Morogod, and Mabar is Golemini or from which tribe? Morogod, America, Befu, which people can Hawaja, can Zola outward or Lakita, okay? Bimana Morogod, you know, ما تابي مثلا للقبيلة واحد أو لهنا لمنطقة واحد، أوكي؟ فزي ما دكتور حكيم قال الكلمة بتاع مرقود ده أساسا يعني جاء من ناس معينين، أوكي؟ بالنسبة لنا يعني for us like in EPA we don't use this kind of words. We have ideology. We have a plan. We have an alternative. That's what we are talking about. We don't talk about this thing, Morogod. No. That is not our identity. So forget that one. I don't want to hear that word, you know, but you have brought it, but please put it in a dustbin. I don't want to hear it. So I would like to welcome our brother Aiko.
Okay, so, sorry, my brother.
Okay, go ahead.
One thing that I had forgotten, I don't mean to come back again at all. But you see, one of the challenges that I have had, and that you will continue to have, is that the voices that are saying that Equatoria should not be a separate nation, or Upper Nile should not be a separate nation, will not come from Equatoria or Upper Nile most of the time. It will come mainly from Barghazal. I want you guys to take note of that, and I want you guys to take it easily. Taban, don't take it to heart. Just keep your eye on the ball and continue. Because my biggest problem has always been that the obstacle to the desire of the people is always the oppressor. If the people of Barghazal are not using the power of one man called President Kiir, who they call their son, to oppress others, then they have no right to talk about what is called self-determination. The word self is self. And my challenge to them is, who are you to even talk about the issue of the Nile Republic? If we were to vote, you will not even vote. The argument should be among us, the people of Upper Nile, or among you, the people of Equatoria, whether to stay in the union or leave the union. It is among yourselves. Anybody from another region, from Barghazal or Upper Nile, that comes and try to talk about Equatoria and why Equatoria should not be an independent country, that person is out of line, because it does not concern them. It concerns you. When we used to have our self-determination, South Sudanese, discussed by the Northerners, that's why it took us long. It wasn't theirs. It was ours. In fact, what Dr. John said before, had they captured in Juba in 1992, they wanted to declare independence. Full stop. South Sudan. And that's it. So the issue of the right of self-determination, there are people who usually jump in and they want to distract you from it. And it's very annoying. Because how does this concern them? That makes them the oppressors. Because anyone who comes and say you should not go, that person is your enemy. And especially if you say, I have had enough. If they have vested interest to keep you under them and continue to mistreat you, that is the only reason why they say that you cannot have this freedom. So please, anytime anybody from Upper Nile or from Equatoria from Barghazal, interferes in your quest for your self-determination, confront them fiercely. But at the same time, don't also let it bother you, because it is called self-determination. At the end of the day, you really don't need them and you don't ask them. The only thing we are lacking right now in Upper Nile are resources, and we hope that one day we'll get the resources that we need to convince our people. If we had the power today to capture all our areas in Upper Nile, not waste our time in Equatoria, not waste our time in Barghazal, because there is no reason why we should cross the river to go and fight anyone in Barghazal, because we don't need anything from Barghazal. We also don't need anything from Equatoria for that matter. Therefore, our focus should be Upper Nile, to clear Upper Nile on who we think is the enemy of our people, and that is SSPDF, UPDF, and the government of South Sudan. If we manage to do that, we have no one to ask. Who is it that owns us that we should ask? When they have failed to show us what unity means, that is what I wanted to bring forth, because it's one of the things that has been bothering us. It is Barghazal now that is discussing the issue of the Nile Republic. And I fail to understand where that becomes the problem. And those are the attitude of the oppressor. They want to determine whether you stay or go. It's not their business. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Brother Deng. I can't really thank you enough, but as I said it before, so my chairman is here, Dr. Hakim Dario. The political leadership of Equatorial People's Alliance are here. Mr. Dongulawi, Aiko, and the rest of the people are down there. The people who have spoken to you, the people whom you have actually interacted with from intellectual point of view, you articulated yourself, and you showed that, there's something that is wrong, and we need to talk. That is the spirit we need. And that is why, just for me to announce here, next week we will have our room, or maybe before having our room, of course, your political party and ours will meet behind the closed doors. We'll articulate ourselves there. And that's what I was referring to when I talked before that, I was so honored actually to be part of another political, negotiation between Equatorial People's Alliance with a different political party. We had that, and I was like, wow, yeah, these are leaders. So I knew that. That's why I was saying, I'm so proud. I'm so proud to be part of that. Now, again, I will be so proud also to be part of talking between your political organization and our organization, because it sounds that, we do have one political agenda. We are looking for the common interest of all the South Sudanese, and that is what we are really driving towards. So we'll have, after that meeting, they will come and have a room. We'll honor you. We'll honor all the people who are talking about South Sudanese, giving everybody his or her own right. So thank you so much, Mr. Deng. I would like to welcome one of our leaders in political, political group in EPA. So, Mr. Aiko. Mr. Aiko, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hide. I want to also extend my thanks to Brother Hakim, Brother Dungulawi, Sister Sabina, and our brother here, Brother Deng. أنا طبعا استكرت كتير I text Hakim bila na maarifu whether he got it or not. أنا كبرت أسمع كان في الشغل. Yeah, Brother Deng, I've heard all what you've been talking about. I was unfortunate at work. I didn't come in. I just got out at 8 o'clock. I just want to take your last point here about the greater Barghazal who against march against what we call the secession of Equatoria or secession of Greater Upper Nile, or what we call separatist movements. Yes, when you look at the bigger context here, Brother Dan, and I think you know it too, when it comes to the issue of resources and the richness of the land, maybe their concern is much more based in that area. But however, I would just like, if we can assure the people of Greater Bahar Ghazal that cessation of the three states, or rather the three regions of South Sudan, to emerge as an independent country, it doesn't really mean that we or our ties be fragmented. We can have different ways of attaching ourselves together, or we can live like a commonwealth. Now, when you look at these countries like Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania, in the 1950s, they were actually commonwealths. Their businesses were all done as one entity. Their airways, what we call the East African Airways, was then existing. The East African Railways were existing. Everything was East Africa when it comes to how they run their economy. That also, that strategy or model can be used in Southern Sudan. Upper Nile, Bahar Ghazal, Equatoria. Just for the sake of economy, because we want to benefit from each other too. And we want our sufferings to alleviate our sufferings, and the same thing, the sufferings of the people of Bahar Ghazal and Upper Nile. And when it comes to trade, there is nothing wrong that all the three regions, we can still have a trade with the same company registered in all these three countries. That would be like a commonwealth. Because sometimes we have to support the weaker so that we can take goods from Greater Bahar Ghazal to Bukhatsel. Now, this is what I see as a concern for our brothers in Greater Bahar Ghazal. But if they are given assurance that South Sudan actually, emerging as three countries, is still one in diversity, but in administration, it exists as three countries. I'm sure there will be some good people who will understand our games, that this is for the total security of that area. There is nobody here, even among the EPA people, that have been with since EPA started, that really feels that we Equatorians, if we secede, that we have bad feelings against the other two regions. We actually believe that our prosperity should also be prosperity in the other regions. We also believe that our stability should also be stability in Northern Bahar Ghazal, or rather in Bahar Ghazal region and in Upper Nile region. Because if there is no peace in Greater Upper Nile, it will disturb or interfere with peace in Equatoria. Simply because when there are a lot of chaos and wars or fightings in Greater Bahar, or rather Greater Upper Nile, people will eventually come to us as refugees to be dislodged from the areas. The same thing in Greater Bahar Ghazal, and the same thing with Equatoria too. So that notion that our secession is a full cut, not understanding that believing as neighbors would be wrong. So these are mostly what I think the assurance needed to be given to our brothers in Bahar al-Ghazal. Because they should not focus on looking at above reaches. We have the potentials, we have the energy as human beings, and we have the intellectual capacities or abilities that can be used to make the lives of our people better. Okay. And if we have to go to that route, which exactly we are going to, we need a transition that's very smooth, understandable. Because I don't think if this thing has to do with what is best for all of us, we should not use force for it. We should use conviction. Force only comes as a last resort. For I don't know as a person whether you have sat down most of the communities or nationalities or social groups within Greater Upper Nile, and you've seen their perspective on your movement. I don't know whether you've done some efforts of recruiting some people with you or some sympathizers from the other groups who accept your way of looking at things. I would love if you can explain it to us here too, because it's good for us to know also how far you're going. And we in Equatoria EPA, we're doing our best to reach out to all Equatorians to understand our stance. That's all what I can say. I've heard all of you when you guys were talking, and I have no comments on that. I appreciate every bit of statements, bit of phrases, bit of analysis that have been said. I appreciate all of it. At Junobda, our people have suffered in it. Our people have suffered in it. Our generations were born in wars, displaced from their lands of their origin. Shetetunas, fitaningira fidolada, half of their lives, taningijara in half of their lives, kama conflicts kikon. Okay. You already stated it. It's obviously clear that government is done. Is done. Mafi hajanani. It's just a matter of time for those who can't see it now will be able to see it. But for those who can see it, there is no reverse gear in that. They have destroyed the country. They have destroyed the dreams of the people. They have messed up South Sudan. It's no longer fit to be intact. It's no longer fit. Let's try another alternative, another way of looking at it. The Dr. Hakim al-Killing. Maybe the next generations. And if we establish better relations, the Commonwealth exist for to trade, the cool visits, intermarriages that be just sad and as people say conflicts, the cool tribal, the coolest no at this day and age. The coolest no. Sulta will a Gurush Kulzula school rich. For those who think that power is about being rich, let them question where the riches of this world contain. Tusuen Seragushiluen. Kelmon question Bank of England. Kelmon question the Vatican. Who is richer than those entities? Who is richer than those entities, Mafi? Banking system that dunia de kulumonia maskino. Lakini na different or third parties or fourth parties de kulako. Junuvindas Serums. Calling yourself a millionaire or a billionaire, they be sad while your people are suffering. Finance Bodaga, Kulumon, every day. And we've gone to school. The motive of us going to school is simply as a kind of alleviate, use our brains to alleviate the suffering of our people. Change the environment that we're living in to be very suitable and easy to live in. Even attract the world, Kilmunjain. But what did we end up with? We are our academics. It's an embarrassment, Lejunovin. An embarrassment. This questions our ability to govern. We don't know what governance is. The Kalam Hagiga, Sister Sabina Hibet Kilim Kalam. Our problem really is governance. Like when we find people are focusing much on tribalism. Tribalism, they exist because there is no good governance. So the root problem is governance. But the question is, how do we govern while our country is very remote? There are no roads. Communication system is poor. You can't centralize a government or system of administration. So guy being not share is that no boss of Medina de Mukishilo Zaman, Medina that day, the Medina de Zaman. Even application allow the cat of the Kishilu months. Just like living in the 1800s, the United States in Likonas Gidorma horses. At distance, Alasanaski cover is 45 minutes, the whole day. This is where we subjected our people to. Yala fitting down figure more billionaires or billionaires. How long are you going to live in this world? How long? Lifespan as humans is just short. Yala, we tend to render others of our own to suffer because you want to be rich. Riches that has compete Mongolia. Dunia de Getim, Dunia de Majetit. We need to understand our problems. Yeah, because of the remoteness, this is a plus that even adds to the issue whereby we need to divide ourselves into 3 countries so that the power that decides that region is so close to its people. May couldn't be. Kedan distance mean rank legible. If you apply my what we call national ID, how's it gonna be done? Roads, ways. It could costly. You know, being anything, it questions this generation. It questions our consciousness that the generation. SPLA fashion. This number one stage R-TGONU in fashion. 1972, Gal made and technocrats about the rubber belly and the salary resources and the form. By 2005, some CPA signed. South Sudan is class educated. Kutule na Jamajuba, the Kutu College of Natural Resources, the Kuru specialization, the Kuru is a African as Nunda be gone more belly. In Abnal belly example. Akimbika Talalena Tija Fijuba. They're selling our resources out, mortgaging the country. I should Kelana Sibini, yeah, Brother Dan, if you can have any comment on that, I'll welcome it. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So thank you so much. Just briefly, the issue of who did we consult and who did we talk to? There was something I said earlier about the sensitivity of anything Upper Nile, and especially the way it is being taken by our brothers and sisters from Barghazal. Upper Nile, the leaders of Upper Nile have been turned against each other using 91 and all the other differences during the liberation struggle. People like Kwal Manyang, Lama Kol, Riek Machar, Taban Dengai, Mama Rebecca, and all these other people. Except maybe in the case of Mama Rebecca, she seemed to be neutral among all this. But all the other leaders don't see eye to eye. I'm talking about Dr. Riak, Dr. Lam, people like Kwal Manyang, those of Taban and the other people. And I know why. It is competition for the man. And the man there is President Kiir. And I had no understanding of how power works, and especially how it instills fear in people, to the point even people that should have a voice loses their voice. It is very difficult for the leaders of Upper Nile to come together because they fear being isolated. And the one that fights the most against the other seem to get more favors. This is what has happened. It could also be the case in Equatoria for some of your elders. It's going to look more like who jumps the highest. That will be the favorite of the regime or the favorite of the leadership. And that has actually destroyed Upper Nile in a way. Like I said earlier, if you organize, even if it is an NGO in the name of Upper Nile, it is put under scrutiny. Meanwhile, in Barghazal, you can just wake up and do anything in the name of Barghazal without even seeking a lot of approval from national security. That is how you understand that sometimes the government has its own owners. The rest are just subjects to it. Now, we are not able, and we will not even think of doing this, consulting communities. If you remember recently, the little thing to do with the Red Belt almost caused the Boer community to be destroyed by the government. So we do not want to associate anything like this with specific communities. Although many people from Upper Nile, elders, people in the army, youth, women, let me just say, segment of the society endorses this idea, but they don't want to talk about it because they are saying that if there is something that has shaken them the most, the ruling elite, it is this idea of the Nile Republic. Because they're saying that if this gains traction, if it becomes popular, that is the end of it, because it's also spelled disintegration. If there is something that the government of South Sudan is afraid of, it is the word disintegration, because they are delusional. They still believe that there is a country. But right now, if there are voices from Equatoria, and the Equatorians says that we have a provisional government, and if, for instance, the clashes that are the sporadic clashes that are going on in Equatoria were going on in the name of suppression, and in the Upper Nile, we also feel the same. There are clashes, and it is in the name of suppression. And many people are also not happy, like people are not happy right now with it. And the way they provoke people here and there, the region and the international community will sound and laugh that the country is falling apart. The country is disintegrating. That it is going to be anarchy. That is what they fear the most. So people within national security say now Deng has gone too far. He must die. I even put it on my Facebook, and I got this information very clearly. And every day I am getting a lot of calls from my community, so that I can stop this, so that I don't continue to mobilize with some people, that we abandon the idea of the Nile Republic, and that we we stop talking about what is happening in South Sudan and all this, and especially specifically the first family. And some of you who are following me on social media have probably seen what has been going on. Right now, my people, the community members that are already in the system, some of them even working for the regime, are concerned because they're saying that your political activities have made it difficult for us in the system. Because every time you write something or every time you do something, people come running to us. Look at this. How are we going to continue in this situation? Don't you guys talk to him and all this? So if you make this a community-led thing, that community will actually be victimized. So we are talking to them. The time will come. We are waiting for a lot of triggers, and some of them are going to come soon. What we are trying to do right now in Upper Nile is that we are gathering our army. We are organizing some local people. We are also getting those who are deserting from different armed groups and organizing them as our provisional government army for Upper Nile. And the time will come for us, if our people are provoked, we'll fight. If they are not provoked, we will keep our army intact until that trigger comes. What we don't want is that if South Sudan begins to fall apart within Juba, we don't want anybody to come to Upper Nile. We just want those in Upper Nile who do not belong to Upper Nile to pack up and go. That is our plan at this particular time. And we don't want to provoke anyone. There's nothing for us to fight for in Equatoria or in Bargazal. Our focus is only in Upper Nile. And when the right time comes, we wouldn't want any UPDF or any SSPDF or any government or anybody in the name of the government of South Sudan in Upper Nile. Right now, we are just gathering our forces, and our mobilization is going well. And we wish the same thing can happen also in Equatoria. That anything that is done in Equatoria should be done in the name of separatists. It is the only way this message is going to go. Because whenever, the next time the South Sudanese people sit, the question should be, what is that is making people wanting to leave this union? If that question is answered, then the people of South Sudan have a chance of being together. But if it is not answered, then it will continue that way. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Dan. Your point, I've seen it. Yeah, your last point to begin with, I've also thought of that. I've also thought of that strategy itself. Because at the point of disintegration, when the country is falling apart, if you are organized and you have your provisional government, govern a territory of your own people where your people reside, you're actually giving protection. And that's what I think might not get into one of our colleagues here in EPA, who helps us a lot on the issue of international affairs, explained to me or to us, and I gathered it from that point of view. So it's legitimate. And if Equatoria also replicates, I don't think even Bahra Ghazal will have the guts want to fight these two areas. Yeah, on the other hand, I just want to ask you one question. Would you agree with me that the state that we call the state of South Sudan, what I really mean there, I mean the governing body of South Sudan, the people running that South Sudan, is it Jane state or South Sudanese state? Thank you.
Well, you can actually call it a Jing state in the sense that I believe the tone is usually set by the majority, and I've always said this, that if the majority cannot lead well, you will not have a good country, to be honest with you. All these countries all over the world, the tone is set by the majority or those in power. And in this case, the power is with the Dinka. Not only with all the Dinkas, there are Dinkas like my kind of Dinka that has no power whatsoever. In fact, I am hated. And there are certain Dinkas who have declared that Nuer will never be president in this country. I am willing to have a Nuer president in the Nile Republic. But there are people that would rather die than to see a Nuer president in South Sudan. Now, when you say, is this a Jing or is it like a South Sudanese state? You could say that a few years ago it was a South Sudanese state. Just like all of us, majority of us were SPLM in 2005, 6, 7, 8, until recently. And we all left at different times. But what South Sudan has gotten into, and especially when President Kiir captured South Sudan with his own family, it is now, and that is why I went out publicly and accused Dinka Bida Bargazal as the ones that have destroyed this nation. And I was challenged by people like Atanyawek, and I challenged Atanyawek to debate me live on social media. And I told him I will show you exactly how it is that you, the Dinka of Bargazal, are the ones who have damaged this country and destroyed it and ran it to the ground. One of the things I've shown in the last few days, and of course, and I say, if it is not Bargazal, the president is Bargazal. The deputy is Bargazal. The deputy that is more powerful and 10 times more powerful than James Waniga when he was just a normal VP. But all of a sudden, because he's Bargazal, he was like a mini god after President Kiir. This shows that there's a certain way that people govern in this country. Appoint Mary Apai tomorrow as the replacement of Dr. Goldman and see how many cars that Mary Apai will be moving with. Maybe 3 or 4, plus 1 or 2 taxis. Goldman had a whole convoy of close to 50 cars. This is the problem. Now, I challenge them on security. I said, who is the chief of staff from Bargazal? Who is the DG with our national security from Bargazal? Who is the head of presidential guards from Bargazal? Who is the deputy with GIB with Bargazal? Okay? And then you go to finance. You go to security, you go to finance, you go to legal. All this. And then now some people have the audacity to say, oh, but we have a vice president from Upper Nile, we have another vice president from Upper Nile. These people in Jamana cannot even get money for fuel. A bodyguard of President Kiir has more power than all the vice presidents. Kalam Farik Del, Kulu, the 2 from Upper Nile and 1 from Equatoria. And even Riak, these people have to beg for allowances from bodyguards and all this, getting connections, paying people to allow them to do things. It is not back in the day when the budget of the vice president would be taken out every month and taken to the office without the vice president having to follow up or beg anybody. This country is now captured not only by the Dinka, but a Dinka from a specific area. And that's why I say, just like Dr. John Garang said, that operation now has become to donate a certain geographical location. And I said clearly, Big up Bargazal. And I said, I'm out. I even argued with another guy from Tony. Hey, this idea, where is it from? I said, Asma. You know, the only thing that put us together is this thing called Dinka. Nothing else. But you can be Dinka in Afri Bargazal and I can be Dinka in Upper Nile. And I want to have my peace. How many white people speak English? In the UK and in the US, they are all white and they are English speakers. Do they have to be in the same country? So this Dinka thing cannot keep us together so that we suffer together. I told them there's no solidarity in suffering. So just because you are suffering with Bargazal does not also mean that I should suffer in Upper Nile. If you guys want President Kiir and you protect him every year, you don't want him removed, you don't want him corrected, belike keep your President Kiir for Bargazal. I don't want him anymore. Because there's no consensus in removing him. Because every time you take President Kiir, people organize an army. As we speak right now, there is an army being trained in Bargazal. Training an army is not a national thing anymore. it's a regional thing. It is something that only happens in Barghazal, and the army shows up. So Equatoria or Upper Nile also should be training their own armies. This is nonsense. We cannot take this anymore. I can't be a slave. I cannot be oppressed in my lifetime. Hunger is personal. It cannot be imposed on me. I'm the only one feeling it. And so is sickness. And so is death. Who is this that determines when you should go hungry or sick or die? And then let it be. No, it's not possible. People must stand up. I don't see anything wrong in you saying that this village, this Buma, this Payam, this county, and this state, and this region belongs to me. And that is why every time anybody from Barghazal pushes back, I tell them this does not concern you. If you think that you are my master, you are wrong. I'm not going to allow you. Thank you.
Yes, Ustaz Robert, go ahead. الزمن تأخر. ذات يا روبرت قدم عشان نقفل. هلا سابينا خلاص معك. شكرا كثير أستاذ دين، مشكور كثير ومشكور أستاذ إيكو، قدمت مرافعة جميلة وزيرة برضو كويسة لفائدة المستمع. سابينا are you there?
They are probably in bed already, James. They are already in bed, I think.
اوكي ما في مشكلة. تانك يا دكتور. نشكر كل الحضور، الإخوة والأخوات، الناس اللي قاعدين معانا. Yes. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. I don't have to say that, but to congratulate you all with eloquent discussion. And I thank the last speaker, the brother Dan. Yeah, you have the truth, and that's really you should take. Got to have something that is a truth to yourself, that just going against it, something that can link to us and to bring unity. Let's go by it. So I wish you all the best, and then not for today or thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sabina. أنا أقدم آخر مرافعة as usual. نشكر كل الحضور، إخوة وأخوات كانوا قاعدين معانا هنا فوق المتحدثين، والإخوة والأخوات اللي قاعدين معانا هنا تحت، والناس اللي بيجوا يسمعوا التسجيل فيما بعد برضو نحن نشكرهم لحضورهم. يس ساوث السودان الحالة السياسية نحن اللي فيها واضح، حالة الإرباك والجمود والسكون السياسي، وانتم شايفين القرارات السياسية اللي حصلت مؤخرا. ده بيورينا انه فعلا الدولة ماشية في الخطوات الأخيرة كويس. في less than 3 minutes or 2 minutes كويس انه أستاذ أيوكو سأل أخونا دين بعض الأسئلة عن الستيت disintegration or the total disintegration of the state. ان احنا نمشي نوصل الناس، يعني ممكن تمشي في القوط بتاع يوغوسلافيا يوم سقطت، بالرغم انه صربيا هم هو الاكبر عدد، هم اللي كان it look like هم كان اكثر تنظيما، لكن actually هم ما كانوا منظمين في جمهوريات يعني قبل صربيا قدروا يطلعوا من يوغوسلافيا. انا الحاجات دي كلها موجوده عندنا هنا، دي كلها بحوث، لان حاجات الجنوب دي بعض مرات يعني هو يعني ماشي جديد، يعني في تجارب انسانيه كثيره حصلت ان احنا عشان نساعد الناس اللي بيجي يسمعوا فيما بعد كلامنا ما يكون كلام بس مبني على الرغبات وكلام مثلا ده بس قوت انا دار ادي لكم عشان المستمع الكريم بالذات الناس اللي بيجي يسمعوا التسجيل فيما بعد المفروض يرجعوا للحاجات دي، لانه حاجات الجنوب دي معلش يا جماعه انا ما لقيته عشان ما في زمن، بس انتم تمشي شوفوا ان شاء الله الحلقه الجاي ممكن حتى لو التوبيك ما ريليتد بنجيب لكم انه يوغوسلافيا بدات التفكك بتاعه من 91 في جمهوريات كانوا مستعدين للستيت ديسنتجريشن، توتال ستيت ديسنتجريشن اللي هو الانهيار التام للدوله. لانه احيانا انت بوليتيك ما ممكن تقوم تتكلم بناء على الرغبات، انا داير وانا ما داير، I want I don't want. اوكي if you don't want، ما الحاجات دي يجي بترتيبات محدده. انت لازم تكون مستعد وتواجه المرحله السياسيه. ثانك يو فيري ماتش استاذ روبرت. قول المداخله بتاعتك الاخيره، وكالعاده نادي الدكتور حكيم داره يقفل لنا الحلقه بتاعت الليل. يا ويلكم برادر روبرت. استاذ روبرت، استاذ روبرت تفضل.
يعني كمان استمر شويه نقول عندي حاجه
اوكي ما في مشكله لحد ما روبرت يجي. كالعاده نحن في اي بي بنتبع البروتوكول. الدكتور حكيم داريو حيختم لنا الحلقه، لكن نحن في انتظار اخونا استاذ روبرت عشان يقول كلماته الاخيره. انا حتكلم في بعض النقاط اللي هو نحن وصلنا لمرحله بتاعت انه نحن لازم نتعامل بالاساسيات السياسيه. يعني احيانا في العرف السياسي في بعض القضايا بالذات في حاله الاحتقان السياسي او في حاله البلد ماشيه في طريق ما هو بيحتاج لعمل صراحه، والعمل ده احيانا لازم يكون ماشي مع التطلعات بتاع الشارع العام، لانه احيانا انت بتكون داير حاجه والحاجه دي مثلا حقتك انت مثلا فور اكزامبل، والشارع العام يكون هو ما داير، يبقى انك انت كده قدمت شنو للمواطن. المواطن هو يقول صاحب الكلمه الاولى والاخيره، حتى بعد مرات مش بعد مرات always، يعني مطالبه هي بتكون في مقدمه او قبال الليد اللي هو النخب السياسيه. عشان كده في العرف الديمقراطي انه الحزب بيتبنى ايديولوجيا، والايديولوجيا دي انت بتمشي تتبضع بها وسط المواطنين. بعد ما توديها للمواطنين بعد المواطن عنده الحق انه مثلا هو يختار شنو، وبعد ذاك هو ما يختار شنو، انت ما بتجي تفرض له. يعني ده طبعا في الديمقراطيات النزيهه، النظام الديمقراطيات الغربيه يعني الما فيها كربشن والما فيها مثلا املاءات سياسيه وكده. عشان كده المواطن لازم ان احنا نحترمه ونديه رايه. ومن ناحيه تنظيميه برضه سياسيا ما ممكن تمشي تناقش ايديولوجيا بتاع تنظيم اخر. يعني الادبيات السياسيه بتقول كده المواطن يس الشارع العام ممكن يعمل مقارنه، لكن انت كمفكر او حتى كمثقف او كسياسي. عشان كده بعض مرات الناس بتتحاشى يعني الاسئله بتاعت الجماهير، بعض مرات انت بتطلع بها بطريقه فنيه. عشان كده بقول لك مدرسه كادر مهمه عشان تعرف انك شنو تتعامل مع القضايا مثلا اللي قدامك، لانه المواطنين هم ما بيكونوا قاعدين معك في التنظيم بتاعك ده، او التنظيم بتاعك ده قران او انجيل هم يكون حافظينه زي سوره الحمد او زي وصايا الله العشر يكون حافظهم. لا، هي ايديولوجيا انت بتتعامل معها بتكون فلكسبل. المانوفرنج البوليتيكال مانوفرنج عملوا اللي هي المناوره السياسيه عشان ما في اجابه تكون قياسيه بين يس اور نو اور ده ابيض وده اسود، بيكون في حيز للمناوره السياسيه. حتى التعامل مع انا ما دار اخدها عدو صديق، لا، ما في العامل السياسي ما في كلام زي ده. انت بتخلي الباب شنو مفتوح في كل الاحوال، لانه في النهايه الترابيزه يهود بتكون الحل بيكون هناك. حتى لو في انتصار عسكري، الحرب العالميه انتهت في الميدان، لكن بعد الميدان الناس وصلت لاتفاق سياسي عبر المناوره السياسيه. ما قالوا خلاص انت اتهزمت خلاص معناته موضوعك انتهى، يبقى انه دي حياة بتاعت شنو؟ حياة بتاعت غابة. وهنا عشان كده بنحاول نتفادى جزئيات زي دي. انا لسه لحد ما استاذ روبرت يجي قاعد افتش لكم الجزئيه بتاعت يوغوسلافيا. الكتب دي كثيره، الاوراق دي كثيره. ايوه يهودا هنا التوتال ستيت ديسنتجريشن هو بيكون متوقع، بيكون في علامات، بيكون في ساين او سيستم او indications، مؤشرات name it as you want. والمؤشرات دي بتخليك انت مستعد as an organization regardless the political ideology عشان تتعامل مع المرحلة. والمرحلة دي انت تكون عندك as an organization، بتكون عندك خياراتك، وخياراتك دي انت هو اللي بتتحكم فيها، ما زول تاني. الزول الثاني عنده حق النقد لكن ما عنده الحق بتاع مثلا التحكم في الخيارات. يبقى انه هي كتجربه بشريه بتكون حاضره، انت بتتعامل معها على حسب البوليتيكال سيتويشن، المرحله السياسيه انت فيها. اللي هو في يوغوسلافيا لما انهارت اول ناس طلعوا سلفينيا في عام 1991، بعد ذاك كرواتيا 91، مقدونيا الشماليه 91 1991، البوسنه والهرسك 1992. صربيا هي كانت الوريث مع الجبل الاسود. الجبل الاسود كان طلع في 2006، كوسوفو طلعت في 2008. يلا هنا انت لازم تدرس الحاجات دي تجذر. عشان كده سمتايم عشان ناخذ موديل او تجارب بشريه بيحتاج نرجع للريفرنس، المراجع بتاعت الموديل انت الماشي تدرسه ده تكون فيري سبيسيفيك، يعني ما تكون انت داير وما داير لايك تشوزنج انت ماشي سوق الاربع. اللي هو مثلا صربيا هم هو النسبه الاكبر في العدد في يوغوسلافيا، العدد الكلي 53 مليون نسمه. بعد صربيا في الكروات، في البوسنيين، وفي الالبان، وفي السلفونيين اللي هو هم دول اول ناس مرقوا in 1991. هم ما يكون ماجورتي في العدد. It is a matter of ان انت كيف organize وانت قاعد تعمل البوليتيكال ابروش حقك كيف. استاذ روبرت يدا كود بالنسبه للناس اللي بيجي يسمعوا تسجيل فيما بعد، وانا عارفهم هم كتاب، لانه دي المرحله اللي احنا وصلنا فيها. البابليك او الجمهور ما نكون زي الصفيح الفاضي صوته عالي. الجمهور هو بيحكم، البابليك الجماهير هم هو اصحاب القرار السياسي الاخير. وده هم بعد ده يمشي يدرسوا التجربه دي. في الايامات الجايه في اي بي هناك في الصفحه بتاعتنا او في المنبر بتاعنا الاساسي اللي بنتكلم فيه، بنفتح لنا منبر هناك ان شاء الله حنسميه الركن السياسي او البرنامج السياسي. حنتكلم فيه عن مدرسه كادر، حنجيب فيه بعض الامثله او التجارب البشريه الاخرى عشان يكون الفائده العامه regardless البوليتيكال polarization او الخطاب السياسي شنو الموجه. لانه احيانا when we share ideas is better، يعني بيخدم، يعني بيجيب نتيجه كويسه. استاذ روبرت اريو جاهز هسه؟ وقت صراحه نتاخر كثير.
I am going to there's a ticket I need to change because I was supposed to travel today, but I need to cancel that ticket as soon as possible. I don't know if I can be allowed to leave and make this call.
Yeah, sure. Sure, Deng. Yeah, sure, Deng. I think you're permitted, to leave. It's getting a bit late as well. Yeah, so yeah. I want to thank you just in case if you're not coming back. We appreciate your presence and your contributions. So we'll continue as we discussed. So you're most welcome, and you're free to go. Yeah.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me, and let's continue this conversation. Also, in 25 minutes, Trump is going to address the nation, the United States.
Okay.
I don't know. He may resign or something. The guy is really under pressure. He's acting like Salva Kiir. He's a very stupid man. So maybe if we have a chance also, you can tune in and see what he has to say. Thank you.
Yeah, شكرا كثير.
Thank you. Good night. Good day wherever you are. Bye bye.
كنت معانا هنا، مشكور كثير أخونا أستاذ دين. أستاذ روبرت، أنت إذا موجود أو بقيت فاضي ممكن تخش عشان نقفل الحلقة. Otherwise sometimes ممكن نكسر القاعدة النحوية. ممكن الدكتور حكيم داريو يقول الكلمة الأخيرة. لو أنت ظهرت في الوقت ده برضو ما في مشكلة، ممكن ترسل الرسالة الأخيرة نكسر البروتوكول ضروريات.
شكرا شكرا الأخ جيمس. أول حاجة الشكر بيعود للحضور. يعني هنا يعني we appreciate your presence, your patience. It's getting a little bit late in the early hours of the morning, and you are still here with us. It just shows a commitment to kind of get the message, get the purpose of this room here today, and we welcome your contributions. Maybe you have not had a chance to participate, لكن إن شاء الله إحنا هنكون عندنا حلقات تانية. And we invite you to be free to join us in the conversations and put in and chip in with your point of view. The key message that we want to sort of share, particularly for audiences from Equatoria, our constituency, we're the نقطة مفصلية يعني. We're at a crossroads. And certainly the chaos that is unfolding before our very own eyes, it shows that there is no state, there's no government, and we should mind our own business. We should look at how we can organize ourselves better so that we can present our, option, exercise our option. We can't be held hostage. And it's just about the right time that we really have to care about, what's gonna befall Equatoria, and this is something of public interest to all the people of Equatoria, and so we should be consulting, reaching out to each other, coming out with better ideas of how we can navigate this, hurdles that we now face and the challenge that we face and the chaos that could possibly unfold. What are we going to do? We're going to sit just back and behave and look at the whole situation as if there's nothing, that it doesn't affect us? Of course not. So we've got to, get our act together, and we are, trying to reach out to many Equatorians who are very keen about the future that is unfolding for us and what the options are before us, and then we can find a way of how we could navigate the turmoil that the country is going through, and do so from our standpoint as Equatorial, because we don't want to be missing on this opportunity that would then have consequences, probably even worse consequences for us as Equatorians if we do nothing and we don't say to ourselves, we've had enough, and we try something different, something that works for us, that protects the future of our children. Certainly, this state, the way it behaves and operates, have caused a lot of havoc and suffering in Equatoria. We have seen the massacres, the marginalization, the lack of the people process to kind of, moderate how we run the affairs of the country, the public affairs of the country, and so on. So my message really is to reach out to Equatorians to think hard and seriously, and where you think that there's something that you can do, join us. You come on, come to us in our different platforms, or even behind the back room. In the back room, we can discuss issues that are pertinent to all of us. So I think on this note, I just really want to say thank you for taking the time and the effort to come and be part of this conversation in this room. So there are multiple tracks that we're going to be following. There's a track for us as EPAs, Equatorians. There's a track of conversations with other entities, because we have common interests, and it's in our interests that we do, work out how to navigate this chaotic unfolding situation in the country. So we can do that collectively as Equatorians. And for a very, very long time, our people have faced an existential threat. And we've always spoken to this issue. And I think it's about time that we also now seize on the opportunity, seize on what we can do as Equatorians. It's what it is. And we have to chart a process forward to address what the priorities that we really concern ourselves with. So I think on that note, thank you very much. And may God bless you all, and we hope to meet again very soon. And as Jamie said, we'll be holding other rooms to talk to each other and share the benefit of exchange of information. So thank you. And may God bless you. Thank you.
روبرت انت معانا؟ روبرت كده. اوكي السلام عليكم. الى ان نتابع يا جماعه، نسمع الاغنيه دي ونتلاقى بعدين او بكره بعد بكره يوم تحت عنوان ثاني. شكرا.
On Equatoria, beautiful hearts of man. Together we'll stand strong, we fight under the same guiding light. Go through the night, songs of freedom, dead flight. Children dance, hope in their eyes, for a future where peace lies. Sorry, you're to freedom, touch the sky. Sweet soil. Every step till we unity we believe. Tight in the dark we find our light. Voices raised, we won't be torn. Yeah, dawn's gone. The Equatoria. Jesus, we march ahead. Let this finish your song. Let this song finish.
Yeah.
There's one more. Surely controlling and land plans with peace and man. Together we'll stand strong, we'll fight under the same guiding light. Night. Sons of freedom take flight. Children dance, holding their eyes for a future where peace lies. Equatoria, we march ahead. Our hearts stop ahead. From the story, it's 18. We hold on tight. We find our light. Voices heard, you won't be torn. In Equatoria, bleak on dawn. Rise up, Equatoria. It's a freedom. We march ahead. Still longer dead.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi. Let me just stop the recording.